2024, best yet to come. And we will get the House if they're not cheating, and we already have the Senate. Mr. McConnell, step down. We don't need you. Let's play a game.
Mistress, he's a hell of a calm warrior, Envy says.
The call laugh out loud, he didn't have caps locked on.
Dark Mistress, while trying to flirt with me, what a joke, what a throng.
Stop crying, Dark Mistress,
All the same person, stop crying with a smile.
𝘁𝗵𝗁, how about you?
Stop crying all the while.
Dark Mistress,
Dark heart, I laugh out loud.
Dark Mistress,
Has a fever, still laughing, no regrets allowed.
Picard,
Picard, probably because he thought it was cancel lock.
he doesn't know how to use that lock. Level 20 base.
Ladies let's stick to, but can't flirt within.
Dark Mistress, Dark Mistress, Dark Mistress,
You're a troll base and be ignored.
stop crying.
We remember 2014, you were explored.
Dark Mistress, Dark Mistress,
Low annoyance factor, that's your aim.
stop crying.
But we won't fall, we'll rise above the flame.
Stop crying.
Stop crying, strong TTI alliance, don't you forget.
Dark Mistress, old Pharma Scott, Dark Mistress, we won't regret.
Stop crying, 𝗂𝗑 sector 389, shoot, stop running. Stop crying,
Cause
stop crying, 𝗂𝗑 no more stunning.
Dark Mistress, Dark Mistress,
I shut it down, no more pain. Dog base envy, driving me insane.
Dark Mistress,
And now I dog without a bubble too. Stop crying, I've had enough of you.
Dark Mistress,
Dark Mistress, get off your high horse, nobody likes you. You're crying all the time, what's your cue? Vanity, attention seeker, that's your game. Hated me since day one, but I'm not to blame. Look, brother, Mom, Maria, I think it's the opposite. You're the one crying, always so negative. You're crying all the time, what's your cue? Vanity, attention seeker, that's your game. Hated me since day one, but I'm not to blame. Black-covered Mom, Maria, I think it's the opposite. You're the one crying, always so negative. You haven't said anything, just making songs. You're the one seeking attention all day long. Dark mistress, you flirt with men online, a harmless game. But I know your intentions, don't play dumb, don't pretend. You're ugly inside, selling fake stories too. Nobody believes you, Maria, it's true, true. Black-covered Mom, I showed you chat logs, now you're silent. Can't refute the truth, your trauma's violent. I'm not the one seeking attention here. You're the one creating trauma year after year. Black-covered Mom, I may not be 100% innocent, but for what you're trying to pull, I'm pretty well innocent. No harm intended, just online jokes. You're the one creating drama, Maria.
Buy on blue, sell on red. This new indicator gives extremely accurate trade signals. 8 out of 10 traders who have tried it say they are now profitable. No, that's not an exaggeration, that's a fact. This is the auto trend system, the fastest growing trading system of 2023. This is how it works. When the bars turn blue, that's a signal to buy. When they turn red, it's time to sell. You don't do anything else, it's as simple as that. The algorithm behind the auto trend system
battling with friends in the world of safari. Our fun never ends. Off to ToonTown, where the treasures await. So close your eyes, let the dreams take flight. In the world of magic, everything feels right. Adventure is calling, whispers in the night. With a lullaby of wonders, hold your dreams so tight. Mercenaries, feeling all the games, with pets by my side and spells to cast. Every turn I take, I'm having a blast. Victory feels sweet, rewards come my way. So close your eyes, let the dreams take flight. In the world of magic, everything feels right. Adventure is calling, whispers in the night. With a lullaby of wonders, hold your dreams so tight. Good night, little wizard, let your dreams ignite. Tomorrow brings adventures in the soft moonlight.
Go ask Marlene to let you out if you want to go outside. Go ask her.
Let your dreams take
Go
flight.
ask her. Let her
In the world
out.
of
Let
magic,
me out.
everything feels right.
No, not my face, Polar.
Whispers in the night.
No, go in.
Of wonders.
I'm not letting you
hold
out
your
now. You
dreams
scratch me in the
so tight.
face. Go.
Good night, little wizard, let your dreams ignite. Tomorrow brings adventures in the soft moonlight.
Well, you didn't mean to, but you still. You need to learn to watch those paws.
Good night, little wizard, let your dreams ignite. Tomorrow brings adventures in the soft moonlight. Adventure is calling, whispers in the night. With a lullaby of wonders, hold your dreams so tight.
Good night, little wizard. Let your dreams ignite. Tomorrow brings adventures in the soft moonlight.
Jehovah, our Redeemer, forever dear, the covenant keeper. Your names we praise, your character we adore. Oh, El Shaddai, God Almighty, forevermore. Ephenu, our Father, loving and true. Rapha, healer, Shalom, our peace, we pursue. Most High God, above all, supreme God, El Olam, everlasting God, eternally the same, unchanging God. Your names we call, your presence we invoke. Oh, Jehovah Rapha, our healer, make us whole. Your names we praise, your character we adore. El Shaddai, God Almighty, forevermore. Ephenu, our Father, loving and true. Rapha, healer, Shalom, our peace, we pursue. In your names we find our strength. In your character, our hope and life. 𝗄𝗿 Adonai, Elohim, sing Jehovah, El Shaddai, Ephenu, Rapha, our everything. Your names we praise, your character we adore. Oh, El Shaddai, God Almighty, forevermore. Ephenu, our Father, loving and true. Rapha, healer, Shalom, our peace, we pursue. We exalt your names, O Lord. Your glory and power forever adore. And shall not have them all. We call upon the Lord of all, sovereign God, Adonai, master of our lives, Lord on earth, Elohim, God of heaven and earth, my God, mighty God, Jehovah, our Redeemer, forever dear, the covenant keeper. Your names we praise, your character we adore. Oh, El Shaddai, God Almighty, forevermore. Ephenu, our Father, loving and true. Rapha, healer, Shalom, our peace, we pursue. Elion, Most High God, above all, supreme God, El Olam, everlasting God, eternally the same, unchanging God. Your names we call, your presence we invoke. Oh, Jehovah Rapha, our healer, make us whole.
that's for women, the Democratic Party, as they often said, are the first ones to try to marginalize women. And we've seen it time and time again with their decision making. This is just another example of it, and it's obviously not going to work.
Right. Not gonna happen. All right. Okay, stop that. Because it'll be Biden, but...
Yeah, never say never.
Coming up on this weekend show, a long-awaited campaign promise.
Largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025.
Americans are eagerly awaiting plans for Trump's mass deportation to take effect. But what would that look like as defiant Democrats stand in his way? That's next.
Your presence surrounds me in every single way. In the beauty of your foes, I see you every day. Magic man, you left this world behind, but in my heart, your memory will forever shine. You were my best friend, my partner in every way. Forever in my heart, you'll never fade away. My precious magic could. Forever I love you till we meet again. My
Are you
precious
worried that
magic
using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? We can help. So, we've started your own company that feel unsafe using your home address for business. Not only does every customer vendor see where you live, but you can be at risk for identity theft, property damage, and much more. With iPostal1, you can get a real physical street address to use for your business, so your personal address stays protected. Choose an address from any of the thousands in our network where you can receive mail and packages from any carrier. Easily view and manage your mail and packages with our app or online. Forward, scan mail content, pick up or discard your mail. You can even use your iPostal1 address with your business registration. Begin protecting your privacy today with a digital mailbox from iPostal1.com.
Don't skip. It's only 10 seconds to help me and my family. It's very easy to help us. Press the forward button and use my force. I just want 2,000 people to use my force to reach the world.
Stop crying, I'm waiting. Dark mistress, how well you wasting your time, hun? I guess so, but at least he's quiet on here. Dark mistress, for a while. Thunder wolf, he only hits bases that he can win. Where is he from? Some say he's the king. Stop crying, it's just a game. Battle pirates rise the same. Frustrations rise, but we remain. Stop crying, play on, no shame. Cause that's the only thing he can have, but he can't do that. Ain't no woman gonna do him. Sperm donor only, but maybe not that either. And not a good quality one either. You mean dumpster, not donor? Oh well, oh well, oh well. Stop crying, it's just a game. Battle pirates rise the same. Frustrations rise, but we remain. Stop crying, play on, no shame. Stop crying, I'm waiting. Laugh out loud, you're wasting your time, hun. He only hits bases that he can win. I hear you, thunder. But I know that bass since MK and Z work together. You still belong to someone I know. Stop crying, it's just a game. Battle pirates rise the same. Frustrations rise, but we remain. Stop crying, play on, no shame. I think he is. British people have a specific way of talking. My base location 1559-472, not bad. Well, you are near us. Laugh out loud, yeah I am. Originally Greece, I live in the USA though. Stop crying, it's just
Back to the big weekend show. The migrant caravan that's been heading for the U.S. is now breaking up as Trump prepares to launch the largest deportation program we've ever seen on his very first day in office. And here's how it can be done.
You concentrate on the public safety threats and the national security threats first, because they're the worst of the worst. So it's going to be the worst first.
We'll focus on the people who 1.3 million already been in front of a judge and say, no, you're not entitled to stay here, you have to be removed.
And the border crisis hit a breaking point under the Biden-Harris administration. Here on the Big Weekend Show, we've been keeping track of it all.
Illegal crossings are skyrocketing here at the southern border. Border Patrol simply cannot keep up.
It has been a busy holiday weekend out here in the El Paso sector for Border Patrol agents.
A stunning sight in 𝗁𝗂𝘂𝗀𝗂, California, as a long line of migrants from all around the world scales a steep, rocky mountain and crosses illegally. And now Fox News is getting a look at the severe overcrowding taking place inside of Border Patrol facilities in El Paso.
It's chaos in front of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. At least 1,000 migrants have showed up in the city each and every month.
Mass releases are underway, and some migrants are heading to sanctuary cities.
Yeah, Brian, I want to throw up some pretty shocking numbers real quick. The number of non-citizen criminals in the United States as put out by the CBP in the last couple of months. Homicide, 13,099, sexual assault criminals, 15,811, and all crimes, 425,431. Those numbers are staggering, and in my opinion, I think the border crisis is no longer a border state issue. I think, as we saw, it has become a national issue, and I think that is something that helps the red wave that has happened just this last week. You know, President-elect Trump has cited that he's going to use the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, could potentially help try to deport some of these illegal aliens. I foresee legal challenges. I think people are going to try and stop him every step of the way.
Yeah, well, a brief review of history would suggest that his opposition will want to use the courts as much as possible all the time. But I think he has an advantage here. The numbers that he cited, which are shocking, 425,000 criminal illegal migrants in the country. There's probably fewer lawsuits you can bring against that process. They've already been identified as criminals. The pathways through, you saw Tom Homan talking about that. So where do you start? Well, you start there, okay? And then you also, at the same time, do the things that you want to do at the border in terms of remain in Mexico, building the wall. And you start to create a sense in America that this administration is not going to give up on this issue. And what that does for illegal migrants in the country is it faces them with an issue. Do I, myself, consider what's best for me right now and maybe leave the country, or do I want to go up against this and potentially lose all possibility of her coming back here? And I think that's a tough equation for them to think through. I think it could be very effective.
Well, no, and also President Trump is saying he's going to get rid of some of the Biden administration's moves, but at the end of the day, Biden administration removing Trump's immigration policy is what has led us to this influx of illegal migrants. And so when you hear people say, well, it is immoral and inhumane to deport these people, it's actually not so unusual for presidents to try and get the illegal criminals out of our country.
Right, and when we think about the numbers, Barack Obama deported the most illegal aliens in the history of this country, almost 3 million people that he deported. And we know that there's a sincere issue here, as many Americans across the country have said that they would like to see mass deportations, places like Chicago, which saw since the migrants began to come to Chicago, an 11,000% increase in crime in the city of Chicago. Migrant crime specifically is a new category. This is a situation that impacts every American. Like you said, every state is a border state, and they want to see something done about it, and Donald Trump is prime position to do it with a Republican Senate and a House that can actually do something on immigration. So long as we get a really good majority in the House, we will actually be able to change this thing, which is something that hasn't happened in generations.
Well, yeah, promises made.
Yes.
You keep your promises. I need to real quickly, we have to go to this. You know, you hear people, one mother to another, you hear them saying, we don't want to separate families. What's going to happen there? But let's talk about the children that have actually been murdered by some of these illegal immigrants. And I just want to put their names right now. Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungari. There are more. There are so many more.
Yeah, just a quick thought on that. You know, nobody wants to see families separated, of course.
But those women and children that you just mentioned, they are separated from their families forever. And why? Because they were killed by illegal migrants. So that's the kind of family separation that I think we need to stop. And don't talk to me about crying about being separated, your family's being separated. You made the choice to break the law.
Right.
You know, and with that comes responsibility, comes consequences, and that's what we need to be instilling in people. There are consequences of actions. Coming up on the Big Weekend Show. Well, that's how people are starting to brand Democrats, from Senator Bernie Sanders to Hollywood A-lister George Clooney. Why more liberals are distancing themselves and putting the party on blast.
Parents chatter sweetly, finches flutter by. In this lively world, we know God's nearby. With each laugh and whisper, here in the day, Mount Zion's melody guides us on our way. God's not dead, just look at his art. Life all around, he's living in our hearts. God's not dead, he's surely alive. With every heartbeat, I feel him thrive. Judah's a lion, roaring ever bright. In his presence we bask in the light. So open the door, let him come in. With a love like this, we all can begin. God's not dead, just look at his art. Life all around, he's living in our hearts. Judah's a lion, roaring ever bright. In his presence we bask in the light. In his presence we bask in the light. So open the door, let him come in. With a love like this, we all can begin. In the shadows where nightmares dwell, angel-made love casting a spell. With Pennywise and a dance so grim, a dangerous game on a perilous limb. But love turned dark, they started to drown in a twisted world ruled by clowns. Terror unleashed in a fever dream, every scream lost in a silent scream. Caught in the grip of eternal fright, no escape from this endless night. Freddy emerged with claws in hand. Cut off Woody took the stand. A garage door creaked, darkness was near. Jason smiled, amplifying fear. Every monster from Tales of Dread surrounded Angel, sealing his fate ahead. Terror unleashed in a fever dream, every scream lost in a silent scream. Caught in the grip of eternal fright, no escape from this endless night.
We'll rise up and break the chain. Leave Mother Nature alone. Stop your weather manipulation throne. We'll find the truth, we won't be fooled. Leave Mother Nature alone. And UN agreements too. Regulations to protect us and you. Transparency, accountability. We demand the truth now visibly. Mother Nature alone. We'll find the truth, we won't be fooled. Leave Mother Nature alone. We the people united stand for Mother Nature's sacred land. Leave her be, let her heal. Stop weather manipulation. It's real.
Countries that many people have never even heard of. So I just want to tell you, this is a campaign that's been long, hard. I've been on the road or campaigning for 58 straight days. I have to take this day off. And I won't be taking one off. We have 7 days to go. You can be sure I won't be. And do many, many things. I mean, I just want to end by, I've watched their commercials. They're really fraudulent.
No.
They'll say, he doesn't want friends. They'll say, everything exactly.
You behave.
Oh, I want to destroy social security.
I will chase you off again. You keep biting.
I want to save it. And for 4 years, we made it even better. And I didn't raise ages. I didn't do the things that they would do because they're allowing millions of these people to go into social security and they're going to destroy it too. They're going to destroy the whole country because it's not sustainable by any nothing but the ads and the statements that they make are exactly the opposite. They will say that, oh, I'm going to raise taxes. He's going to raise taxes. Just the opposite. I'm going to lower taxes, and I have done that, but I'm going to lower taxes, and she's raising taxes by 30, 40, and 50%. But they'll have a commercial. And I just say this because I hope people understand. These people lie. They lie. They're very disingenuous, and we are going to finish up our campaign. And it's interesting because I haven't taken any time off for a long time. I can tell you who can tell you about that, all the people that follow us, including the people in the campaign, but including Secret Service, who has been working very, very hard. History, frankly, because we want to see our country get better. And that's why we're here, just to do a statement. And it's an honor to have our friends here. In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders. Obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible. Bloodshed, squalor to our cities is common, and they've unleashed a war and chaos all over the world. You take a look, everything's blowing up or getting ready to blow up. respect for our country anymore, no respect for our leadership. No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the President of the United States. You can't have that. You can't have that. So, I'm running on a plan to save America. Save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest, it is. We love it, and we're going to save it. We have no choice. And it's going to be saving it from the incredible destruction that's been caused by crooked Joe Biden and Kamala. And she's responsible because he wasn't responsible, and she never said that. He didn't know too much about what was happening. Maybe that was exposed during the debate. And yet still the way they took that away from him was not right. It wasn't right. It shouldn't have happened that way. They walked in, they said, we're taking it away. They stole the presidency of the United States. You can call it a coup, you can call it whatever, but they stole it. They went in like taking candy from a baby. And can't have that. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction. But really, perhaps more than anything else, it's a campaign of hate. A campaign of absolute hate. And, you know, I said yesterday that she's a vessel. She is a vessel. It's a very big, powerful party with smart people. Pretty smart. But it's vicious. They're vicious, and they're perhaps even trying to destroy our country. Because who would want open borders where millions of people can flow in from prisons and from gangs, the worst gang members anywhere in the world? Who would want this for our country? Who would want all of these transgender operations all over the place, like at will, even if you're in detention, I want a transgender. These are things she used to, who wants to defund the police? She's wanted her whole career to defund the police. It only changed recently. She changed on 15 different items. Fracking. She was against fracking at the highest level. Wouldn't even think of it. Now all of a sudden, oh, I like fracking very much. But they changed after the election in about 2 minutes, and I think Pennsylvania understands that. After 2 assassination attempts in just over 3 months, her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable.
Welcome to FindLaw.com. We are here to simplify legal topics for you. If you've been injured, you might feel like your life is falling apart. That's why here at Find.
You do that, we will obliterate your entire country, and it will stop. But they wouldn't make that statement. They won't make that statement. And essentially, that statement has been made by other presidents, even concerning their opponents, as you know. Today, we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala. A person who's no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. On the contrary, I have to tell you, Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected. She's going out and only criticizing, talking about Hitler, Nazi, because her record's horrible. Her borders are the worst in the history of the world. There's never been a border in the world like this. I always say in third world countries, banana republics, they'd fight them away with sticks and stones if they had to. We let them come in, come on in. Knowing in many cases they're murderers, they're drug lords, they're traitors in so many ways to our country. If they were involved in our country at all, even that, they're coming back in. People that left because they were traitors coming back in. Everybody's coming back in. And it's at a level that we've never seen before. Criminals off the streets. And you know, other countries from where they're coming are now setting records, good records for them, where crime is down 70, 75%. Because they're taking the criminals off the street, they're emptying their jails.
Have you noticed the house yet?
No one. Yet.
Went up a couple.
What is it?
You take a look at Venezuela.
What?
Way,
It should be done if it went up a
Then
couple.
you go to Caracas and you wouldn't recognize it. You can actually walk the streets without being shot or killed or marked. Coming to save city because they're taking all their criminals. Most of them, the rest are coming. They're all coming. They've taken their drug dealers and they've put them into the United States of America.
268? Yeah, but they went up a couple too.
But she continues and she will continue this misery, and her policies have caused such harm and such pain.
Only the Republican went up.
They went up too. They were at 2-4.
What's happened to them, how their lives have been shattered.
Like we're gonna win.
Story of
Maybe.
one mother
Mom.
whose
Unless they pull a rabbit out of the hat.
utterly
What?
destroyed.
Track apple, they're good.
Well, they're just saltines.
And we're talking about thousands of people in very similar situations.
I like Kroger Man better.
Give her a small piece. Small piece. Give her a small piece. You can't have anything better than that. She's salt. Because the salt. Look, you dropped it, honey. I think she wanted it, but you dropped it.
She never made one call.
I can't give you anything more than bigger than that.
2 weeks ago, the Border Patrol endorsed me with the most beautiful endorsement I think I've
Try a little piece. You know, there's a chance you get bit. She actually chewed on a
And
piece,
in
I
all
think.
fairness, they've endorsed me every single year, but they've endorsed me again, and they endorsing me, saying I was the best president we've ever had, and the best president
What?
all on the border.
If the salt thumb's still giving her too much of.
They said that.
That's all you get.
They said that, and this is not easy for them to say. They said that.
That's all you get, because the
she
salt
was
is bad
easily
for
the
you.
worst person
Okay?
to work with them on the border, most intelligent,
Hi.
the least caring. Think of it.
Did you ever home or not like that?
In almost 4 years, it was made to Border Patrol.
It was like looking like.
How we doing? I used to call all the time and say, how we doing, fellas?
Over in that box, there's some almonds.
Aw.
Men and women with Border Patrol.
Look at this boy.
Do their job. She didn't call them once.
Yeah.
She released
Almond?
two men who murdered this woman's very precious daughter. Everything you need to know about
They just do on crackers.
the character of Kamala
He
Harris.
like that.
You'll know from just watching this video. We had it done
Hey,
yesterday.
put on him.
Very quick, very easy to do, but it was very heartbreaking. We showed it in a room full of people, and everybody was just, everybody was crying. Some pretty thick people were crying. Please take a look.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her.
We're best friends.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, but left with no pants. And I know in my heart she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn 𝗔𝗂𝘂 are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration and our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her.
You might want to dump that trash if they're getting into it.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter, she failed Jocelyn, and she was on 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
So I know we talk about inflation and the economy, but to me there's nothing more important than the fabric of our country being destroyed by people placed there, violently placed there as far as I'm concerned, foolishly, stupidly placed there. I think what's happening on the border is the single biggest issue. I'm seeing it more and more when I speak. I see it more. Inflation's terrible. It's hurting our country. It's just decimating our seniors. That's why I talk about Social Security. No tax for our seniors on Social Security because they've been decimated by inflation. But what Kamala did to Jocelyn and the family is the most heartless and cold-blooded betrayal imaginable. Thousands of cases just like that. Thousands. In throwing open the border, think of it, open borders, they come in from parts unknown. People have no idea who they are, where they're from, anything about them. They know nothing. They just walk into our country. And as soon as I heard they were doing that, I said, well, I know these countries. I know every one of the leaders of all these different countries. I said, I know what they're going to do. They're going to open up their jails and just dump them into the United States. And that's what happened. They opened up their jails. And some of the most ruthless killers in the world are now roaming our fields and our streets all over the United States. I knew that was going to happen. And I would do the same thing if I were running one of those many countries that we're talking about. And not just the 3 or 4 that we constantly mention that are near us, all over South America, all over the Middle East, all over Asia, all over Europe, all over Africa. Tremendous numbers of people are coming out of Africa, and they're coming from all over the world. They're dumping them at our border, pushing them across the line, and say, don't ever come back. If you come back, we're going to kill you. And we're stuck with them. But we're not going to be stuck with them for long. So Kamala violated her up.
Order and chaos, speed and passion. In the end, someone will taste defeat. But you can revel in the joy of victory, resistance and suppression. In the clash of blades, savor the rush of combat. Join now. Veteran players will receive, and there are more regular rewards to claim.
I avoid wasting my hard-earned money. That's why I switched everyone to Telomobile. My wife gets unlimited calls. The soon-to-move away gets unlimited data for school projects. The little one gets unlimited texts and some minutes to call a taxi. I'm on my way.
Flexibility, customization, and great value for the money. What more could you wish for?
There's a Tello plan for everyone. Find yours at Tello.com.
gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the policy of our border czar, Kamala, he was released into the United States to kill.
No.
Tammy, please come up and say a few words, please.
No.
I just wanted to say that Homeland Security did not do their job. Health and Human Services did not do their job.
No.
The Biden-Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have done their job and made that one phone call to El Salvador, my daughter would still be alive today. Kayla was a very young lady inside and out. She was independent, learning to become independent. She had 2 jobs. She overcame obstacles dealing with autism and was able to find a job that she loved. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo, and she cared about the homeless. She loved God and she loved going to church. And her life was just ripped from her 3 days after she celebrated her 20th birthday. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Tammy. And we will not forget Kayla. She's very proud of Mom. Kamala's cruel and immoral actions on our border are actually disqualifying, in my opinion. She's unfit. She's an unfit person. And she knows this is going on. She never called anybody, including the 13 soldiers that were so needlessly killed in Afghanistan with that horrible moment in time where our country just lost all respect from the whole world when they saw that. That's one of the reasons that Putin, he would have never done it. Ever he would have done it. That's what he would have never done. He ended his pipeline in Europe, no problem. And what happened? Biden comes in, he proves it right away, but he kills the Keystone Pipeline. Putin never would have done that. And he didn't. Nevertheless, for 4 years, it was never a threat that he was going to do that. But he saw weakness, and I think a lot of it was seen in that horrible period of time. She is also aiding and abetting the cartels, allowing vast quantities of deadly drugs to pour unchecked into our country. And remember this, they now have an app. You call the app and you bring whatever you want, you bring them over, they'll tell you exactly. Can you believe it? They have an app. And they have airplanes, big, beautiful Boeing airplanes flying back and forth over our border. They were saying, where are those kites coming from? Where are they going? They were loaded up with migrants. They're dropping them out in the Midwest. They're dropping all over the place. And I will tell you, if you look at Aurora in Colorado, or in Springfield, in Ohio, they've got 32,000 illegal aliens. They tried to give them legal terminology, but it's not. Illegal aliens, 32,000 into a 50,000 person town, beautiful town, no problems. And now they don't know what to do. And they want to be nice, and the mayor wants to be nice. His big thing is to get interpreters, because they don't speak English. It's really hard to get interpreters. And he's trying to get interpreters, but in the meantime, they're taking up the hospitals. So the people from Springfield would routinely be able to check with the doctor, go to a hospital, they're unable to get in, they're packed. The whole town has changed. This is happening all over our country. Aurora probably is an even worse situation because you're the meanest, worst gang from Venezuela in the world, probably. Maybe it's better or worse than MS-13. And they've literally taken over the town. They're taking over large sections of the town. They've gone into the real estate business, taking over apartment complexes. They took over rental complexes where people are paying them rent. They become the landlords. And they're rough, tough people. They have the latest weapons. They have military quality weapons, and everyone's saying, where did they get them? Gotta get them out of here. We're gonna get them out fast. So today, I'm announcing that for the first time under my administration, I'm seizing the assets of the criminal gangs and cartels those assets to create a compensation fund to provide restitution for the victims of migrant crime. The government will help in the restoration. The government will help in the restitution. Something has to be done. We're going to get it done. Kamala has also caused untold misery through her destruction of our economy. Our economy is not this is like a fake economy. Some of the best people on Wall Street are saying the economy is only good because they think, I don't want to say it, it's just not good for say it. That's the only reason the stock market is up. Scott is regarding something more than disrespected people and he's actually made a very big point. The stock market is only doing well because of the fact that they did nothing to win the election. But Kamala cast the deciding votes that caused the worst inflation in our lifetime. Maybe the worst inflation we've ever had, because I don't think I know for a fact they're not adding all of the numbers that they did. I think it's the worst inflation probably in our lifetime of the country. And it's costing typical American families over $30,000. Nearly half of Americans now say they're broke. Think of that. Half of Americans are saying they're broke.
Ow! Ow!
Two-thirds say they're living
Go!
paycheck.
Damn you! That hurt.
We've never had that to that extent. We've never ever had.
You don't bite me like that again, or I'm putting you back in your cage.
Lying awake at night.
Damn, that hurt.
Out there, pay their bills because Kamala wrecked their family finances, and she's done that. She's done nothing good. They have done nothing good. And I speak of Kamala, but it's partially Joe, but Joe's out of it. You know.
Bite me like that again, you're going in your cage.
Now she wants to raise taxes for the typical family by $3,000 a year. She's going to go out with for the hardworking Americans whose dreams she's killed, and said recently that there is not one thing that she would do differently from Biden. That's only because she choked. I'm sure she could have come up with a couple of things that she really thought about, because there's been so much destruction caused by the Biden administration. One of the things that people don't talk about, and the news never talks about, they don't talk about, as an example, Afghanistan, but this is something that's incredible, because when you think of the numbers, 325,000 children are missing, dead, sex slaves, or slaves. 325,000 children who came in through the open border are now missing. Many of them are dead, and nobody talks about it. I said, this must be a mistake. This can't be possible. When I read it first, I said, this can't be talking about it. Take your largest stadium and fill it up many times. That's what kind of numbers are. Here today is Michael Coffey, a small business owner who runs a drug cleaner and is struggling to get by because of what Kamala has done to his business. They've destroyed small businesses in this country. Michael, please.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for affording me the opportunity. I for joining you here today and sharing my small business story with you folks and the American people. So it's a chain of eco-friendly dry cleaners throughout the Tri-County here in West Palm. And it seems not too long ago, just a few years, the customer and us, the small business owner, we were able to keep up with inflation. There were resources available to us for expansion, or if you had a bad month, or if there was something to continue to support us there. And now, just a few short years later, it seems like all those resources have dried up. The support's no longer there. We had an expansion plan least until we figured it out. And so they were not able to pay their operations, they couldn't keep that going, but they were able to save their business by strategically partnering. And by the end of summer, I think I was contacted by about 12 other local dry cleaners saying, can you guys help us also, because we're going through the same thing. Thank you. And it seems now, so the delta between the reality of what inflation is right now, what we have in front of us, the reality of that, and small business owners' capabilities, that delta is too great. So unless we affect change immediately, I fear that in the next few years, if we don't see that change, we might see another 30% of our industry and others no longer exist. So I just want to say thank you again, Mr. President, for allowing me to share my 𝗄𝗏 dry cleaner story, and thank you.
We really helped a lot of people during the prime time of the China virus, and we helped a lot of people, and we did it in partnership with them. They took over, they just threw money around like it was dirt. And as you know,
Ask Marlene to let you out her milk.
Hurricane Helene just wiped out so much. If you look at the different states, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, it was devastating. And the response was the worst.
Mel,
Since
let Polar out for a little bit.
really, a lot of people think it was much worse than Katrina. Still, they haven't shown up. They're not in North Carolina. People in North Carolina have suffered incredibly, and it's just nobody. FEMA has been a total disaster. We had FEMA that was fantastic when we did this. We had our hurricanes too. We had some bad ones, but we did a great job with it. It's not fair. And then you see that they originally blamed it and then they tried to take it back, but it's a little late. But they said that the money was spent on bringing illegal migrants.
I'm gonna go ahead and walk in.
Here's how I run a multi-six-figure social media management business as a team of one without wasting my precious time chasing invoices, onboarding clients, or doing unnecessary busy work. As a business owner, it's important to lean into your strengths and do the things that only you can do. And my best secret is using HoneyBook for the rest. With HoneyBook, discovery calls are booked on autopilot through lead forms. Client onboarding and offboarding is done effortlessly through automations, and their contract templates help me get paid on time and keep projects in scope. Plus, delivering an exceptional client experience keeps my clients coming back, and HoneyBook helps me do just that. First impressions matter in business. You want to make sure your social media management business looks as polished and professional as you really are, and it's easier than you think. Start a free trial so you can see for yourself.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Well, at iPostal1, we can help with that. You took the leap and started your own company. Great. But you don't want to use your home address to register your business. It's unprofessional and unsafe. But you already know that. At iPostal1, you can get a real physical street address. Choose an address from thousands in our network and immediately upgrade your brand image and protect your privacy. Unlike a P.O. box, you can also use it with your business registration. We receive your mail and packages, and all you have to do is view and manage them with our app or online. It's as easy as that. Upgrade your business image and mail experience today with a digital mailbox from iPostal1.com.
I know, but how much? A double feeding or just a normal feeding?
What they were doing before, except much worse to run than it is right now in the world, even before it started. Kamala never reached out to the family members of the warriors, and she said she was going to. She never called anybody. She pushed
Well, I may have to do it on a day Marlene is off.
The story isn't unique.
We have to do it on a day Marlene's off, where she can have gas to do it, get herself gas to come back. Let's go give Lily some gas this month. Okay, probably do it on Wednesday, and then stop by the SRS income place so I get a copy of my income.
President Trump demonstrates peace through strength. I know what he told Taliban when he was negotiating with them. He was, I made it a business to know. And what he said to them when he was negotiating with the Taliban, he said, I will kill you if you harm
just
one
keep Marlene
pair.
going that Wednesday, Mel, okay? Since you probably have other things you gotta do. Well, yes, you do. You have church Bible study that evening, and I don't know what time we're gonna get back.
President Trump shows up, he reaches out, and he can fix our country, and we can all heal together.
First of all, when they left, the soldiers should have been there. They shouldn't have been home watching, except for a small group. And they then got killed. Large numbers, nobody ever mentions the arms, the legs, the missing gun, the face, just a obliterated. Nobody talks about that. We talk about that all the time. But I want to thank Christy and Gary and Nicole's memory in our hearts forever. The full consequences of Kamala's 4-year reign are almost too terrible to discuss or contemplate. We're coming to the end of a great campaign. I think we've had a great campaign. We've really not been provided the kind of protection that I needed as president. So we have to do it anymore. Secret Service would ask for additional people all the time to do return, and they were constantly asking for additional people. And I found Secret Service to be very brave. When I was there and it went down, they were right on time to me within seconds. You know, those bullets were flying over my head. I heard them. And these guys were right. I don't know how they did it. They were right there and checking the video. One thing we would say, the video's there for people to see, but they were never given the kind of help that they requested because our rallies were massively large. We needed it. They were always fighting for more people, and it was never given to them. Now is being given. They have what they need, and there was a constant fight. They'd come to me and they'd say, you guys don't want to give this to people. And yet Biden was covered with having 2 people. But Kamala is grossly incompetent, a total train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. She's destroyed everything. She left 21 million aliens for a first country, and then she maybe in a short while has to go home to get herself a job somewhere else. But think about it, and she can look at the carnage, and she can look at all the people that have been killed. And you haven't seen anything yet because they just started, they're just getting comfortable in our country. These are very tough people. These criminals make our criminals look like nice people. And she left the more than 13,000 convicted illegal aliens. Nobody would let these people in jail. And remember, they came out of the worst prisons in the world. The meanest, nastiest prisons in the world.
I probably will need you to take me to, Abilene on Monday though, Melanie. I need to go get that prescription. Stop by the bank.
As a gunner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got their concealed carry map. It is so easy to see where I can conceal carry. Life-saving guides, ebooks, and checklists, online courses with self-defense and firearm training. And in addition to all of that education and training, I also get self-defense liability insurance. I'm part of the USCCA if I'm ever involved in a self-defense incident. Go start your membership today at uscca.com.
This is why you should be playing Albion Online Part 1. By far the most unique aspect of this MMORPG is that there are no classes. This allows you to customize everything you want about your character, from your weapons to armor, skills, even your appearance, without being limited by having to choose something like a warrior, where you can only wear plate armor, or a mage, where you can only cast magic. Any character can have any build, and you can switch it up anytime you want. And in open world sandbox games, more freedom is always better. Also, there is endless content to enjoy in the vast world of Albion. From venturing into deep forests and snowy mountains to gather materials, to discovering new towns where you can craft powerful weapons and armor, and embarking on epic quests in the dark and mysterious dungeons, to slay evil bosses and recover their shiny loot. But if you're not one who likes to venture solo, don't worry. You can join a guild or start your own, claim territories and build hideouts with your buddies. And for the brave, you can even dive into hardcore full loot PvP. This is one of the best MMORPGs I've played in a long time. So download Albion Online to see where your adventure leads.
We can't have it happen. We're going to make this country strong again. We're going to make it great again. We're going to be respected again. Her message has been a message of hate and division. And my message is about saving our economy, securing our border, bringing together the greatest and broadest coalition in American history. There's never been a coalition like this. Everybody's included. And on issue after issue, she broke it. We broke it together. But for purposes of this election, she broke it. Can't let her go. And I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it very fast. You know, the illegal, thank you very much. Thank you. On the illegal immigrants that will be taken out of the country, as you know, we're going to be taking them out, and if they come back, we have laws that will be immediately enacted where they serve 10 years in prison, they won't come back, and if that's not long enough, we'll have to do something else. We don't want them back, they're not going to come back. And as you know, we're asking for the death penalty for any migrant who comes into our country and kills an American citizen or a police or law enforcement person. We have to protect our police. Our police are unperceived also. Numbers that nobody thought were possible. The worst they've ever seen. It's very hard to recruit. And really for not just the danger, it's hard to recruit because they don't have the spirit anymore for our country because they're being led with people that are spiritless. They really are spiritless. They can't instill spirit. But so that's any citizen that gets killed is the death penalty, and that includes police or law enforcement officers. But we're going to revive our economy. We're going to use a system of very fair, very reasonable tariffs. As I said, so powerful. We never used it. I used it. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other president's got.
All right, I had to go poop. I'm good with that.
So there's many other countries. The European Union is taking advantage of us. They don't take our product, and yet we take their product. Once we take their farming product, we take their cars left and right, right? BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen. Millions and millions, they don't take our cars. I said to Angela Merkel at the time, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin? Why? I don't believe how many. I said, you're right about that. I don't know if they're going to change it. But they don't take our product. We have a deficit with them of over $300 billion. Think of that. And people think of them as countries that are very tough and very fair. And then look, they're united in order to take advantage of the United States. That's why they united as one coalition. And that was meant to take advantage of the United States. So we had to take advantage of it. And we're going to take it back. We're going to take it all back. Those countries, many of those companies will be coming back. They'll be coming back because when they're told that they're going to have to pay a 25% tariff, 50%, 50%. We saved our steel industry when I imposed large tariffs on China steel coming always in our own security. We need steel. If we go to war, we're not going to go to war. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever go to war, you better hope that we have a steel industry. For those beautiful tanks and everything else that we need to make won't be made. The planes, the tanks, the whole thing. And I saved it by imposing tariffs. They were dumping it. I think they were dumping it in order to destroy every steel plant would have been closed if I didn't do what I did. And we happen to be taking in, billions of dollars. In fact, it's so good that Biden has been trying his best to end it, but he's unable to do it. Too much money. It's been too much money to manage. But I would have had it a lot different. And we'll get along with China. We'll get along with Russia. We'll get along with everybody. We had the fake Russia hoaxes took 2 years. And then they came out with a report that it had everything that came wrong. That was a stacked debt to the people doing it. They couldn't say there was nothing. They checked millions of phone calls, not one call made to Russia, not one call. It was a terrible thing they did to their country. And actually put us in a lot of danger, to be honest with you. I didn't have somewhat of a relationship with Russia, and Putin and all had to have. By the way, getting along with President Xi and Putin and Kim Jong-un, if you remember when I met with Obama, that was very nasty to me. That's not nice. She's very nasty. She said nasty things. I was always very respectful of her, but she got up there, which shows you how nervous they are about what's happening. She was nasty 2 days ago.
𝗁𝗂𝗀𝗶 presents the 𝘄𝗵𝘁.
Howdy! What can I do you for? I think I might want to try coding. Well, our boot camp guarantees you'll be a tech whiz in no time flat. Just need your John handgun. Gosh, that's swell!
Of course, there is a small fee.
What? I can't afford that.
Will there be cash or charge?
Save yourself from costly boot camp fees. Join 𝗁𝗂𝗀𝗶 for just $1 a day.
Jumpstart your season of wellness with $150 off your first 3 months of GLP-1 weight loss. Better prices, better care. That's the I-Beam difference. Programs start at just $125 a month. Ready for results that last? Book your free consult today.
Opposed to sadists. We had sadists. We had sick people. We had sadists in there that really harmed our great people. We had to get rid of them. We got them out, and we replaced them with people that can love and tell you, this is a campaign that's been long, hard. I've been on the road for campaigning for 58 straight days. And I won't be taking one off. We have 7 days to go. You can be sure I won't be. And do many, many things. I mean, I just want to end by, I watch their commercials, and they're really funny. They'll say, he doesn't want fire, they'll say, everything exactly the opposite. Oh, I want to destroy Social Security. No, they're going to destroy. I'm the one that saved it, and for 4 years we made it even better. I'm the one, and I didn't raise ages, I didn't do the things that they would do, because they're allowing millions of these people to go into Social Security, Medicare, and destroy the whole country. Because it's not sustainable by any country. But the ads and the statements that they make are exactly the opposite. They will say that, oh, I'm going to raise taxes. He's going to raise taxes. Just the opposite. I'm going to lower taxes, and I have done that, but I'm going to lower taxes, and she's raising taxes by 30, 40, and 50%. But they're not the election. And I just say this because I hope people understand. These people are very disingenuous, and we are going to finish up our campaign. And it's interesting because I haven't taken any time off for a long time. I tell you, I can tell you about that, all the people that follow us, including the people in the campaign, but including Secret Service, who has been working very, very hard. Very well, we're leading, I believe, in all 7 swing states. So, appreciate everybody's work, and the spirit is unbelievable. I don't think there's ever been anything like it in our country's history, frankly, because we want to see our country get better. And that's why we're here, just to do a statement. In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, runaway inflation has caused problems, the likes of which bloodshed, slaughter to our cities is common, and they've unleashed a war and chaos.
Want to know the secret to organizing your business? HoneyBook. HoneyBook makes proposals, contracts, and payments easy for me, and even easier for my clients. Having everything in one place is key, so I can focus on doing my best work. More efficient, more organized, more time, more money. That's HoneyBook. It's all about making business flow my way.
Mobile has saved me lots of hard-earned money. Everyone gets a dedicated plan, and I can switch it anytime.
Flexibility, customization, and great value for the money.
There's a Tello plan for everyone. Find yours at Tello.com.
And yet still the way they took that away from him was not right. It shouldn't have happened that way. They walked in, they said, we're taking it away. They stole the presidency of the United States. You can call it a coup, you can call it whatever, but they stole it. They went in like taking candy from a baby. And can't have that. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction. But really, perhaps more than anything else, it's a campaign of hate, campaign of absolute hate. And, you know, I said yesterday that she's a vessel, she is a vessel. It's a very big, powerful party with smart people, very smart. But it's vicious, they're vicious, and they're perhaps even trying to destroy our country. Because who would want open borders where millions of people can flow in from prisons and from gangs, the worst gang members anywhere in the world? Who would want this for our country? Who would want all of these transgender operations all over the place, like at will, even if you're in detention or when you're transgender? These are things she stood for. Who wants to defund the police? She's wanted her whole career to defund the police. She only changed recently. She changed on 15 different items. Fracking. She was against fracking at the highest level. Wouldn't even think of it. Now all of a sudden, oh, I like fracking very much. But they change after the election in about 2 minutes, and I think Pennsylvania understands that after 2 assassination attempts in just over 3 months, her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. And I can say that if I were president and somebody was being threatened, openly threatened, like they threatened me, I would say, you do that, even if this was an opponent who I dislike. If you do that, we will obliterate your entire country, and it will stop. But they wouldn't make that statement. They won't make that statement. And essentially that statement has been made by other presidents, even concerning their opponents, as you know. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. On the contrary, I have to tell you, Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected. She's going out and only criticizing, talking about Hitler, Nazi, because her record's horrible. Her borders are the worst in the history of the world. There's never been a border in the world like this. I always say in third world countries, banana republics, they fight them away with sticks and stones if they had to. We let them come in, come on in. Knowing in many cases they're murderers, they're drug lords, they're traitors, in so many ways to our country. If they were involved in our country at all, even then, they're coming back in. People that left because they were traitors, coming back in. Everybody's coming back in. And it's at a level that we've never seen before. Criminals off the streets. And you know, other countries from where they're coming are now setting records, good records for them, where crime is down 70, 75%, because they're taking the criminals off the street, they're emptying their jails into our country. And they're not finished yet. I'm amazed. I thought they would have done it by now, but you take a look at Venezuela, their crime is way, way, way down. And you go to Caracas and you wouldn't recognize it. You can actually walk the streets without being shot or killed or mugged. It's becoming a safe city because they're taking all their criminals. Most of them, the rest are coming. They're all coming. They've taken their drug dealers and they've put them into the United States of America. Thank you very much, Kamala. Appreciate it. But she continues and she will continue this misery, and her policies have caused such harm and such pain. The 3 great people up here with me are going to just discuss that for a little while about what's happened to them, how their lives have been shattered. I'd like to begin with the story of one mother whose life Kamala has utterly destroyed this life. And we're talking about thousands of people in very similar situations. Every day under Kamala, open border policies. And if you remember, Joe Biden appointed her as the border czar. She doesn't want to use that term. Let's say we'll just use a different term. She was responsible for the borders. Totally responsible. She never made one call to Border Patrol. 2 weeks ago, the Border Patrol endorsed me with the most beautiful endorsement I think I've ever gotten. And in all fairness, they've endorsed me every single year, but they've endorsed me again, and they endorsing me, saying I was the best president we've ever had, the best president by far on the border. They said that, and this is not easy for them to say, they said that she was easily the worst person ever to work with them on the border, most incompetent. Scary. Think of it. Not one call in almost 4 years was made to Border Patrol. Like, how we doing? I used to call all the time and say, how we doing, fellas? How's it going? Is it going well? And they're great people.
The American flag is a symbol of what America stands for. The opportunity, freedom, even greater respect, because the flag is issued to those that have honorably served their country and served America.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu fizzy chews. Chew, fizz. Feel better fast. No water needed. New Alka-Seltzer Plus fizzy chews.
Very easy to do, but it was very heartbreaking. We showed it in a room full of people, and everybody was crying. So pretty tough people would cry. Please take a look.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her. I woke up to notice she wasn't in bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, but left with no pants. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with 2 men. We're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended and released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. Men accused of killing 𝗔𝗜 are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration and our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her. My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter, she failed Jocelyn. She was on 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
So I know we talk about inflation and the economy, but to me, there's nothing more important than the fabric of our country being destroyed by people placed there, violently placed there, as far as I'm concerned, foolishly, stupidly placed there. I think what's happening on the border is the single biggest issue. I'm seeing it more and more when I speak. I see it more. Inflation's terrible. It's hurting our country. It's just decimating our seniors. That's why I talk about Social Security. No tax for our seniors on Social Security because they've been decimated by inflation. But what Kamala did to Jocelyn and the family is the most heartless and cold-blooded betrayal imaginable. Thousands of cases just like that. Thousands. In growing open border, think of it, open borders, they come in from parts unknown. People have no idea who they are, where they're from, anything about them. They know nothing. They just walk into our country. And as soon as I heard they were doing that, I said, well, I know these countries, I know every one of the leaders of all these different countries are very smart, they're very sharp, they're very streetwise. I said, I know what they're going to do. They're going to open up their jails and just dump them into the United States. And that's what happened. They opened up their jails. And some of the most ruthless killers in the world are now roaming our fields and our streets all over the United States. I knew that was going to happen. And I would do the same thing if I were running one of those many countries that we're talking about. And not just the 3 or 4 that we constantly mention that are near us, all over South America, all over the Middle East, all over Asia, all over Europe, all over Africa. Tremendous numbers of people are coming out of Africa, and they're coming from all over the world. They're dumping them at our border, pushing them across the line, and say, don't ever come back. If you come back, we're going to kill you. And we're stuck with them. But we're not going to be stuck with them for long. So Kamala violated her oath. She desecrated our laws, and she got innocent girls like Jocelyn tortured, killed. Anyone who knowingly sets loose these monsters into our country has absolutely no right to be running for office, let alone the office of president. No right. So here today is another great person, American mom, Tammy Knowles. 2 years ago, Tammy's 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, who had an autism diagnosis, was found raped, tied up and strangled to death. In her home. Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member, among the most vicious gangs anywhere in the world. I took him out.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can help. So, you've started your own company, but feel unsafe using your home address for business use. Not only does every customer and vendor see where you live, creepy, but you could be at risk for identity theft, property damage, and much more. With iPostal One, you can get a real physical street address to use for your business, so your personal address stays protected. Choose an address from any of the thousands in our network where you can receive mail and packages from any carrier. Easily view and manage your mail and packages with our app or online. Forward, scan mail content, pick up or discard your mail. You can even use your iPostal One address with your business registration. Begin protecting your privacy today with a digital mailbox from iPostal1.com.
No more counting calories or tracking points. iVeeam's custom GLP-1 weight loss programs now start at just $125 a month. That's $150 off your first 3 months. Ready for weight loss without the math? Book your free consult today.
And she cared about the homeless. She loved God and she loved going to church. And her life was just ripped for her 3 days after she celebrated her 20th birthday. Thank you for having
we will not forget Nancy's word for us long. Kamala's cruel and immoral actions on our border are actually disqualifying, in my opinion. She's unfit. She's an unfit person. And she knows this is going on. She never called anybody, including the 13 soldiers that were so needlessly killed in Afghanistan with that horrible moment in time where our country was, this was all respect from the whole world when they saw it. It's one of the reasons that Putin, when he would have never done it, ever he wouldn't have done it. I will bless him, he would have never done it. I ended his pipeline in Europe, no problem. And what happened? Biden comes in, he proves it right away, but he kills the Keystone pipeline. Putin never would have come in. And he didn't, by the way, for 4 years. It was never a threat that he was going to do that. But he saw weakness, and I think a lot of it was seen in that horrible period of time. She is also aiding and abetting the cartels, allowing vast quantities of deadly drugs to pour unchecked into our country. And remember this, they now have an app. You call the app and you bring whatever you want, you bring them over, they'll tell you exactly. Can you believe it? They have an app. And they have airplanes, big, beautiful Boeing airplanes flying back and forth over our border. They were saying, where are those planes coming from? Where are they going? They were loaded up with migrants. They're dropping them out in the Midwest. They're dropping them all over the place. And I will tell you, if you look at Aurora in Colorado or in Springfield in Ohio, they dropped 32,000 illegal aliens. They tried to give them legal terminology, but it's not. Illegal aliens, 32,000 into a 50,000 person town, beautiful town, no problems. And now they don't know what to do. And they want to be nice, and the mayor wants to be nice. His big thing is to get interpreters, because they don't speak English. It's very hard to get interpreters. And he's trying to get interpreters, but in the meantime, they're taking up the hospitals. So the people from Springfield would routinely be able to check with a doctor, go to a hospital, they're unable to get in, they're packed. The whole town has changed, and this is happening all over our country. Aurora probably is an even worse situation, because you have the meanest, worst gang from Venezuela in the world, probably, maybe as bad or worse than MS-13. And they've literally taken over the town. They've taken over large sections of the town. They've gone into the real estate business, taking over apartment complex. They took over a number of complexes where people are paying them rent. They become the landlord, isn't it nice? And they're rough, tough people. They have the latest weapons. They have military quality weapons, and everyone says they can get them. Gotta get them out of here. We're gonna get them out fast. So today, I'm announcing that for the first time under my administration, we're seizing the assets of the criminal gangs and drug cartels. And we will use those assets to create a compensation fund to provide restitution for the victims of migrant crime, and the government will help in the restoration. The government will help in the restitution. Something has to be done. We're going to get it. Kamala has also caused untold misery through her destruction of our economy. Our economy is not, this is like a fake economy. Some of the best people on Wall Street are saying the economy is only good because they think, I don't want to say this because it's other people who say it. It's not we saying it. People think companies going to get elected. That's the only reason our economy is up. That's the only reason the stock market is up. Scott is here, I think, that's the he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street. He's actually made a very big point that the stock market is only doing well because of the fact that they think Trump is going to win the election. So, we'll see. But Kamala cast the deciding votes that caused the worst inflation in our lifetime. Maybe the worst inflation we've ever had, because I don't think they're, I mean, we know for a fact they're not adding all of the numbers that they did. I think it's the worst 2/3 say they're living from paycheck to paycheck, and that's a record. We've never had that to that extent. We've never ever had that. Millions of Americans are lying awake at night, worried about how they'll pay their bills because Kamala wrecked their family finances, and she's done nothing good. They have done nothing good. And I speak for Kamala, but it's partially Joe, but Joe's acting.
Here's how I run a multi-six-figure social media management business as a team of one without wasting my precious time chasing invoices, onboarding clients, or doing unnecessary busy work. As a business owner, it's important to lean into your strengths and do the things that only you can do. And my best secret is using HoneyBook for the rest. With HoneyBook, discovery calls are booked on autopilot through lead forms. Client onboarding and offboarding is done effortlessly through automations, and their contract templates help me get paid on time and keep projects in scope. Plus, delivering an exceptional client experience keeps my clients coming back, and HoneyBook helps me do just that. First impressions matter in business. You want to make sure your social media management business looks as polished and professional as you really are, and it's easier than you think. Start a free trial so you can see for yourself.
I avoid wasting my hard-earned money. That's why I switched everyone to 𝘁𝗵𝘁𝗁. My wife gets unlimited calls. The soon-to-move-away gets unlimited data for school projects. The little one gets unlimited texts and some minutes to call a taxi.
I'm on my way. Flexibility, customization, and great value for the money. What more could you wish for?
There's a 𝘁𝗁 plan for everyone. Find yours at 𝘁𝗁.com.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for bringing the opportunity. I honor joining you here today and sharing my small business story with you folks here. So it's a chain of eco-friendly dry cleaners throughout the Tri-County here in Portland. And it seems not too long ago, just a few years, the customer and us, the small business owner, we were able to keep up with inflation. There were resources available to us for expansion, or if you had a bad month, you know, something you need to get up for. It seemed like the support was there. And now, just a few short years later, it seems like all of those resources have dried up. Support's no longer there. We had an expansion plan about 6 years ago that we had to pause because we have to wait for our customers now to catch up with the inflation, the supply chain issues still, because we as a small business, we can't double our price points, although the cost of doing business now is 2, 3, or 4 times what it was just a few years ago. So we've had to get creative. Our industry, probably 30% in the dry cleaning industry, never survived COVID. And just recently this summer, I was contacted, my wife and I, by another local dry cleaner here in West Palm. They were asking me advice. So husband and wife been there for about 35 years. Their lease was up, and the landlord was doubling their rent, which would have meant that that's what they've been paying themselves for probably the better part of 20 years. So they had to make a decision: do they hand the keys back, or do we get creative, work together, pool resources? And so what we did was we figured out the right price point for them. We did their cleaning for them, at least until we figured it out. And so they were not able to pay their operations. They couldn't keep that going, but they were able to save their business by strategically partnering. And by the end of summer, I think I was contacted by about 12 other local dry cleaners saying, can you guys help us also, because we're going through the same thing. Thank you. And it seems now, so the delta between the reality of what inflation is right now, and we have in front of us, the reality of that, and small business owners' capabilities, that delta is too great. So unless we affect change immediately, I fear that in the next few years, if we don't see that change, we might see another 30% of our industry and others no longer exist. So I just want to say thank you again, Mr. President, for allowing me to share my Go Green Dry Cleaner story. And Thank you.
Thank you. You really helped a lot of people during the prime time of the China virus. And we helped a lot of people, and we did it intelligently. And they took over, they just threw money around like it was dirt. And as you know, the recent monster hurricane, Helene, just wiped out so much. If you look at the different states, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, it was devastating. And the response was the worst since Katrina. But really, a lot of people think it was much worse than Katrina. Still, they haven't shot. They're not in North Carolina. People of North Carolina have suffered incredibly, and there's just nobody to help them. FEMA has been a total disaster. We had FEMA that was fantastic when we did this. And we had our hurricanes too. We had some bad ones, but we did a great job with it. It's not there. And then you see that they originally blamed them and they tried to take it back, but it was a little late. But they said that the money was spent on bringing illegal migrants into our country. It spent close to $1 billion. And these were funds, that were spent. And you have to say, when I was in North Carolina recently, and I looked at devastation, it was just unbelievable. There was nobody there from the federal government. The local people have done incredible things. Franklin Graham has done incredible things. He's amazing. But there was nobody there. So we're pleased also to be joined by 𝘁𝗵𝘁. Person I know, and I've gotten to know over the last year or so, the mother-in-law of fallen Marine Corps Sergeant 𝗁𝗂𝗁. Nicole made the ultimate sacrifice during the disasters withdrawal. Not that we were withdrawn. I was going to say we were withdrawn. Dignity and strength and power, and we were going to keep Bagram, the big air base, because of the fact that it was so close to the China next stage of the war. 1 hour away. We should have kept it. And we didn't do that. But the way they went through, they took the soldiers out first, and they take the soldiers out last. I went 18 months without one soldier. I spoke to Abdul, the leader of the Taliban. We went 18 months without one soldier even being shot at. No soldier.
Get ready for the ultimate movie night because Matt Walsh's Am I Racist is officially on Daily Wire Plus. And if you've not seen it already, this is the perfect opportunity. Am I Racist had an incredibly successful run at movie theaters. You will laugh, you will cringe, you will cry at the state of our culture and our society, but don't worry, Matt Walsh leaves you with some really important hope at the end. So make sure to grab your friends and family, grab some popcorn, log on to Daily Wire Plus, and watch this absolutely hysterical movie. You do not want to miss it.
Status. With Biden, when Biden made a decision, she said she was there. Oh, she was there. But the Afghanistan decision was a disaster in so many different ways. And now you take a look at it, they're right back to what they were doing before, except much worse to women. They're worse to women right now than they were even before it started. Kamala never reached out to the family members of the warriors. And she said she was going to, but she never did. She never called anybody. And 𝘁𝗵𝘁, I'd like you to come up and say a few words, please.
I'm telling you, if you harm one hair on one head. President Trump shows up, he reaches out, and he can fix our country, and we can all heal together.
But I want to thank Kirsty and Carrie and Nicole's memory in our hearts forever. The full consequences of Kamala's 4-year reign are almost too terrible to discuss or contemplate. We're coming to the end of a great campaign. I think we've had a great campaign. We've really not been provided the climate protection that I needed as president. So we have to do it anyway. Secret Service would ask for additional people oftentimes to protect that. They were constantly asking for additional people. And I found Secret Service to be very brave. When I was hit and went down, they were right on top of me within seconds. I tell you what, those bullets were flying right over my head. I heard them. And these guys were right. I don't know how they didn't get hit, actually. They were right there to take the video. One thing we would say, the video is there for people to see, but they were never given the kind of help that they requested because our rallies were massively large and needed. They were always fighting for more people, and it was never given to them. Now they're being given what they need, but there was a constant fight. They come to me and say, you guys don't want to give us the peace. And yet body was covered and they'd have like 2 people show up. But Kamala is grossly incompetent, a total train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. She's destroyed everything. She left 21 million aliens pour across our country, and then she maybe in a short while has to go home and get herself a job somewhere. But think about it, and she can look at the carnage, and she can look at all the people that have been killed. And you haven't seen anything yet because they just started. They're just getting comfortable in our country. These are very tough people. These criminals make our criminals look like nice people. And she left the more than 13,000 convicted illegal aliens. Nobody was like these people before. I mean, remember, they came out of the worst prisons in the world, the deepest, nastiest prisons in the world. And when she said that she wouldn't do anything good, does that mean that she wouldn't let 325,000 migrant children probably die, most of them? But at a minimum, they're slaves or they're sex slaves. And they're all over the country. Does that mean that she wouldn't change that? Does that mean that she wouldn't change something that led to so much death and destruction and even financial destruction? You can end up with a destruction of these forces. They are the worst combination president, vice president in the history of our country. And I often say Jimmy Carter's a happy man because his administration, by comparison, was totally different. After Kamala endorsed defunding
DingDingDing.com. Play over 1,000 free-to-play casino games, from original games to top provider games. All games are free. Enjoy the best live dealer games, jackpot games, table games, scratch games, slingo games, crash games, arcade games,
message has been a message of hate and division, and my message is about saving our economy, securing our border, bringing together the greatest and broadest coalition in American history. There's never been a coalition like this. Everybody's in it. And on issue after issue, she broke it. She broke it again. But for purposes of this election, she broke it. Can't let her go. And I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it very fast. And on the illegal, thank you very much. Thank you very much. On the illegal immigrants that will be taken out of the country, as you know, we're going to be taking them out, and if they come back, we have laws that will be immediately enacted where they serve 10 years in prison, they won't come back, and if that's not long enough for them to do something else. We don't want them back, they're not going to come back. And as you know, we're asking for the death penalty for any migrant who comes into our country and kills an American citizen or a police or law enforcement person. We have to protect our police. Our police are under siege also at numbers that nobody thought would possible. The worst they've ever seen. Very hard to recruit. And really for not just the danger, it's hard to recruit because they don't have the spirit anymore for our country because they're being led with people that are spiritless. They really are spiritless. They can't instill spirit. But so that's any citizen they get killed, it's the death penalty, and that includes police or law enforcement officers. But we're going to revive our economy. We're going to use a system of very fair, very reasonable tariffs. As I said, so powerful. We never used it. I used it. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And no other president's gotten 10 cents from China. China had free ride, and so did many other countries. European Union just taking advantage of us. They don't take our products, and yet we take their products all over the place. We take their farming product, we take their cars left and right. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen. Millions and millions, they don't take our bills. You said to Angela Merkel at the time, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin? Why? I don't believe you have any. I said, you're right about that, Angela. We're going to change it. But they don't take our product. We have a deficit with them of over $300 billion. Think of that. And people think of them spending it very tough, very fair. And look, they united in order to take advantage of the United States. That's why they united. That's why they formed the coalition. And that was done to take advantage of the United States. So we had to take advantage of them. We're going to take it back. We're going to take it all back. Those countries, many of those companies will be coming back. They'll be coming back because when they're told that they're going to have to pay a 25% tariff, 50%, 100%. We saved our steel industry when I imposed large tariffs on China steel coming in. They were dumping steel here. Millions and millions and millions of yards of steel like nobody's ever seen. Our steel businesses are going out of business. We can't lose our steel industry. If for no other reason, our own security is we need steel. If we go to war, we're not going to go to war. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever go to war, we better hope that we have a steel industry. Those beautiful tanks and everything else that we need to make will be made. The planes, the tanks, the whole thing. And I saved it by imposing tariffs. They were dumping it. I think they were dumping it in order to destroy every steel plant would have been closed if I didn't do what I did. And we happen to be taking in billions of dollars. In fact, it's so good that Biden used to try his best to end it, but he's unable to do it. Too much money. It's too much money in the bank, unfortunately. But I would have had it a lot different. And we'll get along with China. We'll get along with Russia. We'll get along with everybody. We had the fake Russia hoax, which took 2 years. And then they came out with a report that we did absolutely nothing wrong. That was a stacked deck to the people doing it. They couldn't say there was nothing. They checked millions of phone calls, not one call made to Russia, not one call. It was a terrible thing they did to the country. And it actually put us in a lot of danger, to be honest with you. I didn't have somewhat of a relationship with Russia and Putin at all. We had to have was always very respectful of her, but she got up there, which shows you how nervous they are about what's happening. She was nasty 2 days ago. She got up and said some things she shouldn't have said. They were wrong too. But we're going to turn our country around, and we're going to pay a lot of respect to three representatives, because that's what they are. They're representatives of millions of people. The businesses, so many businesses are just dying right now. And millions of people. They're representative of, and our wounded and our hurt soldiers. We have to take care of them. They came back from Afghanistan. Nobody talks about it. They just don't talk about it. But I talk.
Are you using your home address for business, but know it's hurting your brand image? At iPostal One, we can help. Growing your business is tricky, we know, and getting customers to trust you can be challenging, especially if you use your home as your business address. But renting an office space is expensive, and most virtual office addresses cost an arm and a leg. So what are your options? Well, at iPostal One, we've got you covered. You can get a business address at a real physical location, not a P.O. box. Choose from any of the thousands of addresses in our network and immediately upgrade your brand image. We receive your mail and packages, and all you have to do is view and manage your mail with our app or online. It's as easy as that. Upgrade your business image today with a digital mailbox from iPostal1.com.
HoneyBook keeps your proposals, contracts, invoices, and payments all in one place. My name is Laura Gomez, and I've partnered with over 100 brands. So trust me when I'm saying that this tool will save you time. It's called HoneyBook, and whether you're just starting to work with clients or have years of experience, you'll be surprised by everything this tool can do, because it makes managing clients 10 times easier. You spend less time on admin tasks and give your clients a great experience. No more back and forth in emails, no more countless hours spent Googling how to create a contract, and most importantly, no more tracking who's paid and who has. Growing and scaling a business isn't about finding more and more new clients, but rather landing the right clients and in making sure they have the best experience so they keep coming back. Start your free trial today at honeybook.com and grow your dream business.
Fired immediately, but we were unable to get them fired because they were protected by unions and by civil service. Then I had it passed in Congress, which people have also been trying to get, and we were able to fire 9,000 people out of the VA and replace them with people that love our heroes as opposed to sadists. We had sadists. We had sick people. We had sadists in there that really harmed our great people, great veterans. We were able to get rid of them. We got them out, and we replaced them with people that can love and take care of these wonderful people that served us so well. So we did good. We had a 92% approval rating. Nobody's ever been in the 40s and the 30s, and now it's heading back in that direction. I'm afraid. I hear they want to dismantle. And it's almost like you say, why would they do that? And yet they'll spend, you can't save money because they're taking away hundreds of millions of dollars to anybody that needs it, but they won't take care of our veterans. They won't take care of our people. They won't take care of our soldiers. They won't take care of our elderly. They won't take care of anybody, but they give every time certain people come to town, they walk away with $100 million. The countries that many people have never even heard of. So I just want to tell you, this is a campaign that's been long, hard. I've been on the road or campaigning for 58 straight days. I haven't taken a day off. Friday. And I won't be taking one off. We have 7 days to go. You can be sure I won't be. And do many, many things. I just want to end, but I've watched their commercials, and they're really fraudulent. They'll say, he doesn't want to practice what it's told. They'll say, everything exactly the opposite. Oh, I Social Security. No, they're going to destroy it. I'm the one that saved it, and for 4 years we made it even better. I'm the one, and I didn't raise ages, I didn't do the things that they're going to do because they're allowing millions of these people to go into Social Security, Medicare. They're going to destroy it, destroy the whole country because it's not sustainable like any country. But the ads and the statements that they make are exactly the opposite. They will say that, oh, I'm going to raise taxes. He's going to raise taxes. Just the opposite. I'm going to lower taxes, and I have done that, but I'm going to lower taxes, and she's raising taxes by 30, 40, and 50%. But they'll have a commercial. And I just say this because I hope people understand. These people lie. They lie. They're very disingenuous, and we are going to finish up our campaign. And it's interesting because I haven't taken any demo for a long time. I can tell you who can tell you about that, all the people that follow us, including the people in the campaign, but including Secret Service who has been working very, very hard. They're very good. Less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems, the likes of which we never thought possible. Bloodshed, squalor to our cities is common, and they've unleashed war and chaos all over the world. Take a look, everything's blowing up or getting ready to blow up. No respect for our country anymore, no respect for our leadership. No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the President of the United States. You can't have that. You can't have that. So, I'm running on
Jumpstart your season of wellness with $150 off your first 3 months of GLP-1 weight loss. Better prices, better care. That's the 𝗔𝗂 difference. Programs start at just $125 a month. Ready for results that last? Book your free consult today.
Mobile has saved me lots of hard-earned money. Everyone gets a dedicated plan, and I can switch it anytime.
Flexibility, customization, and great value for the money.
There's a Tello plan for everyone. Find yours at Tello.com.
And can't have that. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction. But really, perhaps more than anything else, it's a campaign of hate, campaign of absolute hate. And, you know, I said yesterday that she's a vessel. She is a vessel. It's a very big, powerful party with smart people. Be smart. But it's vicious. They're vicious, and they're perhaps even trying to destroy our country. Because who would want open borders where millions of people can flow in from prisons and from gangs, the worst gang members anywhere in the world? Who would want this for our country? Who would want all of these transgender operations all over the place, like at will, even if you're police. She used to, who wants to defund the police? She's wanted her whole career to defund the police. She only changed recently. She changed on 15 different items. Fracking. She was against fracking at the highest level. Wouldn't even think about it. Now all of a sudden, oh, I like fracking very much. But they change after the election in about 2 minutes, and I think Pennsylvania understands that. After 2 assassination attempts in just over 3 months, her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. And I can say that if I were president and somebody was being threatened, openly threatened like they've threatened me, I would say, you do that, even if this was an opponent who I dislike. If you do that, we will obliterate your entire country, and it would all stop. But they wouldn't make that statement. They won't make that statement. And essentially that statement has been made by other presidents, even concerning their opponents, as you know. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. On the contrary, I have to tell you, Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected. She's going out and only criticizing, talking about Hitler, Nazi, because her record's horrible. Her borders are the worst in the history of the world. There's never been a border in the world like this. I always say in third world countries, banana republics, they'd fight them away with sticks and stones if they had to. We let them come in, come on in. Knowing in many cases they're murderers, they're drug lords, they're traitors in so many ways to our country. If they were involved in our country at all, even that, they're coming back in. People that left because they were traitors, coming back in. Everybody's coming back in. And it's at a level that we've never seen before. Criminals off the streets. And you know, other countries from where they're coming are now setting records, good records for them, where crime is down 70 and 75%, because they're taking the criminals off the street. They're emptying their jails into our country. And they're not finished yet. I'm amazed. I thought they would have done it by now, but if you take a look at Venezuela, their crime is way, way, way down. And you go to Caracas and you wouldn't recognize it. You can actually walk the streets without being shot or killed or mugged. It's becoming a safe city because they're taking all their criminals. Most of them, the rest are coming. They're all coming. They've taken their drug dealers and they've put them into the United States of America. Thank you very much, Kamala. Appreciate it. But she continues and she will continue this misery, and her policies have caused such harm and such pain. And the three great people up here with me are going to just discuss that for a little while about what's happened to them, how their lives have been shattered. I'd like to begin with the story of one mother whose life Kamala has utterly destroyed this life. cybernetic. We shouldn't be worried about how they're stealing in Pennsylvania and how they. We should have fair elections. We should have one-day elections, all paper ballots, voter ID, and we're finished.
So I know you've been up. Your schedule is, and this is not a talking point. Your schedule is beyond belief. And I know you've been working since 6 a.m. this morning. I don't even know what time it is or what time zone we're in. So this is my last question to you. But after almost 10 years of doing this, going around the country speaking to huge audiences, almost a decade, you're 4 days from. That's it. How do you? Are you sad about that? How do you feel?
So, we have these rallies, and it's nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter. Isn't it really nice? And because you can't have successful rallies if you read it all. They were, everybody would pick up on it. We have we're the greatest rallies. Even look at this crowd, although I would assume they're here for Tucker, mostly Tucker. Look at this crowd of people you have here. This is not a normal. This isn't normal.
People too.
No, this isn't a normal situation. I mean, what the hell time is it? And you go back, this is a monster building. I don't know how many people you have here, but you also have a lot of people outside. When we were driving up, there are thousands of people outside here. So, I was making a rap a couple of days ago, and I said something that I've never said. I said, I've been doing this for 9 years and you've been with me. This is the greatest political movement in history, by far. By far. It's MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. When our I'm going to be nice to him. When our president. No, when our slightly off. I mean, look at the way he performed in the debate. They should have never taken it away from him. Look at the way he performed. He was brilliant. Okay. So, but they knew that a long time ago, okay? And she knew that too. And our country's in danger. We're dealing with Kim Jong-un. We're dealing with we're dealing, by the way, with unbelievably smart, talented, vicious people that are at the top of their game. And we're dealing with people that, number one, aren't smart. They never were. They never were. She wasn't. She was a bad student. She couldn't pass her damn law exam. Okay? She wasn't smart, and he was definitely not smart. And we're dealing with other people that are at the absolute top of the pole. And we can't do that. That's a great danger. And people should have let us know. But I was talking, and I said, we've been doing this together for 9 years. We love these people. The people are so great. They were sitting, it was like a sea of red, the red hat. And I said, we've been doing this together for 9 years because, a year before I started, in terms of before we won, almost a year anyway. And I said, you know what? It's sad in a way because there's never been rallies like this. When that sleazebag said during the debate, she said, oh, your rallies aren't well attended and people leave. They don't leave, and they're really well attended. We can't get places big enough. And then I said, no, the rallies are the biggest in history. We never have it, just like this isn't a popular rally. We never had an empty seat and nobody leaves early. And you know what? If I saw people leaving, you know what I'd do? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make America great again. Goodbye, everybody. And everybody would be happy. Nobody would leave. But we don't have to do that. Nobody leaves. It's a love fest. It's never happened before. This has never happened before. He's a big fan of Ronald Reagan, so am I. But if Ronald Reagan, let's say, went to New Mexico like I did today, we probably had 25,000 people standing in an airport early in the morning today. But we have massive crowds. Look, we had 107,000 people in New Jersey. We had 101,000 people in Butler just a few weeks ago, right? We had 114,000 people in California a month ago, right? 114,000. The owner said the person that has the land, the nice guy, he says, you get bigger crowds than these guys that play guitars on, and I don't have a guitar. So this has been a love fest. But I said, and I meant it too, I said, you know, we've done this for 9 years, and it's sad. I never thought of it, actually. It'll never happen. It'll never happen again. It's never going to happen again. In 4 years, somebody's going to be running. Could be JD. It could be this one. By the way, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. But it could be JD, and he'll have competition no matter what. But when you have a rally, they're going to have 250 or 300 people. If Ronald Reagan came back from the dead at the height of Ronald Reagan, if he went to California to have a rally, he'd have 250, 300 people in a ballroom someplace. We have 50, 60, 70, 80, 100,000 people. And in all fairness, I don't know, I have no idea. I've been doing this all day. I have no idea what time it is, but I know it's not exactly prime time for doing this stuff. And you look up into the rafters of this massive building, and there's no empty seat, there's no anything. It's by the way, and for whatever reason, I can't explain the reason, but it'll never happen again. And there'll be somebody running, and it'll be the hot one next year, and it'll come here, and it'll go there, and it'll have 200-300 people. That's what it's going to be. My consultants was telling me that. Said we've consulted for 25 years. If we'd have 300 people, we were thrilled. If we'd have 200 people, we were thrilled. And you have like 30, 40, 50, 60. In South Carolina, we had 88,000 people. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. It's an amazing phenomenon. And I'm not giving myself, it's just, I'm giving you the credit. You're tired of being the stupid country. We've become a stupid country. We're run by stupid people. And you're tired of it. So, I said to myself the other day, Tucker, it's sad. And I was telling the people, because it'll never happen again. This is never going to happen again. I don't care. I just don't believe it. It's never happened in any country. When Biden got up with the red background, the pink background, and he looked like the devil, he looked so stupid, right? And he said, we will stop MAGA. MAGA, we're going to... I said, listen, you stupid bastard. MAGA means, because I think if you asked him what does it mean, he doesn't know. MAGA means make America great again. That's what MAGA means. So, for the first time, I never said it to anybody, I never really thought about it that much, but all of a sudden, it was down to like maybe 10 or 8 or 9 days, a few days ago. I said, you know, in 10 days, this will never happen again, because I'm not running again, and you're going to lose interest. We're going to meet, but we're going to meet on a different basis. We're going to meet on the basis of fixing our country, and we'll meet, but it'll be different than having rallies and having, you know, things where you have elections and all. It's never going to be what we've done together. We got to win, first of all, but we are leading. Just keep the cheating down. The only thing can stop us is the cheating. It's the only thing that can stop us. If we win, it's the biggest event in political history. It's the biggest event in political history. And there's something, and it's going to be the most important. I believe that the next election is the most important election in the history of the country. I really believe that. The one that's coming up in 4 days. But I said to myself, it's sad. I told the people. Some people were in the road, they're crying. They go, we have people that have gone to 202.
discover this hole? Well, the hole has
I
already been there.
dare
We've been out
you
there
to
for a
let me
couple of
build
years
you
now.
a completely free
The hole's been
e-commerce
there
store,
since we've been there.
preloaded
We've been there
with
since
20
the previous owner
handpicked
was
products
there.
that are
Previous
trending all over
owner
the
there
world,
was quite elderly.
basically
He was there for
validated
good 30,
by
40
AI
years before we
from a
moved there.
trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before, because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't.
In 1997, after a conversation with radio host Art Bell on the late-night show Coast to Coast AM. Located in the rugged, isolated Manastash Ridge area of Washington state, this hole captured the imagination of many due to its eerie nature and inexplicable properties. Mel, who claimed ownership of this land, said he purchased the property a few years prior, but the hole had been a fixture long before. Locals in the area treated it like a bottomless garbage dump, tossing all kinds of waste into it, yet it never filled up. Strangely, no matter how much was thrown in, nobody ever heard a sound, a thud, a splash, or any noise signaling that objects had hit the bottom. It was as if the pit swallowed everything into the void. From a distance, Mel's hole looked like a simple, unassuming pit, nothing more than a large opening in the ground. But up close, its oddities became more apparent. Measuring around 9 feet in diameter, the hole's edges were curiously smooth, contrasting the rugged terrain of its surroundings. A stone retaining wall went down about 15 feet, beyond which the hole descended into complete darkness. Mel described the overwhelming feeling of dread that the hole seemed to emanate. Even his dogs refused to go near it, despite being obedient and loyal in every other way. No amount of coaxing would get them to approach the edge. It was as if some unseen force repelled them, and this aversion wasn't limited to just his dogs. Wild animals steered clear too, as if they sensed something unnatural. Perhaps the most unsettling tale linked to Mel's hole involved one of Mel's neighbors and his deceased hunting dog. This neighbor had thrown his dog's body into the pit, only to see the same dog alive in the woods shortly after. The dog had the same collar and looked the same, but it didn't recognize its owner. Despite the neighbor's attempts to call out to it, the dog remained distant, as if it had returned from the dead, but without any memory of its past life. This bizarre story only added to the legend of the hole, leaving people with more questions than answers. All around the world, people are left to wonder and form their own opinions about the truth behind Mel's hole. And Tucker Carlson is just one of them, but more on that later. The experiments and mystery of the hole. Driven by sheer curiosity, Mel embarked on experiments to figure out just how deep the hole went. Using his fishing experience, he devised a plan to lower a line with a roll of lifesaver candies attached to see if it would detect water at the bottom. After letting down 1,000 feet of line, the candies remained dry and intact upon retrieval. This only raised more questions. There was no water, and still no bottom. Undeterred, Mel decided to try a heavier object, a 1-pound lead weight. He continued to spool out his fishing line, all 80,000 feet of it, which is about 15 miles long, and yet he still hadn't found the bottom. To put that into perspective, the deepest cave in the world is only about 7,200 feet, and Mel had surpassed that by more than 10 times without hitting anything. This left him and those who followed the story baffled. As if the depth of the hole were not mysterious enough, there were other peculiarities tied to it. Mel and some locals observed strange phenomena around the pit. Some claim to see a beam of black light shooting out of the hole, a sight that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Even radios near the hole would start playing old broadcasts or music from the past, as if the pit was somehow reaching into different timelines. Others claimed that metals brought near the hole would mysteriously transform into different substances. The story of Mel's Hole took an even stranger turn when, according to Mel, federal agents took over the land. They forced him to lease the property to the government under mysterious circumstances. The official explanation was that the area had been the site of a downed aircraft, but many suspected the government had discovered something far more significant. With the land now under federal control, Mel claimed the payments he received for the lease allowed him to move to Australia, where he relocated. Over the years, the story of Mel's Hole has continued to fascinate and bewilder. The mystery was further deepened by the account of Red Elk, a Native American medicine man who claimed that his father had shown him the hole back in the 1960s, stating that it was bottomless. Red Elk believed the hole held great spiritual significance, something far beyond the physical world. The pit's mysterious depth and animal experiments. However, this was only the beginning of what would turn out to be a series of even more unsettling discoveries around Mel's Hole. After capturing the attention of radio listeners in his first conversation with Art Bell, Mel Waters returned to share more bizarre stories and experiments conducted at the site of the mysterious pit. Each revelation seemed to defy logic and science, further mystifying everyone who followed the tale. One of the ongoing debates was whether the fishing line Mel had used to measure the hole's depth had ever actually hit the bottom. Some callers speculated that the line might have already reached the bottom, but remained taut due to the immense weight pulling it down. Others argued that, given the sheer weight of the 80,000 feet of line, it should have snapped if there was no support. But what made this more intriguing was that there was no sound, no echo, no indication that objects thrown in ever hit anything solid. Art Bell himself had a controversial idea. Why not lower someone into the pit to gather first-hand information? While the suggestion may have sounded like a joke, it pointed to the frustration of everyone following the story. No one knew what lay at the bottom, if there was one, and each new experiment only raised more questions. One of the most unusual experiments involved lowering live animals into the pit. Mel recounted how, during one experiment, he decided to lower a live sheep into the hole. As the sheep descended, its bleating could be heard clearly for several minutes. But then suddenly, the animal fell silent. When the sheep was brought back to the surface, Mel and his team were horrified by what they found. The sheep had been cooked from the inside out. Not only that, but inside its body was a strange living creature with eyes that bore an eerie resemblance to those of a human. The implications of this discovery were both terrifying and mystifying. What could have caused such a transformation within the pit? And what exactly was?
I used to spend dozens of hours every single week proofreading. I was constantly fixing run-on sentences, unclear syntax, and repetitive language by hand until I found Grammarly. Grammarly is the AI writing partner that helps professionals write better, faster. Maybe it's a list of creative ways to decorate your planner, or maybe it's an email delicately explaining to a coworker that you need a few more days to complete a project. Grammarly will create an entire draft for you at the click of a button. Grammarly's AI features can also draft
this creature. Mel didn't stop there. He mentioned that this strange entity had healed him of cancer before leaping back into the dark abyss of the hole. The fact that the hole might possess healing powers only added to its mystery, raising the possibility that it wasn't just a destructive force but also a source of regeneration, a pit that defies nature. Mel decided to drop the bucket thousands of feet into the hole, curious to see what might happen. When it was finally retrieved, the ice was found to be both hot and unmelting. Even stranger, it had turned into a combustible substance. How does ice, the very definition of cold, turn into something flammable? This was just one of many instances where the pit seemed to mock the laws of nature. Then there was the issue of sound, or rather, the lack of it. Normally, when you shout into a deep space, you expect an echo to bounce back, but not at Mel's Hole. No matter how loud you screamed, the sound simply disappeared into the abyss. It was as if the pit was swallowing not just objects, but sound itself. The silence was deafening and unnerving. One of Mel's main concerns was what might happen if a human entered the hole and didn't survive the journey. He had heard unsettling stories about animals that had died near the pit, only to later be seen alive and well, yet somehow different. Do you remember the story about the neighbor and his dead dog from a few minutes ago? While this idea of resurrection fascinated Mel, it also unnerved him. What would happen if a person died inside the pit? Would they come back? Mel also hinted at larger forces at play when he mentioned a strange incident involving fiber optic equipment being delivered to an Ellensburg warehouse, allegedly collected by an Israeli group. He didn't know if this was directly connected to the hole, but it was enough to suggest that whatever was happening there went far beyond the local community. Another truck driver had reported delivering large scientific instruments from the Lawrence Livermore National Lab in San Francisco, which does work for the military, leading to further speculation. Incredibly, the story didn't end there. Mel claimed that this strange creature from the pit cured his cancer before disappearing back into the depths. The healing seemed miraculous, but it only deepened the mystery of what exactly resided within the hole. The very existence of this entity explained why animals instinctively avoided the pit. Birds refused to fly over it, and dogs stayed far away. It was clear that whatever was inside the hole affected the living and the dead. In an odd twist, Art Bell raised the possibility that Mel could make a business out of the hole by allowing the government or companies to use it to dispose of hazardous waste. If the hole truly had no bottom, it could potentially swallow up dangerous materials, radioactive waste, without any repercussions. Although Mel didn't outright dismiss the idea, he was quick to assure listeners that the hole hadn't had any negative effects on the urban environment, even after years of people dumping all sorts of trash into it. The mysterious location of Mel's Hole. When it comes to the location of this bizarre and often debated mystery known as Mel's Hole, there's little more than speculation and vague directions. Over the years, Mel Waters and others who claim to have found the hole have remained tight-lipped about its exact location. All we know for sure is that it supposedly lies somewhere on Banistash Road.
Forced to go rogue, hunted from within. This is Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Available now.
And for the mature.
About 9 to 10 miles southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. But pinpointing its precise whereabouts has proven elusive, adding to the enigma of what might be hidden. One person who became intrigued by the tale of Mel's Hole was Jack Powell, a geologist from Ellensburg. Jack, who had a long career in petroleum exploration and even taught geology at Central Washington University for over a decade, first heard about the mysterious hole while driving home one evening. The source of this strange tale, none other than Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM, a radio show known for its coverage of the paranormal from UFOs to Bigfoot. As Jack listened, his curiosity was piqued. He admitted that he didn't take the show too seriously, viewing it as entertaining rather than factual. But something about Mel's Hole struck a chord with him, perhaps because of his familiarity with the area. Jack had spent his youth exploring the 𝘄𝗵𝘁 Valley, and he recalled an old mine shaft that could have been mistaken for something as fantastical as the bottomless pit Mel Waters described. This old mine, though, was probably only 90 feet deep, or possibly 300 feet back in its heyday. Regardless, Jack doubted it matched the otherworldly depths claimed for Mel's Hole, rumored to be miles deep. The allure of Mel's Hole Hole doesn't end with its uncertain location. The area surrounding Ellensburg is filled with eerie spots that could easily fit into the narrative of something supernatural lurking beneath the earth. For instance, if you're in search of the hole, driving along some of Washington's roads might heighten your sense of mystery. Take SR 900, for example. This road stretches between Renton and Issaquah, and many drivers report feeling uneasy as they navigate. Its dark, winding path. The dense forest that flanks SR 900 gives off an ominous vibe, especially at night when thick fog can settle in, making visibility even worse. There are no streetlights for miles, and the weather often adds to the spooky atmosphere. Some travelers have even reported seeing shadowy figures on the roadside, though whether these are real or figments of tired minds is up for debate. Another road that could give you chills on your search is US 12. This highway cuts through some of the most remote areas of Washington, and driving it at night can leave you with the distinct feeling that you're all alone in the world. The road itself is known for its treacherous curves and steep drops, where one wrong turn could send you tumbling into the abyss. Then there's SR 20, Washington State's longest highway. Stretching over 436 miles, SR 20 connects the west side of the state with its eastern borders, and much of it is shut down every winter due to heavy snowfall. The road's curves and frequent poor weather conditions make it notorious for accidents, with some areas so remote that it's easy to feel as though you've left civilization far behind. If you were to stumble upon something as strange as Mel's Hole, SR 20 is the kind of place where it could happen. And for those with nerves of steel, Harts Pass Road is perhaps the most harrowing of all. Officially designated as NF 5400, this road winds up to Slate Peak Lookout and is infamous for its narrow lanes and terrifying drop-offs. One of its more chilling nicknames is Dead Horse Point, a title that gives you a sense of just how precarious the route is. Squeezing a car or truck through this road feels like flirting with disaster, with high cliff drops making it a white-knuckle ride. If ever there were a place that evoked the danger and mystery of Mel's Hole, it would be this road. A mysterious connection with Native Americans. We mentioned Red Elk a while ago. However, he is not the only Native American who has ties to Mel's Hole. Back in September 2001, after several appearances on Coast to Coast AM, Mel Waters received an invitation from a group of Native Americans in Nevada. They were intrigued by his knowledge of natural medicine, especially the unique plants he grew near the infamous hole in Washington. Eager to learn more about their traditions and share his research, Mel agreed to visit their reservation. Upon arriving, Mel discovered that the visit was about more than just plant medicine. The locals showed deep interest in his experiences with the mysterious hole. After spending a few days exchanging knowledge about natural remedies, they took Mel on a trip to see something extraordinary. What they revealed was shocking: a second mysterious hole, located near a village settled by Basque families. This hole bore a strange resemblance to the one Mel had described in Washington. It was about 9 feet wide, but had a metal collar around it, unlike the stone walls of Mel's original hole. Even more intriguing, this new hole emitted a peculiar warmth, unlike any heat Mel had encountered before. And just like the original hole, the sound seemed to vanish above it, creating an eerie silence that unsettled both people and animals. Mel and the locals decided to perform some of the same experiments he had conducted in Washington. They lowered a bucket of ice into the hole, expecting it to melt as it should. But instead, the ice stayed warm, and when they attempted to melt it over a fire, the ice ignited and burned, producing a flame that gave off heat. This fire ice became a subject of fascination. Mel even shared on the radio how one villager used this burning ice to heat their cabin through the winter. The connection between these Native Americans and Mel's Hole suggests that these strange phenomena weren't isolated. The existence of this second hole led Mel to believe there might be even more out there, waiting to be found. What could these strange holes mean? Could there be a deeper connection between them that we have yet to understand? Mel's return in 2002. No matter how many times Mel Waters tried to distance himself from the mysteries of the hole, something kept pulling him back. Even after being forced to leave Washington and travel to Australia, the enigma of the bottomless pit stayed with him, gnawing at his curiosity. It was as if the hole had a magnetic pull that he couldn't escape, and in December 2002, Mel reappeared on Coast to Coast AM with new, perplexing updates. His return didn't go unnoticed, and it quickly drew attention from authorities once again. The strangest part of his update involved the ever-burning ice. As Mel had described before, this ice didn't behave like any normal substance. It didn't melt, but instead caught fire, emitting heat when exposed to flames. A Basque man who lived near the hole decided to use a small can of this burning ice as a heat source for his wood stove, thinking it would be a great way to stay warm during the cold winter months. What happened next was beyond belief. One day, the man returned to his cabin to find his wood stove had sunk through the floor, crashing a foot into the ground. The burning ice, instead of just providing heat, had somehow altered the structure beneath the stove, weakening it to the point where the entire stove collapsed. Undeterred, the man fixed the stovepipe and continued using it, this time with the stove sitting below ground level. For a while, things seemed fine, but within a couple of weeks, the entire cabin began to disintegrate. The walls turned to dust, and the structure collapsed, forcing the man to move in with his brothers. The incident left the man baffled, and he reached out to Mel to share his bizarre story. Mel, intrigued by the effects of the burning ice, decided to consult one of the mysterious officials he had encountered during his time in Australia. This official, who had shown great interest in Mel's research on the hole, responded with urgency, requesting the exact location of the cabin and directions to the site. With little choice, the cabin owner provided the information and watched from a distance as a team arrived with cranes and heavy machinery. The team's arrival only deepened the mystery. They struggled for hours to lift the wood stove, which had become unnaturally heavy. Chains and cranes couldn't move it until, after much effort, they finally extracted it using water and sheer force. The stove was loaded onto a massive truck, and the team left without offering any explanation. This event only served to heighten Mel's paranoia. He began to feel that he was being watched, followed by unknown figures who were perhaps connected to the authorities or some secret organization. His unease grew, and he started to avoid returning to the hole, fearing that it might be discovered because of his involvement. Mel had always suspected that there was something more to the hole than just a geological oddity, and now it seemed that others were equally, if not more, interested in what lay beneath. The authorities' interest wasn't new. Mel had attracted their attention before, especially after his earlier experiments with the hole in Washington, which had led to strange occurrences, from the revival of dead animals to the eerie silence that enveloped the area. But this time, the involvement of a team with heavy machinery suggested that whatever was happening around the hole was of much greater significance than anyone had initially imagined. Despite his fears, Mel couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to continue his investigation. The pull of the hole was too strong to ignore. The final cover-up. When Mel tried to return the next time, he was met with a far more unsettling reality than he expected. It was his...
Finding a therapist doesn't have to feel overwhelming or impossible. BetterHelp is designed to help you take that first step in minutes. Just fill out a simple questionnaire that can help us match you with a therapist who truly understands your needs. Most people are matched with a therapist within 48 hours of signing up. After that, you'll be ready to schedule your first session. Therapy is super personal, and we understand that it can take a few tries to find a therapist you really connect with. So, if your first match doesn't feel quite right, you can always switch therapists anytime for no extra charge, just to make sure you find the right support. So if you're ready to start your therapy journey, check out BetterHelp.com today.
Having an e-commerce store and a brick and mortar store, keeping track of inventory was a headache. Being able to use Shopify in-store and online, it kind of made that seamless for me. We can actually work on other things, more important things, because Shopify does it all for me.
Last attempt to get to his mysterious hole, but this time the government had completely shut off access. What used to be Mel's private obsession was now a heavily guarded area, fully controlled by federal agents. The official story? A plane crash. At least that's what a man in a suit told him, while people in biohazard suits stood in the background. But Mel didn't buy it, and rumors began to spread. Locals speculated that the government's interest in the pit was no simple accident cover-up. Many believed that something had been found deep within the hole, something terrible enough that they needed to hide it from the public. Years later, Mel attempted to return to Washington, defying the restrictions placed on him. His daring return was cut short, however, when a strange series of events unfolded. While traveling to see his nephew, an altercation broke out on the bus, and when the police intervened, Mel blacked out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an alley in San Francisco, missing his wallet, keys, and disturbingly, several of his teeth. There were marks on his arm, as though he had been injected or experimented on. Mel never made it back to his property, and it was at that point the government completely seized control. Multiple witnesses began reporting seeing soldiers patrolling the area, while satellite imagery of the region around Mel's hole on Google Maps suddenly appeared blacked out, as if the location was being deliberately hidden. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. In Russia, a similar hole, dubbed the 𝘁𝗵 borehole, was drilled down more than 40,000 feet into the earth, where researchers claimed to hear disturbing sounds, cries, and screams that many believed to be the voices of the damned. Some called it the sounds of the devil. And if Mel's hole was even deeper, what horrifying discoveries had the government made that they now refused to share? Well, just wait till you hear about what scientists found on the site. A terrible discovery. It's confirmed, scientists finally solved Mel's hole mystery, and it's terrible. After decades of speculation, a team of researchers dressed in hazmat suits stood cautiously over the infamous hole, prepared for what they thought was just another geological anomaly. What they found was far from ordinary. The hole wasn't just deep, it contained a bizarre energy source that defies all known laws of physics. Tucker Carlson took to his show to address the shocking discovery, stating, "It's disturbing. If this exists, what else is lurking out there that we have no clue about?" His comments mirrored the growing concern among the public and experts alike. The scientists, still reeling from their findings, revealed that the energy emitted from the hole could not be explained by any current scientific theory. One of the lead researchers, standing over the gaping pit in a hazmat suit, commented that the hole appeared to bend time and space itself. Tucker's chilling remark struck a nerve. "We've spent years thinking this was a myth. Now it's not just real, it's something far more dangerous. We're only scratching the surface of what this could mean." The mystery may be solved, but what they uncovered is even more terrifying. What are your thoughts on this terrifying discovery? Let us know in the comments.
Here's how I run a multi-six-figure social media management business as a team of one without wasting my precious time chasing invoices, onboarding clients, or doing unnecessary busy work. As a business owner, it's important to lean into your strengths and do the things that only you can do. And my best secret is using HoneyBook for the rest. With HoneyBook, discovery calls are booked on autopilot through lead forms. Client onboarding and offboarding is done effortlessly through automations, and their contract templates help me get paid on time and keep projects in scope. Plus, delivering an exceptional client experience keeps my clients coming back, and HoneyBook helps me do just that. First impressions matter in business. You want to make sure your social media management business looks as polished and professional as you really are, and it's easier than you think. Start a free trial so you can see for yourself.
Here, of course, former President Trump was completely denied any such opportunity. And it turns out there is significant reason to doubt the evidence the House managers have put before us. Let me say this clearly. We have reason to believe the House managers manipulated evidence and selectively edited footage. If they did, and this were a court of law, they would face sanctions from the judge. I don't raise this issue lightly. Rather, it is a product of what we have found in just the limited time we have had since we first saw the evidence here with you this week. We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers, proud of their work on the snap impeachment, staged numerous photo shoots of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom into the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet. And you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic. You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor. So you never saw it when it was presented to you. But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read the text and believe what the text means. You'll see this reported in the media last evening also. Words matter, they told you. but they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. Right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off. To cheer on some members of Congress and not others, peacefully and patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement. In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell, but they cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
Fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, a lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on. Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. No, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits, and with the helmets, and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
I just understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
No.
There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest, and very legally protest, because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this, there are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have, you have an infrastructure?
This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context. And how many times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists? Now you in America know the truth. Here's another example. One of the House managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words of, "You have to get your people to fight." But you knew what the president really meant. He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't do what he considered to be right. Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers, but they manipulated his words. You will see where they stopped it, and to give it a very different meaning from the meaning it has in full context. Let's watch.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them, we're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly.
The people who need to fight are members of Congress. Why did we have to skip the necessary due diligence and due process of law and any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office. House Democrats held the articles until he was no longer president, mooting their case. Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to take a different tack from the beginning. We are at this point, this is not about black and white, rich and poor, blue collar, white collar. We're fighting for the heart and soul of our nation. We have a very, very special country that started with Judeo-Christian values that allowed every single generation to become better than the last. And that has not ended, that has not stopped. Until now. We're telling our kids a little bit something different, that they don't have the opportunities that we had. I'm going to talk about some ideologies. When I talk about them, I'm not talking about people. People change. I used to be a Democrat until I did my history and found out the misery that party brought to my race. So when I talk about these ideologies don't change. People do. We were fighting for the heart and soul of our nation against socialism, Marxism, and the evil that it has brought to us in the stealing of our history. Karl Marx said it best. The author, the father of socialism, an atheist, anti-Semite, and a blatant racist. Yet we teach his philosophy in our school systems today. He said it. The first battleground is rewriting of our history. You steal our history, you steal our pride in our past, our appreciation for our present, and our vision for our future. Every single urban city in our country is now experiencing that loss. Real quick history, because these things we're not taught. I'm blessed to be the great-great-grandfather of Silas Burgess. Came here in the belly of the slave ship. So was in Charleston, South Carolina with his mother to the Burgess plantation. An evil, evil man that drove my great-great-great-grandmother either to leaving her family, her kids, or committing suicide. I don't know, she disappeared. But Silas at age of eight, was blessed to be surrounded by men who believed in freedom. Even though they were shackled, they escaped. They went the southern route of the Underground Railroad, facilitated by white and Mexican Americans. And he's made his way out south to Texas. He ended up being a successful entrepreneur, owned 102 acres of land, paid off in 2 years. started the first black church, first black elementary school. Filled his community, 18 kids, Christian, Republican. His first son was Alpha Omega. Proud American. An example of what happens when any race, any culture is given hope, opportunity, and freedom. It didn't end there, by the way. The history of our black country, of our black Americans, has been stolen from us for decades, almost over a century. Booker T. Washington, 1882, began Tuskegee University. By 1905, it was producing more self-made black millionaires than Harvard, Yale, and Princeton combined. The 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was a black community that led our country in the growth of the middle class. Led our country in terms of men committed to marriage, over 70%, now it's 30%. Led our country in terms of the committed to business ownership, 40%, now it's 3.8%. Men matriculated in college. We now have a high percentage of men incarcerated in college. Is, by the way, my degree was biology. And that, I learned a long time ago that slavery is not a gene in the DNA helix. It's our actions, it's our attitude, it's our belief. I do not believe in reparation, because what reparation does, it points to a certain race, a certain color, and it points them as evil, and points the other race, my race, as one that is not only becomes racist, but they're also beggars. I do believe in restitution. Let's point to the party that was part of slavery, the KKK, Jim Crow, that has killed over 40% of our black babies, 20 million of them. State of California, 75% of our black boys cannot pass standard reading and writing tests, a democratic state. So yes, let's pay restoration. Let's pay restitution. How about the Democratic Party pay for all the misery brought to my race? And those, after we learn our history, decide to stay there, they should pay also. They're complicit. And every white American, Republican or Democrat, that feels guilty because of your white skin, you should need to pony up also. That way we get past this reparation and recognize that this country has given us greatness. Look at this panel. Doesn't matter how we think. The fact is, well, it doesn't matter our color. We have become successful in this country like no other because of this great opportunity to live the American dream. Let's not steal that from our kids by telling them they can't do it. Thank you.
Our next witness will be the Right Reverend Eugene Taylor Sutton. He's Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Maryland, a position held since 2008. Reezy.
And turn to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with a question for each of the 5 witnesses. In your judgment, are voter ID laws racist? Professor Tolson.
Thank you for that question. So it depends. One thing we have to stop doing is treating all voter ID laws as the same.
Okay, so your answer, I want to move quickly, so it depends is your answer?
Yes, it does. That's my answer.
Okay, so what voter ID laws are racist?
Apologies, Mr. Cruz, your state of Texas, perhaps?
Okay, so you think the entire state of Texas is racist. What about requiring an ID to vote is racist?
So I think, sir, that's pretty reductive. I'm not saying the entire state of Texas is racist.
You just said my state of Texas, so you tell me, what about the Texas voter ID laws is racist?
So the fact that the voter ID law was put into place to diminish the political power of Latinos with racist intent and have been found to have...
You're asserting that. What's your evidence for that?
The federal district court that first resolved the constitutionality of Texas's voter ID law.
Okay, so your view is voter ID laws are racist. How about you, Mr. Yang?
I agree with Professor Tolson. Voter ID laws can be racist.
Okay, that's 2. Mr. Science?
There are some voter ID laws that are racially discriminatory in intent.
How about in practice? In intent, fine, you say there's some racist with a malevolent intent lurking in the back of their mind. But let's just talk about it as a practical matter. When I go to vote, they ask me for my ID. I pull out my ID, I show it to them, I vote. Is that racist?
If the law that requires you to do that was motivated by racially discriminatory intent under our Constitution.
Set aside intent. I'm asking about the effect.
Yes, in effect, I think that there are discriminatory effects from a number of voter ID laws.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to give the witness the chance to answer the question. Go ahead, Mr. Simon.
Yes, in effect, I think many voter ID laws are discriminatory and in design. They are designed to have that effect.
Okay, Ms. Reardon.
No, sir.
Mr. 𝗁𝗂𝗂𝘂𝘁𝗵𝘁.
No, particularly because every single state that has passed an ID law has put in a provision to provide a free ID to anyone who doesn't have one. The turnout numbers show it has no effect, and I would remind everyone that the current version of the Texas voter ID law for in-person voting, the Obama administration agreed in court, in a court filing, that they were satisfied with it and that it was not discriminatory.
You know, I have to say this range of question actually shows the wildly partisan nature of the Democrats' proposal. The record should reflect all three of the Democratic witnesses invited by the chairman maintained to this committee that voter ID laws can be, in many instances, in most instances, I think in the various ways they formulated, are racist. So let me tell you who disagrees with that. 35 states across the country disagree with that because 35 states have voter ID laws in effect. But not just 35 states. 81% of voters in America disagree with the radical views proposed by the Democrats and the Democratic witnesses. Not just 81% of Americans. 77% of black voters in America support voter ID laws. 78% of Hispanic voters in America support voter ID laws. Maldev should think about that. 81% of low-income Americans support voter ID laws. And yet, what this bill is about is putting radicals in charge of saying if you require an ID to vote, that is racist and must be struck down. This is all about partisan power. Now, DOJ has also said, under the Biden administration, that it is not going to presume that a state acts lawfully if it simply returns to pre-COVID voting laws. Ms. Reardon, Mr. 𝗁𝗂𝘂𝘂𝘁, what does that tell you if they say after a pandemic, if you go back to the laws that existed before, DOJ is not going to assume that that's okay? Well, what does that tell you about the partisan nature of DOJ?
By issuing the guidance that they did, it says to me that what they would like to do is make permanent the emergency procedures that were instituted by many states through litigation by the DNC throughout the country prior to the 2020 election. And they would like those to be permanent. And so rather than understand that they are temporary, they are going to go after states that decide to go back to their original election procedures.
Well, and I think they also think Democrats did well under those emergency procedures, and so keeping those emergency procedures in place will predictably benefit Democrats. You know, I would note, in addition to disagreeing with the vast majority of the American people, the Democratic witnesses and the Democrats here also disagree with the United States Supreme Court. When I was the Solicitor General of Texas, I represented a coalition of states defending Indiana's voter ID law. Before the U.S. Supreme Court, a group of plaintiffs challenged that. It went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, by a vote of 6-3, upheld Indiana's voter ID law. Not only did they just do so, Justice John Paul Stevens, one of the lions of the left, wrote the majority opinion where he said voter ID laws protect the integrity of elections. And yet, sadly, too many Democrats today don't want to protect the integrity of elections. And I've got to say there is a view, particularly from Northeastern Democrats, that they look down on the rest of the country as a bunch of bigots and overalls, their Southern cousins who are too oafish to be as enlightened as they are. And I have to say there's an incredible hypocrisy in that states like Georgia and Mississippi have a higher black voter registration rate than states like Connecticut, the chairman's home state. They have higher black voter turnout rates than states like Connecticut. They have a lower gap between black and white turnout than in states like Senator Blumenthal's Connecticut. And in fact, states like Georgia and Mississippi, African Americans voted a higher rate than white voters, and in Texas they're basically equal. One of the sad realities of today's Democratic Party is they define race as follows. If you're a Democrat, you qualify. So under the Democratic view, I'm not Hispanic. Senator Padilla is. If you're a Democrat, you're an Hispanic. My abuela would be very surprised to discover I wasn't Hispanic. But that's how Democrats use it. That's how the radicals in the Civil Rights Division view it, and I will point out it as an example. This committee, one federal district judge in the state of Texas, 𝗁𝗵𝗁. It's an African-American judge nominated by President Trump, sat at this table, presented superbly. The Democrats had no criticism, and every single Democrat on this committee voted against him. Why? Because they perceived him as a black Republican. He didn't qualify as a black man, and I actually asked, as the Democrats were voting against Judge Pulliam, do you have one basis to vote against him? Anything you disagree with? None of them had any single answer at all. This hearing's about one thing, it's about power, and it's about ensuring Democrats stay in power. That's cynical, and it's at the expense of democracy and the right of voters to express their will through free and fair elections.
I'm going to ask my question now and just begin by saying this hearing has nothing to do with any geographic discrimination, any idea that one state or another is oafish.
Ms. Paris, as I look at your career, I see the career of someone who has been an activist, and I believe a radical activist. You have waged litigation campaigns and opposed voter ID laws. You have opposed voter integrity laws. You have opposed prohibitions on ballot harvesting. You have advocated for felons being able to vote. As I look at your record year after year after year of being an extreme partisan advocate, I'm left with the very likely conclusion that if you were confirmed to the bench, you would likewise be a radical activist on the bench. Voter ID laws, as Senator Lee just pointed out, you described as the greatest rollback of voting rights in this country. 80% of Americans support voter ID laws. 60% of African Americans support voter ID laws. Do you believe voter ID laws are constitutional?
Senator Cruz, the Supreme Court has said that there are no per se restrictions against voter ID laws in Crawford.
I asked what you believe. I was one of the parties litigating Crawford, so I'm very well familiar with that case and led a coalition of states defending voter ID laws, and Justice Stevens wrote the majority opinion upholding Indiana's voter ID law. My question to you is, do you believe voter ID laws are constitutional?
Senator, I believe they are constitutional. I believe that they can be constitutional because the Supreme Court has said they can be constitutional, and in Marbury versus Madison, the Supreme Court gets to decide. That is what our system depends on. We have a concept of vertical stare decisis. We have rules of law. We have
Ms. Harris, just a couple of months ago, in March of 2021, you said that the voter ID laws that have been passed were due to, I'm going to quote you to get your words right, anxiety over the browning of America, and people having anxiety of the fact that certain folks in power are not going to be able to stay in power. Do you believe the 80% of Americans who support voter ID laws and the 60% of African Americans who support voter ID laws are doing so because they're concerned about the browning of America?
Senator, that quote is clearly referring to politicians. It's not referring to African
Which politicians here do you believe are concerned about the browning of America?
Senator, that context was with respect to state politicians.
So it's only state politicians?
Senator, that context that I'm on record for, we're referring to state politicians.
All right, well, let's talk about politicians here in this body. As you know, I filed an amicus brief on behalf of 11 senators in the Chernovich case. You made a comment that the brief that I filed was outrageous and harmful. Do you stand by that characterization?
Senator, the Supreme Court, as you know, issued its decision in the Chernovich case and struck down, and upheld the restrictions on Arizona.
Okay, I'd like you to answer my question. Do you stand by the characterization that the amicus brief that I filed on behalf of 11 senators was, quote, outrageous and harmful? That's how you characterized it.
Senator, the Supreme Court has issued its
I'm going to try again. Do you stand by your characterization? I'm not asking you what the Supreme Court did. You described an amicus brief filed on behalf of 11 senators as outrageous and harmful. Do you stand by what you said just a few months ago?
Senator, what I said as an advocate when it was pending before the court is not relevant to the issue
Do you
before
stand by it or do you retract it? You have a choice.
Senator, as an advocate, I...
Okay, you're going to refuse to answer me on that. I assume you also believe the Supreme Court's 6-3 decision agreeing with the position advocated in my amicus brief. I assume you believe that decision was also outrageous and harmful because that's the language you used.
Senator, the 𝗁𝗂𝗁 case is the law of the land. It has been
So
settled.
you're not going to answer that either.
The law of the land has been settled. What I am going to say, Senator, is that I am pledging to apply precedent.
So at the time you discussed the brief filed by a number of senators on this committee as outrageous and harmful. At that time, had you had any discussions with the Biden administration about being nominated to be a judge?
I would need to remember the timing a little bit.
When was the first discussion you had with the Biden administration about being nominated to be a judge?
I would need to reference my Senate Judiciary questionnaire because that's where I recorded it. I don't have it committed to memory.
So you have advocated that felons should be able to vote. Do you believe all felons should vote?
Senator, my work and advocacy has been on behalf of persons who are living and working in the community.
Do you believe currently incarcerated prisoners in jail should be allowed to vote?
Senator, I have been advocating on behalf of people who
You're
are...
not answering my question.
Senator,
I didn't ask what you've advocated in the past. I'm asking what you believe.
Senator, the canons of judicial ethics preclude me from answering that question because a situation may come before me.
So let me ask you this. You have advocated in favor of a living constitution, and indeed, as both Senator Hawley and Senator Lee asked you about, you have disparaged those who believe in originalism as essentially racist and bigots. How do you think you will be able to serve with colleagues on the Court of Appeals if you have disparaged their constitutional interpretation as racist and bigoted? And secondly, why is it that when you advocate a, quote, living constitution, that somehow the livingness of it always makes the Constitution agree with the policy positions you happen to embrace? How is that consistent with democracy, to have a judge able to implement whatever policy positions you believe in?
Senator, we have had more than 24 amendments added to the Constitution since it was ratified in 1788.
But that's not what a living constitution is. Living constitution means you as a judge, if you're a judge, can change it to whatever you want, and that the voters don't get to speak on it. Isn't that right?
Senator, women now have the right to vote.
We passed an amendment for that. That's a terrific victory, and it was done the right way through an amendment. The living constitution is judges changing it. Why is judges changing the Constitution to meet their policy preferences, consistent with any respect for the democratic process and the ability of voters to decide policy issues?
Senator, it is clear that our great Constitution is one that is enduring. It is clear with things like Brown versus Board overruling Plessy versus Ferguson that evolution happens. It is also clear that our great Constitution establishes separation of powers. There are bodies like this one that engage in policymaking. There are judges that review the cases and controversies that are put before them. I am pledging, by accepting this nomination, that I am going to cease being an advocate, and I would impartially, without reservation, objectively apply the law to the facts of the case and controversy before me.
Well, your record is overwhelmingly to the contrary.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Blumenthal.
I wanted to gain new skills, change careers, and raise my family. So I earned my degree online from Oregon State University. Now I have a new diploma, a new career, and I'm the same unstoppable me.
Without talking to them. I mean, would it be possible for somebody to support a reduction to the IRS budget because they simply believe the federal government ought to have a balanced budget? Would that be a fair position?
That
would that be a principled position?
Except that actually doesn't work with respect to defunding.
Would it be a principled position?
It wouldn't be an accurate position because
But you don't know because you didn't talk to anybody, did you?
Well,
you just said it.
Defunding the IRS, the CBO agrees, everyone who's testifying today agrees that that is going to add to deficits.
Could it be that a House Republican wanted to reduce the IRS's budget because they think that the IRS is a model of inefficiency and shouldn't be rewarded with more money?
Well,
could that have been a possibility, a motivation for the way they voted?
Kennedy, I so appreciate that question because the reality...
Could that have been a motivation for the way they voted?
And it relates very closely to what Senator...
Could that have been a motivation for the way they voted?
That you've seen an inefficient...
Could that have been a motivation?
If you allow the witness to answer, you might get your answer, Senator Kennedy.
It frankly couldn't have been.
It could or couldn't?
It could not have been.
How do you know you didn't talk to him?
Because the reason why you've seen...
You just made this statement that every Republican in the House supports Israel only if it has been made easier for people to cheat on their taxes. Could it be that maybe a House member thought that, well, the more money we spend, the more deficits we have, and the more deficits we have, the more pressure is put on interest rates, and the higher interest rates go, the more it hurts the poor. Could that have been the position of one of the House Republicans?
Senator Kennedy,
could it have been theoretically?
Couldn't have been, because everyone...
It couldn't have been?
It frankly couldn't.
How do you know you didn't talk to him?
Well, I know that everyone agrees, including witnesses across the aisle, including CBO, including every single tax expert that has contemplated this question, that defunding the IRS makes deficits worse, not better. And so this is a deficit
I just find it,
measure.
Professor, appalling that you would make a statement like this, a vicious statement like this, without talking to a single person about whom you made the statement. And I'm going to remind you, you can only be young once, but you can always be immature. And you ought to think about that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Let me just say that I think that the treatment of witnesses is beginning to degrade a bit here. And I'm going to strike some commentary if it continues down this road. I think personal insults to witnesses are not appropriate, and I will not be tolerant of that in this committee.
Well, could I respond, Mr. Chairman? You're going to...
By the way, I think you just called...
you're going to do what you got to do, but I'm going to continue to use my time. You bring witnesses as you're entitled to, and some of them are very good. Some of them have the credibility of Michael Avenatti. And I'm going to use my time when I think it's appropriate to test credibility, witnesses' credibility. So you do what you got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do.
Good behavior in.
But if that is meant to bully me, you're talking to the wrong guy.
No attempt to bully you, none at all. It's to keep the witness and the committee free of bullying.
Honestly, I believe Senator Kennedy still has a first-round opportunity, and I understand Senators Booker and us offered like a second-round opportunity. Senator Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you again, Senator.
I'm a big fan. Director Peters, you're the director of the Bureau of Prisons, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Jumpstart your season of wellness with $150 off your first 3 months of GLP-1 weight loss. Better prices, better care, that's the I-Beam difference. Programs start at just $125 a month. Ready for results that last? Book your free consult.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to witness isn't just a staffing announcement. It's the establishment's worst nightmare come true. Alex Jones, the most censored man in America, has formally accepted to become Donald Trump's White House press secretary. The same deep state that tried to silence him, that stripped him of his platforms, that thought they'd destroyed him forever, may now have to face him every single day from behind the White House podium. Donald Trump Jr. supports it, Candace Owens is ready to pay his salary herself, and the mainstream media is in absolute panic mode. we're going to get a little bit deeper into this, but yes, the good news is Alex Jones, there is a massive campaign to bring him in as the press secretary. Now that is one man who I would love to see at that podium. Oh yes, he would have full control of the narrative. We're going to go a little bit deeper into some of the reactions, some of the stories behind that. But this is the scene at Mar-a-Lago. Yes, robot dogs are now patrolling Mar-a-Lago. And thank God they are. Because just too many Secret Service failures, right? So I'm not sure who's controlling these dogs or if they're fully autonomous, but security has been completely amplified. I mean, I hope is there a gun on there? I don't know if there's a gun on those things or not. But if I saw one of those things coming at me, I might walk the other way. But thank God there is amplified security, and they're deploying this technology to protect our next president. But I know you guys want to talk about Alex Jones, right? For press secretary? Yeah. That is what everyone is talking about. And he definitely gets my vote for that. Here we have Alex formally accepting the offer to serve as President Trump's press secretary. A massive movement online. Will it actually happen? I don't know. I believe Donald Trump Jr. has actually stated that he is for it as well.
That would be great. Alex Jones. That'd be just, again, there's a couple people I want to put in as press secretary for like a month. 2 weeks to a month. That'd be where, Laura Loomer would fit in for that one. Again, Alex Jones for a month, just to put these idiots in their place. Because I'll say this, guess what? I'm not saying he's got everything right, and this one will be controversial, and with the nonsense, the clickbait, fake news rags, raw story, and media matters, and all these liars, oh my God, Donald Trump Jr. said this is what we gotta do. Click here for nonsense. These guys will do that, but Alex Jones for a month would put these people in his place because, again, not saying he's got everything right, but man, he's been a lot more right over the last decade or so than anyone in our mainstream media. And I can say that with a fact, and I'll get criticized for it, but that's reality. He has been far more right than our mainstream media on the vast majority of things that are out there. So prepare for the clickbait hit pieces. I'll call it here now. They will do that, but look at all the clowns that pushed Russia, Russia, Russia for years. They're credible journalists, guys. They get Pulitzer Prizes for the reporting on Russia, so they reported on a lie. Turns out none of it was true, but they have a Pulitzer Prize for their reporting on a lie that turns out to be true. They don't remove the Pulitzer Prize. No, they did a great job. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They did the work of the regime, and they knew it. They all knew it, guys, because we all knew it. You didn't have to be an insider to know it was bullshit. But that's what we all have to wake up for. Alex Jones' batting average is 10x better than CNN. Not even close. It's not even close. Let's see. Don Jr. Alex Jones 2028 award. Hey, it would be fun. It would be fun. We have to put together a just one day, just like a day one team, just to piss these people off. It's funny, the amount of earned media. They think it's a hit piece. Don Jr. jokingly said that Laura Loomer should be press secretary for a couple of weeks. I'm not even joking. I'm actually serious. I'm not saying permanently, right? But for a week, we got to get the all-star roster. All right? I want you guys to start participating in this one, okay?
Here's Candace Owens discussing it today.
$1 a year. I want to be very clear about Alex Jones. I will crawl over broken glass and give him everything I earn. If all he needs is someone to pay the salary, leave it to me. leave it to me. I'll get a second job to pay whatever salary he wants to be the press secretary. If he's like, I need $500,000 a year, leave it to me. Like I said, I will pick up a job and I will raise the money. It'll be totally fine. If we get Alex Jones, we are not worthy. We are not worthy. But Trump, please, it would be the greatest troll. And by the way, he is more than equipped for it. He has run a show for decades. All he does is talk and answer and respond to questions. He is totally equipped for it, and they hate him. The deep state hates Alex Jones with a vengeance. X Smokes writes, Candace, you should be Trump's press secretary. Look, I would be very good at that job, but come on, Alex Jones, like there could be no one better suited for that job that would make us happier. We would be watching press briefings every single day like it was Game of Thrones. Like we'd just be in seasons of Game of Thrones watching Alex Jones respond to the press. So that is my vote. I want to be very...
Yeah, he gets my vote too, my friends. 100%. I posted this on X. We strongly second this endorsement for real Alex Jones as White House press secretary. Repost if you agree. So make sure you head over there and cast your vote for Alex Jones as the press secretary he has formally accepted. Oh yes, Alex Jones for press secretary. It is on. Alex Jones for press secretary. So, what do you guys think? Yes? No? Look at that map though. That's the landslide, my friends. That is the landslide that we all love. And then there was this moment too. This was when they were celebrating. There's Donald Trump. There's Elena Haba. This went viral today as well. Yes, they are having a great time celebrating all this great news. Look at all these. These are the headlines all across the country. Trump storms back. Historic comeback. Return to the White House. A second term. A historic win. Stunning rout. Trump basks in victory. Voters choose Trump. Trump wins second term. Trumped. Oh yes. The headlines all across the country, all across the world, 4 more years. And it is beautiful to witness. God bless America. God bless President Trump. God bless Alex Jones. Oh, and we have this. How can I forget? We have the news coming out that Special Counsel Jack Smith is in talks with senior leadership at the Justice Department, evaluating ways he can end his prosecutions of President-elect Donald Trump. And we have RFK. You know, he's going to be right there at the forefront. Not sure where he's going to be appointed. I'd love to see him at the head of the CDC or the Health and Human Services. And then, of course, look at this. Look at the stock market going nuts. Following the wind, Dow Jones is up over 1,000 points.
The symbolism couldn't be clearer, Patriots. The man they tried to erase from the internet could now control the narrative from the highest platform in the land. This isn't just about press briefings. This is about justice. Every journalist who pushed lies, every tech giant who censored truth, every deep state operative who tried to control the narrative may now have to answer to Alex Jones. The revolution is here. So here's what I want to know from you. What should Alex Jones's first act as press secretary be? What truth bomb should he drop first? Share your thoughts below.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much. They've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's your...
Here, of course, former...
Oh my goodness. Like them beautiful patriots say around the world, my brothers and sisters, you just can't make this up. You just can't make it up. Y'all read the title correctly. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be a good video, man. Oh, this is gonna be good.
We learned two things about Kamala this election. She's good at raising money and she's good at blowing it. But money can't buy you elections, especially when you spend it like she did. She raked in more than $1 billion and is somehow now in debt. The Washington Examiner dug through her financial statements and gave us a good clue why. Kamala's campaign was getting whacked like a piñata, while DC leeches hoovered up all the cash. She spent over $50 million on payroll. Trump's campaign spent less than 10. Another 12 million went to consultants, and 20 million went to their little concerts with Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Christina Aguilera, John Bon Jovi, remember him? They even had to cancel a performance by Alanis Morissette because they were running low on cash. Isn't that ironic? Campaign insiders are mad at the bosses for wasting donor money on concerts instead of ads about, you know, the economy. Quote, they said they were spending to zero. I guess they overshot zero. Ads would have gone a lot further than the pricey celebrity endorsements. One campaign source said people were concerned about their own financial issues, not Oprah telling them America won't exist. But it worked out nicely for Oprah. She got her friend Kamala to pay her $1 million to interview her in September. $1 million. Now, if she thought she was saving democracy, she should have done it for free. Kamala scared donors by calling Trump a dictator, got $1 billion, then just gave it to her friends, and blew the rest on being a diva. Kamala went on a podcast, remember Call Her Daddy? But she didn't want to go to their studio in LA. So she made the host fly to DC and used campaign cash to build a fake set in a hotel room. She spent more than $100 grand to build it. That set, see it? 2 chairs, a coffee table, and a bookshelf. That's 6 figures. Now, we looked at the set, we probably could have done it for around $6 grand. That's without labor. But where'd the rest of the money go? We don't know. So she's still trying to soak folks for cash. 24 hours after the election, on Wednesday, Democrats got a text from the campaign. Urgent, we need help, donate now. Help with what? You lost. If this is how she's going to spend her donors' dollars, imagine what she would have done with our taxes.
Oh, you just can't make this up. It is blowing up right now on the internet. People are posting all kind of memes. But this is real, man. They are sending out this message. Wow. They're now asking for donations to fund recounts. Their campaign is over $18 million in debt as we speak right now. Over 20, almost, it was reported 20 million, but now they're saying over 18 million. But anyways, that's still just, wow. Look at this, y'all. First and foremost, we want to acknowledge the fear and confusion and sadness many of you are feeling at this moment. Yeah, we're gonna landslide Trump. We're gonna win. She's gonna flip Iowa. She's gonna get Iowa. She's gonna get Texas. Yeah, man, y'all done paid off Beyonce. Unbelievable. And then she got booed out because Beyonce didn't perform. And they said Beyonce got 10 million. Y'all got Gorilla, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Usher, the whole, y'all got that Diddy list, and y'all about to grab some of that Diddy off. Get some of that Diddy off. That Diddy off. Can I get some of that Diddy off? That Diddy baby lotion. Oh, Hollywood. How relevant is Hollywood now? What a slap in the face this is, y'all. But for others, you may be looking for something meaningful and important to channel your emotions toward. If that's you, then we're asking you to make a donation to the Democratic Party today. Here's why this request is so important. As you read this, there are U.S. Senate and House races that are either too close to call and within margin of recounts or certain legal challenges. They all need our help to get across the finish line. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, can you please rush a contribution to the Harris Fight Fund program today. We will put your donation to work making sure we succeed and count every vote in these final races. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You just can't make this up, man. And then this is what Trump said. Y'all know DJT gonna respond, bro. I'm very surprised that the Democrats who fought hard in the 2020 presidential election, raising a record amount of money, didn't have a lot of money left over. Now they are being squeezed by vendors and others. Whatever we can do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend we as a party, and for the sake of desperately needed unity, do. We have a lot of money left over, and that our biggest asset in the campaign was earned media, and that doesn't cost very much. Make America great again. And as y'all can see, man, Trump took the Unite post, and again, the Trump campaign has tons of money left over, because again, it was real, it was authentic. You know, their campaign was completely different. Like I told you, these campaigns were completely different. Completely different. I wish you guys would have listened to me when I was talking to y'all. Completely different, man. These campaigns were completely different. You know, you just can't make this up. But Kamala's bankrupt, failed campaign, over $20 million in debt, wasted money on the Diddy list. Concerts. Free concerts, people twerking, you know. She come out there half drunk. Yeah. Don't know what's going on, can't answer a question, can't tell you about her policy. She says she don't even know herself. You know, but we do know about abortion. So we're gonna run this thing on abortion, Roe versus Wade. We're gonna, you know, let's just bash Trump. Trump's the bad.
When our paper came out and got some press, my very first PhD student decided that this was so exciting, they were gonna go start a company.
Within the first 2 years of the company, we'd scaled the technology 5, 10 to almost 100 times.
Then the 2008 economic crisis hit.
The excitement of the balloon of green tech in general was also deflating.
That man, it's gonna get me elected. All we got to do is come out there and talk bad about Trump. It's gonna get us elected. That's what Kamala said. So now we're here, y'all. They're in debt. And yeah. But we're still waiting for some of y'all to go and get up out of here. Y'all said y'all was gonna leave the U.S. if Trump is back in there. He back in there. So just go and pack your bags. And before some of y'all pack y'all bags, wait a minute. You're not off the hook. Like, y'all know what I'm finna say. Hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your damn back. Hands behind, I got the curse now. No, they say damn ain't a curse word. Put your hands behind your back. And it's a list of y'all. Frauds, criminals, thugs. But I can't wait to check out this video, y'all. You just can't make this up, man. And there's some people out there that's actually sending donations too. Boy. Unbelievable.
What you got there, Chief? Do you want them or what? Yeah. Me want sucky. She give you everything you want. Long time. How much here, Chief? $15 each.
$15 buku money. $5 each.
$10.
$5.
Okay, $5. You give me. Okay.
What's up, guys? Your boy Benny. If you spend $5 at Chick-fil-A for a spicy chicken sandwich and you get a single nugget in return, then you're gonna say, I want my money back. I was just defrauded. This is you gave me a single nugget, and where's my chicken sandwich?
Where the hell my chicken sandwich at, Dre?
I mean, that's effectively an allegory for what happened in this election, where Kamala Harris donors spent $1 billion in this election and received the chicken nugget of elections. Not much meat on the bone here. Kamala Harris lost in a landslide, electoral college loss, popular vote loss, which hasn't happened in decades, and
imagine doing all that just to get this map. $1 billion, y'all, just to get this map. They ought to be a damn shame of themselves. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, y'all.
Lost all 7 swing states, so money not well spent. But where did Kamala Harris spend her money? Kamala campaign election eve concert said to cost up to $20 million as staff vendors fear they won't be paid. Oh no. So you bring in these aging, dumpy, irrelevant artists. Lady Gaga having, of course, the worst movie of the year. Fresh off Joker, full of legit.
Terrible, terrible. That damn musical, that was terrible. Y'all watch the Joker? That was terrible. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for that.
You learn, finger pointing has erupted at Kamala Harris campaign, blowing $20 million on a swing state concert tour Monday night, hours before the VP's spectacular election loss, prompting concern that staff and vendors will not get paid. Members of the defeated Harris team tell the Post that the concerts had ruinous effects on Democrat campaigns' coffers, and in fact, was no secret. They planned, with one planned performance by a 90s rock goddess, Alanis Morissette, getting scrapped to save money. These 7 swing state concerts on election eve featured performances by Bon Jovi, Christina Aguilera, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, 2 Chainz, and they were all paid. They were all paid. Do you hear this? It's all paid. None of it's real. It's all paid. They're not real.
Goodbye, victory is ours, we see. Trump took the win with God's mighty hand, with the opposition across this land. Holy Spirit moved, His power on display, guiding our path come one day. Hi, goodbye, may God forgive you in the days to come. His mercy shines through, we've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hi, goodbye, victory is ours, we see. We'll rise above with faith as our guide, following God's plan, we'll take our stride. No more burdens, we're walking in light, Holy Spirit leading day and night. Hi, goodbye, may God forgive you in the days to come. His mercy shines through, we've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hi, goodbye, victory is ours, we see. Goodbye, a new dawn arises, with God's love shining, our hearts realize, victory is ours in Jesus' name. Hi, goodbye, we'll forever proclaim. We'll rise above, with faith as our guide.
Nobody authentically supports Kamala Harris.
It's ridiculous.
All you Satanists, junkies, druggies, and demons. Look at this. It's so embarrassing. Oh my God, what happened to Lady Gaga? What happened to Lady Gaga? Oh no!
Her daddy tried to tell her. Her daddy tried to tell her to get. Her daddy tried to tell her to get on the right team. You know, he tried to give her a good opinion, a point of view, perspective. He tried. Shout out to Lady Gaga daddy.
What the hell? What's going on? Ugh. Oh man, so many comments to be made out of this. The Democrat Party is in shambles and chaos right now. Everybody's blaming each other. It's incredible. There's this dude who is the chairman of the Democrat Party in Philadelphia, and he's straight up saying, like, you blew all of our money on these stupid concerts, and you didn't spend any money on getting out the vote. Despite raising over $1 billion, Kamala Harris ends campaign with $20 million in debt, according to Politico. $20 million in debt. Kamala Harris raised $1 billion for her campaign. So, yeah, she's not going to fix the economy. Kamala Harris' campaign raised $1 billion, spent it all on paying celebrities for concerts they lost. And now they're trying to sell their data list to pay off the $20 million debt. And this was how Kamala Harris was planning on fixing the economy. This is the lady that said she's going to fix the economy. Hire me to fix the thing I broke. She ends $20 million in debt in historic fashion. This is exactly the kind of money management we did not need anywhere near the White House. It's exactly right. Kamala, after spending $1 billion, realizing that the campaign is a massive pyramid scheme. That's exactly right. For all the Democrats and people who voted for Kamala Harris and her team are $20 million in debt after raising $1 billion loss in a landslide. Yeah.
So,
if you weren't sure Kamala Harris was a rabid, spend until we have no more money left, Democrat, well, go ahead and look at what she did. She spent $1 billion, and she's now $20 million in debt. Kamala spent $1 billion of other people's money and still ended up in debt. She is a well-trained Democrat. Now, how well did these concerts go for Kamala Harris? Not well. They paid Beyonce for an endorsement. She didn't even perform. Apparently, they couldn't afford it. There were riots at the Beyonce concert because they lied to their fans, telling them they'd get a free Beyonce concert. Beyonce went out and spoke for 2 minutes and then left. What else did they pay for? Here, ladies and gentlemen, is the quality of music that you could find at a Kamala Harris concert.
Yes, we're ready round the flag, yo. We're ready once again. Shouting the battle cry of free.
I can't take it anymore. I'm so happy I never have.
That's landslide music right there. Slide down that slide with the video.
You hear the cringe cackle. I never have to hear clips of the concerts. Kamala campaign spent dollars on ads, but also $3.9 million for an influencer recruitment agency. Well, look at that. $4 million on buying online influence. We supported Donald Trump for free. So did everybody else who supported Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't pay a single influencer anything. Didn't pay Joe Rogan anything. Didn't pay Theo Von anything. No podcasters got paid. But you know what? They did pay $100,000 to build a set for Call Her Daddy. Can you believe that? That's insane.
And it didn't even go over 1 million views. You see where our priorities was wrong at? And she recorded that during the hurricanes. And then came out there and offered people $750. And you couldn't even crack 1 million views? Spending $100,000 on a podcast where they talk about blowjobs and anyways.
To a private jet company. This set, this garbage set, our set, looks way better. We spent exactly $100 on building our set. This, trash set cost $100,000. Can you believe this? They built this set for her Call Her Daddy. This is the set in question. This is amazing. The $1 billion, part of it went to spend 6 figures on building a set for Harris's appearance on the popular Call Her Daddy podcast. Why didn't you just go to the podcast? Why didn't you just go to the podcast's location, like Donald Trump did with Joe Rogan? Oh, we know exactly why. Kamala spent 6 figures on building the set for her appearance on Call Her Daddy. How Kamala plowed through $1 billion. Dude.
buy on blue, sell on red. This new indicator gives extremely accurate trade signals. 8 out of 10 traders who have tried it say they are now profitable. No, that's not an exaggeration, that's a fact. This is the Auto Trend system, the fastest growing trading system of 2023. This is how it works. When the bars turn blue, that's a signal to buy. When they turn red, it's time to sell. You don't do anything else, it's as simple as that. The algorithm behind the Auto Trend system calculates the trend constantly. If the trend is intact, then it keeps coloring the bars the same color. If it detects a trend change, then it changes the color and gives you a new signal. This way you can stay in profitable trades for longer and cut your losing trades quickly, maximizing your profits while minimizing your losses. And the result, a highly profitable trading system that anyone can trade successfully. These are the most accurate buy and sell signals that a trading system produces. That's according to more than 1,500 traders and investors who are using it daily. Click the button on this video to watch the full 20-minute video and see exactly how this incredible system works.
And they were going to let this woman run the greatest economy in the world. No, they stopped it. You're welcome, America. Can you believe that? Jeez. Kyle spent 6 figures just lighting money on fire. For what? For this. This is what you got out of your $1 billion, idiots. They're so unbelievably stupid, these people. And the celebrity endorsements got them nothing. They've learned absolutely nothing. And now they're all bickering and infighting and backstabbing each other in the press, in the media. Oh, it's just great. Oh, it's just delicious. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're all fighting. They're all blaming each other. Let it burn.
Effective campaign here by the Harris team, and then he said that Philadelphia concert on the eve of the election was a total waste of money.
I got more complaints, including my daughter-in-law. Traffic jam after traffic jam. You couldn't get it.
Y'all see me talking to my brother. He like, this shit is crazy too. Like, what? But you know what my brother said? I'm gonna say what he just said. What did they expect? What did they expect? I told you. It was gonna have an 80% no difference and less likely to vote for Kamala Harris if y'all bring all these celebrities out. Y'all spend all this money. It ain't gonna go the way you want it to go. We told y'all this, man. We had an update. We kept seeing 312 on that map. It was between 312 and even 330 ultra landslide. The more these celebrities came out, I tried telling y'all this, man. People were sick and tired of this crap. They're sick and tired of Hollywood. They're sick and tired of the fake news. They're sick and tired of the mainstream. They're sick and tired of it. And the people spoke. Whether you like it or not, the people spoke loud and clear. You have people that don't even vote voting this year.
So what happens? They're mad. What? And why is this happening? Because of a concert that she showed up at 11:30 at night? Give me a break.
Do you think it changed anybody's mind, or
it doesn't look like it, does it? The outcome didn't show. I would think probably most of them people weren't even from the city of Philadelphia.
The Harris campaign fired back, quote, "If there's any immediate takeaway from Philadelphia's turnout this cycle, it is that Chairman Brady's decades-long practice of fleecing campaigns for money to make up for his lack of fundraising ability or leadership is a worthless endeavor that no future campaign should ever be forced to entertain again." Wow. The Senate race here is too close to call, by the way. The Republican challenger, though, Dave McCormick, ahead by 30,000 votes. The incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey is already raising money, gearing up for a potential legal fight as they move on to counting provisional ballots. Brian?
All right, Brian Yanis, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump gaining significant ground with Latino voters this election cycle. That, according to Fox.
It's crazy because my brother literally, cause my studio's in my office in here, and he walked past and seen it on the screen. He's like, bro, You seen that she's in debt? You just can't make this stuff up, man. You just can't make this up, man. I was trying to enjoy Sunday football, but I had to bring y'all this news, man. I had to, because it's ridiculous. You know, and this is what I told y'all. We predicted all of this, man. Now it's all just hitting the fan, and I love making content on it. Y'all keep, what are the liberals at? What are the liberal tears at? People on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, screaming and hollering, grabbing their passport. Get the up out of here. Yeah, bye-bye. Gwen Wall said, Tampon Tim's wife, bye-bye, bye-bye. Yeah, they on there talking to voters like little kids. Repeat after me. Mr. Trump, Mr. Vance, mind your own business. Bye-bye. Well, yeah, how about y'all? We mind our business now. I love y'all, man. Y'all know I'm an act of fool, man. Keep it real, man. One thing on this channel, we keep it real, we authentic. And if you don't like me for what it is, if you don't like my view on politics, if you don't like this and that, that's cool. Go and get up out of here. Unsubscribe, unfollow. You know, I've lost friends, even family members that probably don't want to speak to me ever again. You know, people have blocked me, unfollowed me. It's cool. It's a part of the game. And I think this election exposed a lot, man. And I want to thank this election. I want to thank y'all, man. My family, my supporters, man, on this channel. This election exposed a lot, man. And it exposed people's true colors. It exposed a lot, man. I'm thankful that it did. We needed this. I ain't gonna lie to you, we needed it, man. Especially in these times, we needed it. But hey, I love y'all. One love. Keep spreading that love. God is love. And remember, man, no matter what you are, what your age is, skin color, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, again, I encourage y'all that we all got to come together and unite, man, and love one another, man. Even if we can agree to disagree, love one another, man. Especially in these times. Prayers for Trump. We don't know what to expect next. We got some big things coming this upcoming week. We're meeting with Biden. Trump is, we're walking back in there. He's already hit the ground running, as you can see, dropping some amazing, you know, plans, dismantling the deep state. We got some heavy hitters. We're making some big decisions with the cabinet. So, hey, we're going to continue to bring you guys updates. Huge shout out to Benny. And I will catch you beautiful people in the next one, man. Peace and love, y'all.
Today I will be fighting for you with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm 𝗁𝗂 and it's Sunday night in America. It was a political resurrection. Grover Cleveland is no longer alone. Now 2 presidents have served and lost and risen from the ashes to win again. Donald Trump didn't just win the White House, he did something rare for Republicans. He won the popular vote. The Electoral College gives you the right to govern. Winning that and the popular vote gives you a mandate. He won every battleground state, created new ones, won with voters other Republicans cannot sway, and he took the Senate and the House with him. Kamala Harris underperformed Joe Biden everywhere, and she took her time processing that. And even then, I'm not sure she got the message.
In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States, and loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all 3 is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
That might be why she lost. Fighting the wrong battles with the wrong weapons for Hollywood actors and college professors, but not for you. Autopsies are painful, but that's where the best evidence comes from. So what can be learned from this historic election day? Joining us is the host of The Story and co-anchor of the most successful election night coverage team out there, Martha McCallum. Welcome, Martha. Thank you for working weekends. It's not like you don't have enough to do during the week, so thank you for joining us on a Sunday night. What are the lessons
Great to
from
be with you.
election
It was
night?
great to have you with us on election night. You know, I think a couple of things sort of put it in a capsule for me, and I think it was stunning last night to see that President Trump took Arizona as well. So it is a sweep in the way that you described it, to be sure. And then there's just a couple of things that I noticed in the days that followed. One that really stuck out to me, Trey, was on Wednesday morning after this election, 𝗄𝗏 retold a story from the grocery store where he bumped into a man who said Trump's going to win. And he said, why? And he said, because butter is $4. Now, 𝗄𝗏 said he sort of, agreed with him a little bit just to be cordial. And then 𝗁𝗏, his wife, piped in and said, no, it's $7. The fact that this was a shocking revelation that came back to him the morning after this election, I think says so much. And I think that one thing that we watched really closely over the course of this on your show, on my show, on Fox, and on other places as well, was that we were in touch with what people were talking about, what they cared about. And it wasn't Beyonce and it wasn't J-Lo. In fact, those people distanced, I think, Kamala Harris, the vice president, further from the voters. I also think you look at that McDonald's moment and you just see the authenticity of the former president who was willing to fight his way back in every possible way, from assassination attempt to, daunting odds at many points throughout the course of this. It is an extraordinary political story.
And I think you put your finger on exactly the right point. Kamala Harris had celebrities, she had athletes, she had movie stars, but that does not resonate with average Americans. I mean, I think Joe Rogan equals all the stars that she had.
Yeah, I think that that's the authenticity that is so important. I think people have very clear monitors, internal monitors, when someone is being fake or phony with them. And I also think the other celebrity, I never heard of him.
Here, of course,
We built a seven-figure business as a two-person agency, and I wish we had HoneyBook when we started 10 years ago.
Businesses need to be organized, professional, and maintain a consistent client experience. That's the challenge that we're all facing and need a solution for.
But with
Guys, welcome to Black Scout Survival Late Night Live. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out with me tonight. Kamala Harris apparently can still become president. There's been a lot of this rhetoric going on in the media, and it's like, kind of like always, the predicted programming and stuff. Is this something that they're really going to try to push because she didn't get elected? They said they want to do it to basically show the Trump supporters, blah, 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 blah. But how Kamala can still be president under a wild plan floated by one of her former staffers to turn the tables on Trump. And it goes on saying his followers as well, or supporters. Former Kamala Harris aide says Joe Biden should resign so she can serve as the 47th president. Here he is, saying it. You can hear from his own mouth.
That's my question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden has been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he can fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris the president of the United States, give it a resolve, and being able to having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat. And it would make sure that it would dominate the news at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of how Democrats.
Okay, this has now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's on your right season of House of Cards.
Yeah, it's probably serious. It's probably going to happen. But let's jump to the main story of tonight. You know, we've seen over the years the feds, three-letter agencies, attacking conservatives, whether that be soccer moms, whether that be Christians. You buy a hunting license, whatever. You post something on Facebook and you have a MRAP drive through your living room. Well, everyone, you can look around. I just said this other day, you can look around. Everyone is like, man, everything's fine now. We're back in the room. It's not. It's not. In trying to change the tide of these people that have tried so hard to destroy our country is gonna be very difficult. And this gentleman here, Alfie Jones, I'm sorry, his name, Alfie Oaks, you can see here, with Tucker Carlson. The feds raided his Naples, Florida home and farm with a battering ram. He's an outspoken Trump supporter and owner of Seed to Table, grocery store and restaurant. And he also ran for politics locally previously. But they literally went into his house with a battering ram. You see his Range Rover here with the Trump 2024. That's pretty dope. But anyway, they raided his Florida home and farm with the battering ram on Thursday. Alfie Oaks, again, is an outspoken Trump supporter. And the raid was conducted by, listen to this, the Defense Criminal Investigative Service, which investigates criminal behavior with the Department of Defense. According to reports, the feds used a battering ram to bust down the door of his home while his wife and daughter were there. He shows up later after the feds have already gotten there. And they were seen going in and out the home, taking boxes and such, along with the IRS. Here's the new story here.
Surrounding the home of local businessman and conservative activist Alfie Oaks. I want to show you this brand new video at 4. That's Alfie Oaks walking into his home while law enforcement are at the home. You can see him walk right past our cameras and recorder.
So the raid is coming just 2 days after he held a massive election watch party at his seat-to-table grocery store. We have NBC2's Alexa Velez for us live from North Naples right now, where IRS agents went into the gated community. Alexa.
Yeah, so right now we are outside of Alfie Oaks' home here in the villages of Monterey in North Naples, and we saw multiple law enforcement officers coming and going in unmarked cars this morning and afternoon, but they've all left since, and that includes people with the IRS. This is new video of Oaks from about an hour ago. He quickly went into his home after talking to law enforcement, and they were going in and out of his home through the garage, carrying boxes, and we actually saw a man wearing an IRS shirt carry out a computer. One neighbor told me off camera that officers showed up around 11 this morning with a battering ram, and that his wife and daughter were home. We reached out to FHP, and they confirmed that they were only here assisting other agencies by securing the area, mainly keeping Santa Cruz Port clear, and I spoke to a neighbor who knows Oaks, and this is what he knows.
Right around the corner over here, we just heard, open the door, and that's all I really heard. I don't think they kicked the door in. I think his wife, I heard, let him in.
Alfie Oaks is a well-known Republican leader. Oaks owns a Seed-to-Table grocery store who employs thousands of people, and we're still waiting to hear more from the Department of Law Enforcement.
The IRS trick, huh? The same one that got Bill Cooper. Behold the Pale Horse. If you haven't read that book, I highly suggest it. But he's been on the radar for some time because look at this article here. Oaks Farms owner under fire for comments on the pandemic and Black Lives Matter. So he's already been on the radar. He's been a resistance to the tyrannical system. But let's talk a little bit about why they supposedly raided his home. and his, not only that, but his business as well, his packing plant. They say that he was awarded a DoD contract for small business worth, listen to this, $281 million. And they say the discrepancy is because he has 3,500 employees at his packing plant. But the question came up that the contract was awarded to his packing plant. It was not awarded to his packing plant, but a subsidiary he had given a business to of a long-time employee of his, someone who's been working for like 30 years. He started a business with this guy being the CEO. That business was awarded the contract to DoD to supply fresh fruits to the DoD. Now, why the DoD spending $281 million on fresh fruits is freaking beyond me. I'm not sure. It didn't sound like it was the military. It sounded like it was like, you know, these offices with $1,000 leather computer chairs and stuff. But it sounds more like lawfare to me. And the scary thing is we may see more of this prior to the inauguration, in my opinion. You may see 3-letter organizations targeting you, targeting people like you, targeting your businesses, using the IRS, using lawfare, using these sort of things. This is where I've been saying, because like I said, man, look, it's a great time. Maybe America's coming back to what we hope it is, but this is not the time to take your hands off the steering. Hard men make easy times. Easy times make soft men, and soft men make hard times. If you get soft now, it's going to immediately bring back hard times, right? It's immediately going to go back to hard times. So we cannot let off, because I guarantee you there's going to be more of this coming up to inauguration. I also believe there are going to be more deplatforming, possibly prior to. This is payback, if you will. They're pissed off. Big tech will probably deplatform people, because after you deplatform, it's not going to matter. It's not like Donald Trump's going to get your platform back. He's not going to get you your Facebook account back. It'll be too late already. The damage will already have been done. That's why I believe a lot of this, what we're going to see, is going to be happening. A lot of damage will be done prior to him being inaugurated, if that happens, you know. Because if Jamie Raskins has anything to do with it, and he's backpedaling a little bit on his comments before that they will not certify the election and things like that, but I foresee them giving some kind of resistance. You know, they're going to try to obviously silence people, take the wind out of people's sails, especially with the things that Trump has said coming into his first day of presidency. The things that he's going to put in place, he says the first day, is going to shut down a lot of nonsense that we've seen over the years, right? But I would say do not get complacent. I've been saying that. I'm going to preach that probably every day, right? Someone said this, and Ken's correct. I've talked about this. I actually did a whole video about this. The Tea Party was an organization that utilized Saul Alinsky's rules of radicals to try to create a movement. Obama used the IRS to attack them, and they wound up winning a lawsuit and was awarded millions of dollars because of that, because it was absolutely true. Obama used the IRS, and that is usually one of the tools they use, these tyrants. That's what happened to Bill Cooper. I have a good friend of mine who's a business genius, and he says, dude, everyone who owns a business will make some kind of mistake, and if you put yourself on their radar, they will come in there. You have to almost be an attorney to run a business, an accountant, attorney, to even make sure, because laws are changing all the freaking time with the tax accounting. And so he said if they want you and you have a business, they can get you very easily. They'll take everything you own, they'll put you behind bars. It's an easy way, and it's usually Why do you think they hired so many they got more IRS agents than the Marine Corps has Marines, right? They have IRS agents with guns. They're buying submachine guns for the freaking IRS. Why is that? The Internal Revenue Service has submachine guns and stuff, sniper rifles, night vision goggles. Why do they need that? One reason. Because we're their enemy. And that is an organization they can use against them. Speaking of the Marine Corps, it's the freaking Marine Corps birthday. Huh? Semper Fidelis, 𝗁𝗁𝗂𝘂𝘀𝗶𝗰, all that sort of stuff, from the halls of Montezuma. Anyway, great news. Got my NCO sword out. J.D. Vance, Vice President-elect, will be the first ever Marine to be elected as Vice President or President. There's been no Marine President either, or Coast Guard for that matter. But he was a corporal in the Marine Corps. He will be telling generals what to do. How fantastic is that? How fantastic. You know, today's a special day, obviously, for Marines. And when I was getting out of the Marine Corps, man, the chaplain, you have to go around and check out on base, around to the basic supply, the chaplain, medical, all that sort of stuff. And I got to the chaplain, who was obviously a Navy guy. I think he was a Presbyterian preacher. And he was like, man, he's like, I've been in the Navy for, I think, 25 years or something like that. And he was like, every Marine Corps birthday, you have to drink a beer and celebrate the Marine Corps birthday. So, and he's the pastor, he's saying that. So, anyway, with that, obviously, awesome to have J.D. Vance in the Marine Corps, corporal of the Marine Corps telling generals what to do. Pretty cool, pretty cool. But anyway, guys, I'm going to go celebrate a little bit of time I have for the Marine Corps birthday. And remember to say, Frosty, stay strapped, and always stay dangerous.
2, 3. 1, 2.
surgery in order to play. They give you cybernetic combat limbs, set you loose to go out and slaughter all your...
Everything that I'm talking about is in the news. PBS appeals court says Michael Cohen can't hold Trump liable for retaliatory imprisonment. This is the beginning of 2024. And then you can go to the Daily Beast. Michael Cohen believed Trump when he says he'll jail critics. And then it's similar to an authoritarian, even though there's actually nothing, literally nothing similar between Trump and authoritarians, despots, and tyrants. Trump signed prison reform legislation. He removed Americans from never-ending military conflict with peace treaties that the Biden administration completely botched. He's the least militant, and he's the least militant choice. It was a moral imperative to have voted for Trump because he doesn't want to start military quagmires. So he releases people from prison, signs prison reform legislation. Authoritarians aren't known for that. He is the least militant. Authoritarians are known, and despots are known for their militancy. He does not want to curtail speech, whereas Democrats do. So he doesn't want to censor or curtail thoughts and opinions. We can go on forever. He's the antithesis of a despot, Trump. But Michael Cohen might have broken laws, in addition to the laws he already broke regarding financial crimes. Here's why. If Trump jails or indicts Michael Cohen, for example, I'm not saying he definitely will, although it looks like that. It pretty much looks like he will start a special counsel. Well, he'll definitely start a special counsel. Whether Michael Cohen goes to prison again, if you could read the Daily Beast article, he feels that Trump will go after potential crimes he's committed, or I guess in Cohen's viewpoint, just go after him for political purposes. But Cohen did commit, according to Greg Jarrett and others, perjury. Hit subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much for your patience.
Michael Cohen set to take the stand once again on Monday as we head into the home stretch of Trump's New York trial. This follows an eye-opening week of testimony in court where Trump's defense team pressed Cohen on his history of lying under oath, which our next guest said.
Lying under oath, perjury, is a serious crime.
This is more than enough to shred the former fixer's credibility. Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett joins us now. Greg, thanks for being here. I want to start quickly with a text that was shared with Cohen by the defense, which pointed out that this phone call Cohen said he had with Trump discussing the payment was actually about something else. So Michael Cohen had texted the bodyguard for Donald Trump, "Who can I speak to about harassing calls to my cell and office?" And Keith Scheller said, "Call me." When Cohen was confronted with that reality, he didn't really know what to say, which is devastating for the prosecution's case.
Yeah, stumbled, fumbled, and mumbled. Apparently there was shock on the faces of the jurors. It would...
All Trump needs is a text message, like that one, proving that there was political animus on the part of Cohen or anyone else. So if Michael Cohen coordinated, for example, with Democratic Party officials or operatives, if his testimony was influenced by operatives or the Democratic Party in New York or politicians, if, for example, he lied under oath, if his congressional testimony, which he's accused of committing perjury there, I don't know if the statute of limitations has expired on that. That was about 5-6 years ago. But if he committed perjury in front of Congress and the statute of limitations ran out, and the statute of limitations, it's just this year, 2024 was the hush money case. So the statute of limitations would not have run out. If he lied during, I'm not accusing him categorically of lying. I'm going to be as, as gracious as possible, okay, or generous as possible. Greg Jarrett, Alan Dershowitz, a number of other people have accused Michael Cohen of lying under oath during the hush money case. If a special counsel finds out that, and the hush money case apparently was also a federal case according to the Biden DOJ, which of course it wasn't. I mean, it had links to federal law, the FEC. So if Michael Cohen is lying about a federal statute, a special counsel, well, I mean, it really doesn't matter if it was federal or state. A special counsel, if they find a criminal act, just like the Mueller probe, indicting people that had nothing to do with the initial reason for the Mueller probe, which was, collusion with the Kremlin. But if Michael Cohen had lied during his testimony, alongside the hush money, during the hush money case or trial, then Trump will likely, according to Cohen himself in the Daily Beast, go after him politically, or no, legally. These are criminal acts. If your rebuttal is Trump's going after his political rivals, they're going at, he would be going after the rivals who went after him illegally. Again, very simple. This is not rocket science. And if you have a functioning brain cell, you can understand. If people went after Trump, let's say Michael Cohen, and they did so illegally, if they broke laws in an attempt to investigate, impeach, imprison Trump, then that is a crime. It's not political in nature to ensure that the same people who broke laws trying to imprison you themselves go to prison.
It was shown that he lied to the jurors in the courtroom about a critical conversation he swore he had with Donald Trump, payments to Stormy Daniels. The phone data and the text, for example, that you just showed proved it never happened. It was a classic gotcha moment. The call was logged at slightly over a minute long. Text show he wasn't talking to Donald Trump. He was talking to Schiller, his aide, and telling him to sick the Secret Service on a little kid who's 14 years old. I mean, it was devastating to Bragg's case. It invites the standard jury instruction that says if you find that a witness is lying to you about one thing, you may disregard all of that witness's testimony. The judge, I think, now has to give the instruction, and without Cohen, there is no case against Donald Trump. Nobody else ties him to any of the bogus crimes alleged in the indictment.
So, Greg, I guess that begs the strategic question of whether or not defense brings their own witnesses. And I'll pull up one more exchange that happened this week, which was Trump's attorney, Blanche, with Cohen. And he asked Cohen, do you remember telling him that you had nothing to do with President Trump and Cohen and could not cooperate? Cohen said, no, sir. He's talking about Bob Costello. Bob Costello is a confidant of Donald Trump, who claims that Cohen told him he knew nothing about it. So do you think Trump's defense should bring an additional witness to tie this up, or do you leave it where it is?
I'd leave it. Costello was, for a time, Cohen's attorney. The attorney-client privilege has been waived by Cohen.
By the way, we'll get to secret recordings that Cohen had about Trump.
Is that my bed?
Which was obviously...
Is that my bed?
Breaking the attorney-client privilege. Attorneys can't secretly
my bed?
tape their clients.
Your feet are cold.
And also, Trump did not commit a crime. The FEC laws state that Trump did not commit a crime. 𝗁𝗂 𝗁𝗂𝘀, former FEC chairman. Okay, awesome name. You should say it 20 times over. 𝗁𝗂 �𝗂𝘀, Bradley Smith. Okay, trade trainer. These are FEC, Federal Election Commission chairman, stating that Trump did not break an FEC law. And Cohen, from what I understand, testified that Trump knew he was breaking FEC law. Well, very few people on the planet can understand or decipher these legal statutes within the FEC. Okay? But it wasn't even breaking the law, because it was a payment. Let's say he paid Stormy. Let's say Trump had a relationship for one night with Stormy. He paid a fee for it through an NDA or through a hush money payment. Okay, That is a legal payment. You can do that. You can also do that during a presidential campaign, because it's an expenditure that would have taken place with or without the campaign. Just like he could use campaign funds to buy a suit. If the Steele dossier, the Democrats, the DNC, and Clinton's campaign and her lawyer were fined because they would not have purchased a dossier full of lies against Trump, completely fabricated nonsense, were it not for 2016. You do purchase suits, and if you know what, there are people who do pay hush money all the time. Celebrities in Hollywood, for example, billionaires, they pay hush money all the time. They're not running for president. So it wasn't an FEC crime, but also the statute of limitations on the record-keeping misdemeanors, the alleged record-keeping misdemeanors. That's why Trump had like 34 counts, because it was 34 payments. The statute of limitations ran out for those. Those are misdemeanors. The reason they were elevated to felonies is because of a federal crime related to the FEC. That I don't think that there was the FEC allegation, which wasn't a crime, and then there was an underlying crime that they didn't tell people about. So the whole thing was completely fabricated just to convict Trump, so he wins the popular vote. Very good, Democrats. You've yet again done the impossible, thank God, for how inept you are, and allowed Trump to gain a Senate, soon the House, popular vote presidency, and now people are tired, and they want justice.
Which is stupid, but that's Cohen. And, Costello has the ability to annihilate the credibility of his former client. But look, I learned a long time ago, in my first case, when you're witting, sit down, shut up, don't call any more witnesses, because you never know on cross-examination where that witness might get annihilated on cross-examination. So I frankly wouldn't do it.
Interesting. Real quick, that's what you think. What do you think the Trump team will do? Do you have any indication that this will extend into a longer defense?
Look, I have no indication, but it's a...
So, if you listen to Alan Dershowitz, he stated, like Greg Jarrett, that Michael Cohen lied, which, during Trump's second term, could be a very big issue in an upcoming special counsel. What do you think will happen if indeed anyone, not just Michael Cohen, if anyone lied at any point, Stormy? At any point, if someone lied during testimony, what do you think is going to happen in Trump's second term? Especially when, hopefully, God willing, Kash Patel or somebody like Kash Patel is Attorney General.
More is Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett, Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz. Professor, let's get your take on where we are in this case, this trial, and what you thought happened in the courtroom today. Where's the crime, and what is the crime? Can you please tell me, Professor, because I don't know.
I've been doing this 60 years, and I can't find the crime here. What I can find is a crime committed today in the courtroom by Michael Cohen. He looked the jury in the eye and he lied. They asked him why he tape recorded his client. And instead of saying, well, maybe I was afraid, I needed some protection, he made up this whole story about why he did it for Pecker. And nobody is going to believe that. And I think this raises serious ethical problems for the prosecutors. In 60 years of doing this, I have never put a witness like Michael Cohen on the stand, because I have ethics. And good lawyers don't put people on the stand who they know are going to lie, either on direct, and he lied, I believe, on direct, or on cross. And we're going to see lie after lie after lie on cross. And so we see ethical violations occurring right in front of us and lies occurring right in front of us. We don't even have to get into the issue that he lied before and he went to jail. He lied right to this jury. And I hope at least the lawyers on the jury will see through it and understand that he's trying to sell this jury a bill of goods. But if you listen to CNN or if you read the New York Times, this was the most compelling testimony you've ever seen in your life. And that's why these trials should be on television, so we can decide for ourselves who's telling the truth, instead of having to understand this evidence through the prism of biased reporting.
So if he lied continually during the trial that was 2024, what do you think happens in 2025 with the new Attorney General? This isn't rocket science, okay? If you see Michael Cohen with, like, you know, trying to flee, I'm joking here, but the point is, if anyone would want to flee the country, it's probably somebody who lied continuously, and then the person he lied about under oath becomes president. It's not a good thing. If you are the star witness to convict the political rival of Democrats, and that person becomes president, so Trump is now the 47th like I said he would. And every segment I've done the past year has been future president, he's won the presidency. Okay, I've been telling you this forever. I've been telling you this forever. You'd have to be a complete fool not to realize that Trump was getting stronger and stronger and stronger the more that Democrats sold their soul to indict him, to convict him, to kick him off a ballot, to accuse him of fomenting a rebellion, which is complete nonsense. Even the Supreme Court rejected that absurd notion. And so it's like, if he lied all the time, committed perjury, what do you think the next special counsel is going to do?
You know, and by the way, Michael Cohen, I would argue, Greg Jarrett, based on the referral by Jim Jordan and James Comer about 6 other lies that they believe they've identified that he told Congress.
The person he allegedly lied for was the head, I believe, of the National Enquirer.
He has a real, I guess it personally impacts him whether or not Donald Trump becomes president or not, because those referrals would likely go and be taken seriously if there's a new Attorney General, correct or no?
Oh yeah, at least a half a dozen other notorious lies that any fair and objective Department of Justice would already have arrested him and started the prosecution of it. But I will say that Cohen today failed to connect Trump to any crimes, and I know that prosecutors know that. So tomorrow they're going to try to change things, Sean. Cohen will probably do what he always does best. He'll lie. He'll say, oh yes, Trump ordered me to falsely record these expenses as legal expenses. The trouble is that's going to be a tough sell, because today he recounted all the legal actions he took that constituted legal expenses.
So who was the former mayor of Cincinnati who, what's his name, the oh my goodness, the famous talk show host, 90s host, you know, the salacious talk shows that he had. Anyway, he signed a personal check to a specific type of worker in the evening. And you don't do that. He wrote a personal check. And so Michael Cohen actually doesn't have any evidence like that. In Congress, he stated he doesn't have any evidence Trump told him to pay Stormy. But the problem is Michael Cohen started a company of his own to pay Stormy. He doesn't have any evidence that Trump told him to start a company. And so he doesn't even have a recording with all the secret recordings of Trump telling him pay Stormy so he could break FEC laws. Or even, he doesn't even have a recording of Trump saying pay Stormy. He doesn't have that recording. Just like he said in Congress he didn't have a recording. Then he allegedly lied in testimony in New York, saying, oh, he has all these recordings. None of them actually show Trump, coordinating a payment to evade FEC laws. And by the way, nobody would care. Not one person would have cared that he had an affair for one night with Stormy. Not one individual. That wouldn't have swung not even a county, much less 2016. Whereas Comey's letter, that's really what swung 2016, in addition to how strong Trump was in 2016. Oh, and also cheating Bernie Sanders in the primary, as, you know, and then you could fast forward, Sanders doesn't even acknowledge that he was cheated. That's a whole other can of worm.
I'm not sure he understood it because he's not a bright guy. The real test for Michael Cohen, Sean, will be cross-examination. The defense will spend a full day confronting him with his innumerable lies, and then they'll ask the question one by one. Were you lying then, or are you lying now? And once these jurors, Sean, see some of the seething, unhinged, lunatic rants by Cohen on TikTok, they're going to hate him. But the question is, do they hate Donald Trump more? Will they acquit because there's no evidence of crimes, or convict for purely political reasons? That's what Alvin Bragg is counting on.
So now Michael Cohen is faced with a very, very difficult set of circumstances. The judge in the case might actually, do away with the verdict. So they might drop the actual conviction. Because if it went to the Supreme Court would drop the conviction. A state cannot decide that somebody committed a federal crime. The federal government must decide that. The federal government, this is constitutional law. There's a separation between federal and state authority. There's an issue of jurisdiction. A state cannot decide that Trump committed an FEC violation because the FEC statutes are that's a federal government. The FEC is part of the federal government. It's a federal department. So that would be the DOJ. Well, Biden's DOJ didn't want anything to do with this. They didn't convict Trump. They convicted Trump of everything else, or they indicted Trump, of everything else. But they couldn't fabricate what they needed to fabricate on a state level. So they left that up to the state court to just make things up, and that now the judge is saying, you know what, we don't need a special counsel. The judge will likely drop the conviction just because Trump is president. Now there's a special counsel. And the special counsel is going to go, and then the judge or the prosecutors could turn on Cohen. If the prosecutors are part of a special counsel, or they're targeted by a special counsel investigation, and there's overt coordination between the Biden Department of Justice, the Democratic National Committee, New York prosecutors, who do you think at the end of the day gets the short end of the stick? Okay? Well, it's likely the star witness. This was the worst political calculus or decision of all time. To testify against a future president right before the president tells the world, you know, guess what? We're going to start special counsels, and everyone who broke the law is going to get prison time.
Because, Sean, he has no case.
I'd like to know, too, how much time did he spend with the prosecution, maybe mock questioning beforehand, prep sessions with them, as Stormy Daniels had admitted. All right, here is my exit question, and I don't have a lot of time. What are the odds of either an acquittal or a hung jury, Professor?
So, this is interesting. The cross-examination of Michael Cohen, when you look at the cross-examination in the hush money case, and you compare that with his congressional testimony, a lot of lies there, likely a lot of lies.
Anticipating this week to be the final stretch in Trump's New York criminal trial. His attorneys say they expect to wrap up their questioning today, could be at any time. Then the prosecution can choose to ask Cohen a second round of questions. He is their final witness. After that, if they choose to do that, the defense then presents its case. Former Commander-in-Chief talked on the way in today.
All of the things you see that you saw over the last 4 weeks, most of it should have never even been brought up. And then on top of that, there's no crime. and we go on day after day, and I tell Iowa, I'm sorry, I won't be able to make it. I tell New Hampshire, sorry, I won't be able to make it. I'm sitting in an icebox all day.
He calls it the icebox. He called it. I love the fact that sometimes you go to the government buildings and it's freezing cold, and so I don't know why people like freezing cold like rooms. I don't get it. Like, why would you want to go into a freezer? But he called it the icebox, which is so hilarious. See that the average morally superior, highly educated liberal Democrat who thinks Trump is a reincarnation of the despots of the 30s and 40s. Oh, he's an authoritarian. They don't get the humor. They don't get it. It's so funny, though. He's like, oh, the icebox.
Senior correspondent Eric Shawn is live for us outside the courthouse. Eric.
Hello, Harris. Well, it turns out he not only lied, but also stole money from former President Trump. In cross-examination, Michael Cohen exposed as a thief today.
This case should be dismissed. It should have never been brought. And the judge is highly conflicted. He's a corrupt judge. He's highly conflicted. He's totally corrupt. And he's interfering with an election.
Well, Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, back on cross-examination. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, again elicited more admissions damaging to Cohen's credibility that he stole money from the Trump organization. Testimony showed that Trump paid Cohen back for spending money to rig an online poll that favored Trump. So Cohen was reimbursed for $50,000. But guess what? It turns out that he only paid the polling company $20,000, and he pocketed the rest, keeping $30 grand for himself. And when Blanche asked Cohen if he lied about that, Cohen said yes. Meanwhile, President Trump's lawyers want to call as their first witness Bradley Smith. Smith is an election law expert and former chairman of the Federal Election Commission. Smith has said that the payments to Stormy Daniels do not count as campaign contributions, as prosecutors claim, but personal expenses, and that could undercut a key part of Alvin Bragg's case against the former president. Smith has compared Trump's case to the 2012 prosecution of former Senator John Edwards. You may remember that Edwards faced similar charges of spending money on a mistress, but his trial ended in an acquittal and a mistrial, and Edwards got off. We don't know if the former president will testify at this trial, but for the first time today, a large group of protesters who are against him.
So he admitted under oath to lying to Trump about 30 grand, in which he could have just said, because I don't think Trump would have cared, he could have just probably said, hey, listen, you know, the poll or whatever it is he was charging is $50,000, or what is it? No, it's $20,000. But well, I don't know how would he justify $30,000 for an online poll? So that's why he lied. There you go. Okay, that's why he lied. Okay.
Is dead wrong. A biased prosecutor, a man who ran for office on the theory of let's find the crime.
So it's not just Michael Cohen, it's within the context of a Tammany Hall type of overt political effort to get Trump. And now he's president. I mean, you couldn't miscalculate. You couldn't, you know, be on the wrong side of the political equation more than what took place. If you have broken the law trying to convict Trump in New York, that is the worst legal position to be in, because he's president now, and his attorney general will be the Republican equivalent of Merrick Garland.
To prosecute Trump for, and they couldn't find the crime, so they made it up. We're now a day after the verdict. I've known criminal law, I've been involved in criminal law 60 years. I still don't know what the crime is.
Right.
Was he found guilty of intending to violate tax laws, to violate the federal election laws to defraud the voters? I still don't know, and we're a day after this. This is the most outrageous case. You know, everybody knows the quote from Lavrentiy Beria, the head of the KGB, and Stalin, when Beria said to Stalin,
"Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime."
No, find you the crime.
Find you the crime. Yeah.
Tried to find the crime, and he couldn't. So he made up the crime. He took it a step further than Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria. This case will go down in history as one of the most abusive prosecutions since the trial of Aaron Burr back in 18 whatever. This is.
But Aaron Burr actually did something egregious, taking the life of Alexander Hamilton. In a duel. Trump did nothing wrong. He paid Stormy. According to Trump, it never even happened. But let's say it did happen, it still wouldn't have been an FEC crime, according to FEC chairman. It was an expenditure that would have taken place with or without a campaign. So therefore, it's not a federal crime. But they just said it was. And you have Bradley Smith, Hanze von Spakovsky, trade trainer. These are all chairmen of the FEC. These are all the people who led the Federal Election Commission. They all stated there was no crime.
Is a stain on our criminal justice system.
And by the way, you're not the only liberal Democrat saying that. We had this interesting piece that was in the New York Magazine, of all places, by a CNN analyst, Elie Honig. I don't know if you saw it, came out this morning. He says the charges against Trump are obscure and nearly entirely unprecedented. In fact, as you say, made up.
You can count on both hands, literally, and I'm not being facetious. You could count, there's probably around 10, in about 8 years, 10 articles in the New York Magazine, New Yorker, Atlantic probably none, but New York Times, Washington Post, none Rolling Stone, Vanity Fair, Esquire. You could just count maybe not even 10, maybe 6 or 7 articles, fair and unbiased, regarding Trump. Maybe. I mean, he had negative media coverage 24/7, and then he got the popular vote. So only Trump could have done this. We were talking about in the history of American politics, in the history of the world, how many world leaders in history have come back in the manner Trump had?
No state prosecutor in New York or Wyoming or anywhere has ever charged federal election laws as a direct or predicate state crime against anyone for anything. None ever. So you're not the only liberal Democrat who believes that. I just wonder how many other folks out there who used to be against Trump are now in his favor.
I can tell you, I get calls, whispered calls from liberal Democrat friends of mine saying you're 100% right, but I won't say it publicly because I'm so thrilled that Trump got convicted, even though the conviction was outrageous. You get a lot of liberals who believe with Elie Honig and me that this is an unjustified conviction. We're willing to say it.
The wonderful, highly educated, morally superior liberal Democrats were so happy when Trump got convicted. The problem is that the average American says, oh, Democrats are going after Trump, they have nothing. And that's why he won. Whereas if you go after Trump and you break the law trying to imprison an innocent man, whether it's Trump or anyone else, then you're going to prison. If you try and fail to convict Trump because he actually didn't commit a crime, and you've broken the law in attempting to imprison Trump, then you yourself will go to prison. You live by the lawfare, then the repercussions will be that you experience the same fate that you wanted Trump to experience, had he actually committed a crime.
But they're not willing to say it. And there's dancing on the streets, and there are people who are just, I get these emails, they're so thrilled that we violated the Constitution in order to get Trump. I have people telling me getting Trump elected is worse than undoing the Constitution. That's how
extreme some of these people are. And, you know, it's not only this case, it's the 3 other cases. I go over each of them in my book, Get Trump, and every single one of them is based on conceptions that are in violation of the rule of law. This was the weakest case. This was the worst case, but it was in a very good jurisdiction.
But even Professor Dershowitz, did you imagine in your book, or even a few weeks ago, that the judge himself would bring so much of that prejudice? People are allowed to have their opinions. People are allowed to be inconsistent. But the judge is supposed to keep prejudice out of the courtroom. And his instruction.
So the judge is going to decide whether or not to drop the conviction. The best thing for Trump, and I'm going to throw a curveball right now, a slider, not a fastball. The best thing for Trump is that the judge does not drop the case and it goes to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court overturns the conviction based on the fact that the FEC statutes that the court used cannot be used by a state court if the Department of Justice is not involved. And the Department of Justice was not involved because the FEC dropped the hush money case. So if he doesn't drop the case, then everyone involved gets investigated by likely investigated by perhaps, possibly, very likely a future special counsel, and the whole thing goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court obviously, like I told you about the absurd Colorado ballot nonsense and the immunity, I said Trump will continue to get victories. The Supreme Court.
Well, folks, Matt Walsh's new film, Am I Racist?, is now streaming only at Daily Wire Plus. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss Matt's latest comedy movie. Watch him dismantle the diversity, equity, and inclusion racket while calling out the biggest grifters and race hustlers in the game.
Just called it a roadmap to conviction, which is essentially what it was. The judge is supposed to be neutral, if anything, on the side of the defense, because it's the prosecution that has to prove that something has been done illegally. But in this case, he was providing the jury with a road to conviction, was he not?
Yes, in fact, the day before the conviction, I wrote a column saying this was a directed verdict by the judge, that the judge was directing the jury to convict. And by the way, he didn't have to. The jury would have convicted anyway. Once the jury was selected from New York voters, 80...
I think, like, one of the questions for the jury was, how do you get your news? And if it was CNN and the New York Times, they're like, oh, I'm biased. Like, I was like, what? You get your news from CNN and you're on a jury, or you're like part of a prosecution of Trump? You could just say goodbye to any impartiality there, in my humble opinion.
85% of whom don't want to see Trump as their president. The die was cast. This case should have been tried in a different county. It should have been tried in Staten Island or in Rockland County, where you get some chance of getting a fair jury. This was an unfair jury from the beginning. So the judge didn't even have to go as far as he went, but he did. And he essentially ruled in a way that made it impossible for the jury to acquit or even to hang.
Right.
I thought there would be a hung jury, but once I heard the instructions, I said, no way, you're going to get 12 jurors. I was surprised it took them 10 hours. I think maybe they just filibustered a little bit and checked off some boxes.
Yeah.
I think they just convict this guy as soon as they went into the jury box, even before they heard the evidence.
Now, former President Trump, who, by the way, is still under this gag order, and we can talk about that, but he talked about it, but he went pretty far in testing out the limits of the gag order, where he was allowed to go, talking clearly about a couple of people that he's not allowed to mention by name, but one of whom was Michael Cohen.
The best was when Trump was like very upset, obviously, naturally so, because of the whole thing, and he would keep saying, I can't talk about certain people, but you know who they are. But he's like, he couldn't even talk about Michael Cohen, whereas Michael Cohen and Stormy were on Twitter, X, and other platforms disparaging Trump. But it was just so funny when he's like, I can't talk, but UK, so other people can talk, I can't talk.
And the really obnoxious thing that happened, I think certainly grounds for appeal, was the prosecution saying that because Michael Cohen had a plea deal that involved election interference, that necessarily meant that Trump was guilty of election interference. The judge originally said he wasn't going to allow that suggestion to be made, but the prosecution made it, and when the defense objected to it, that objection was overruled by the judge, even though he said he was going to prevent it from happening. Here's Donald Trump talking about it this morning. Roll tape.
But the three things that he pled on having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA.
So again, he was convicted of things that weren't crimes.
Of course he was. Not only that, but the federal government...
Only Donald Trump, God bless him, only Donald Trump could be convicted of things that were not crimes, have the entire Democratic Party think they're in the driver's seat, then win the popular vote. He didn't just win the presidency, which was, I told you he would win the presidency. That's obvious. You'd have to be a complete imbecile not to, have predicted that Trump was going to win the presidency. Inflation and high interest rates, global quagmires are the reason. It was a very rational, logical, reasonable decision by the American electorate. Again, you'd have to be a complete fool not to understand or not to have known that Trump was going to win.
Manipulated the plea of Cohen to include Trump precisely in order to get this kind of argument that could be made. But it's pure hearsay. I mean, if Cohen thinks that Trump is guilty and pleaded guilty to a crime involving Trump, that's not relevant. So this case should easily be reversed based on the New York Court of Appeals decision in the Harvey Weinstein case. But because this guy's name is Trump, it's even worse than Harvey Weinstein in the view of judges, and so I'm not confident that it will be reversed in the New York system.
And there's also the time. There's also the timing, and forgive me because we're running out of time, but I just want to play one soundbite from Mark Levin, who's talking, because some people are saying it's not going to, there's no way it could get to the Supreme Court before the election. He's saying we've got to kind of...
So Trump didn't need it to get to the Supreme Court. It will get to the Supreme Court if the judge decides to keep the conviction, and it'll be overturned by the Supreme Court.
Donald Trump is the first former president to be convicted of a felony, but it is far from over.
So we're going to be appealing this scam. We're going to be appealing it on many different things. He wouldn't allow us to have witnesses. He wouldn't allow us to talk. He wouldn't allow us to do anything.
Former President Trump's legal team pledging to appeal the verdict, and sentencing could be stayed during any appeal. So that could push any punishment beyond Election Day. Let's bring in Jonathan Turley and Judge 𝗁𝗂 for more on this. So in terms of the appeal, I mean, the president's team's already thinking about it. They've got until, I think it's the second week of June, to file it. Judge, how do you think this proceeds in the days, weeks, and potentially months ahead?
Well, the sentencing will occur on July 11th, and of course the defense has the opportunity to say in front of Judge 𝗁𝗂 to make a post-conviction motion that the evidence is contrary or the verdict is contrary.
ice water. Go to bed, Gruff.
Go to bed, Mom.
Shine. Paper.
Together we rise above the fray. In Kokomo's light our hearts sway.
Did I do a little live last night?
Mystery unfolds. For Q black holes suits digital battles cold. Billy reassures no worries remain. Templar concludes Kokomo's heaven sustains.
Hope I have time.
Cats are fighting, but we won't fall.
Streamers right now.
Our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting, Billy's laughing. ICS jokes, maths puzzle unwinds, Longshank's expertise, our dreams.
No, that's not moving the professional representatives.
It hasn't moved.
Darkness fades, squid breaks through the screens.
Probably because of the weekend, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. As I said, I think they're trying to steal it.
Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting, cats are fighting, but we won't fear. Kokomo's heaven, a peaceful air. Friendship shining bright, we're clear.
Fake news don't tell us nothing.
In Kokomo's warmth, the hearts hold dear. Enjoy Black Lives.
Some people think the House, a lot of people say the House is going to get it, a lot of people think we're going to get it, but the Democrats are trying to pull their head out of their ass to try to figure out how to cheat, but they can't really add votes because the polls are closed, and they can probably get caught adding votes, you know what I mean? I don't know. But they're still going to try. Hopefully it's going to get caught if they do. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it's an obvious catch.
Well, all the fake news here doesn't know what to do. They can't handle it. They can't deal with it.
Yeah.
All the fake news. How did this happen? It's supposed to be close.
It's corruption. And I'm sure you guys got corruption in your country too, somehow.
Really?
So that your country does know corruption. They understand corruption. President Trump is definitely the president. It's just we need the House. We gotta have the House to really make it count. We gotta have the House. There's just no ifs to it.
It's really got a lot of people out there.
Because if we don't get the House, there's going to be one impeachment after the other of fake crimes. They're going to say you did something when you didn't. I don't know if your country ever prosecute people over fake crimes that they didn't do, but that's what it'll be, fake crimes. They'll say you did something and you know you didn't, but they'll still say you did it anyways, just to get you out of public view.
In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting, Billy's laughing.
Well, I'm sure your country probably will prosecute somebody innocent too, because they prosecute people who try to stick up for their rights, you know? Your country probably would arrest people too, so. Anyway, it's just not normal for the U.S. to do this. Donald Trump is planning on fixing a lot of shit. Some people keep thinking Donald Trump is the Antichrist. I said, I don't know. I can't say he is, but I don't think he is. I don't think he is. What I think it is, and I said I can't say for sure, but it's just my thought. And like Jesus otherwise comes and tells me so, you know, of my thinking is wrong. That God is giving us Donald Trump to try to correct the things that have gone wrong with the United States, giving us one more chance to repent. And this one more chance, if you don't repent, it's your last chance. I got a feeling that's what it is. I'm not positive. And hopefully the Lord tells me, hey, I'm wrong, you know, if I'm wrong, you know what I'm saying?
Just have an idea.
Because we can all be wrong, you know what I mean?
Complete with the graphics, with the images, the fonts, layout.
You know what I'm saying?
So within a few minutes, you end up with a stunning.
We can all be wrong with something, but you'd like to think that maybe.
First, let's create the content. So
maybe it's something.
I create a new ebook, and I'm going to do it as a PDF.
Because God gives second chances, you know.
Content, but for now, I'm going to use Word.
And maybe this is our second chance.
Content creator.
Write the things that went wrong.
Give it an idea. So I'm going to say content.
But not everybody can write the things that went wrong if you don't have the majority helping you write it. You know what I mean? Not one person can do it.
Outline, which I can customize.
It takes masses to do it.
Remove chapters, sections, and then within a few moments, it comes back.
I still have a feeling that the United States is going to fuck up.
Let's move on to the next step. Now we're going to choose
as a whole.
There's hundreds to choose from, all different styles.
But when?
But for now, I'm going to look at this.
And what I got a feeling is.
Let's give it a go. So now in step 3,
I hope I'm wrong.
Any content.
But I got a feeling Trump is going to be assassinated, and then things are going to go to hell.
What you need to do is just scroll through, check everything off. Switch out images for different ones from.
He's going to be assassinated, and that's when the freaking elite or whatever is going to take over.
Just repeat that throughout.
And then it's going to be all nothing but chaos.
So all I need to do then is to scroll down and click on Publish.
And nobody's going to know what to do. The only thing I can say is I got to look up to the Lord and say, well, Lord,
you're joining 350,000
we tried,
customers across 70 different.
But the devil defeated us in this point, but yet we're still not defeated because we still have the Lord.
We've got awards from
Does that make sense?
Trustpilot from G2 and Software Advice. So all you need to do is click on the Learn More button below this video. Get started. Get your
all we can say is we tried, right?
At the end of the day.
Well, you can do this. They're next in the box.
Because one person can't do everything. You know, one person with God can do a lot.
Uniquely formulated for rapid relief that lasts and lasts.
In the politics world, probably not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. With God, everything's possible, though, and that's why when I pray to God that God can help fix things, you know. But it would have, like I said, it has to be the Lord's will to fix things. If the Lord doesn't want what we want, then the Lord's going to say choose something else. The Lord's going to say no, this ain't what I want. You know what I mean? So we have to ask the Lord what He wants and try to figure it out, right? Rough? You see everything that's in the Bible, even though I don't understand it all. But I don't understand all of it. There's so much in the Bible to read, and I don't understand it all.
birds and the sunshine bright. Mount Zion's echo fills the day and night.
Well, I guess if the Lord wants me to understand it, I'll understand it more.
Every heartbeat, His love has just begun.
And I hopefully the Lord doesn't think it's ignorance that I don't understand. It's just I don't understand it. I understand the part of those who believeth in Him and know that He is, God, and understand the 10 Commandments that you're supposed to follow them and stuff like this, and understand that you're forgiven by grace and stuff like that. I understand all that, okay? But there's other things, that I don't fully understand. Well, I got all my dailies done for the little characters now. I just gotta wait for the big 12 o'clock. I'm just gonna sit on. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and go to Myth and sit on that character. Myth is probably not going to be it there, though. I don't know what character will be there at the new old place. That I just stand this character and fight these things one more time and get this one over with when it's ready, you know what I mean? And then go to the other one.
Irvine, California, the gem of Orange County, where you can soar 400 feet in an iconic helium balloon, adventure into preserved open spaces, explore a bustling culinary scene and endless entertainment options. Whether for business or pleasure, Irvine is close to renowned beaches, famous theme parks, and multiple nearby airports, making it the perfect destination for any trip. Make Irvine the gateway of your next Southern California experience.
After this video, your life is never going to be the same. So I need you to stop whatever you're doing and give me your undivided attention. Okay?
500, 1,000, even 2,000 a day.
I'm just gonna wait here for.
Thanks so much. I can't tell you how good this feels.
For the first time in my life, I bought something online, and I got way more than my money's worth.
So I just kind of lucked out because a friend of mine had an invitation. He couldn't come, so he gave it to me.
Over $2,300 per day on average. I cannot tell you how good it feels.
76,000 in 4 months.
Looks like we're fighting that anymore. We're not fighting those White Horse soldiers, no?
Probably. I don't know. It's not 12 o'clock yet. Wait for the time.
Morning dawn, and I stumbled upon a pirate dawn with drama begun. Don't mistress the drama unfolds, your panting heart secrets.
It's 58 now, so I'll go ahead and get in.
Pirates drama forever strong. My base stands strong, dare to try. Beat my base and take the sky. Still searching for my foot's given free. About now, don't pretend to be. Great friend, deadly blue eyes shine. A legendary player in this pirate shrine.
59, 58, 2 minutes.
I'm thinking of you.
No, I'm gonna really get this since I'm on a little storm. We'll let a little storm down so far. And then I'll go to the big one.
Forever strong. Weekends ahead, let's clash and see. May the best pirate win. Enjoy black leather, mom. Morning dawn, and I stumbled upon a pirate dawn with drama begun. Don't mistrust the drama unfolds, your panting heart our secrets told. Hammer page, eagle wars rage on. Battle pirates, drama forever strong. Weekends ahead, let's clash at sea. May the best pirate win, enjoy black leather, mom.
Well, it's locked. This should count. This should count to get the little storm done. Victory. I'm going to go back to little life real quick and do that one. I'm going to get the little characters done real quick. I'll be with you in a minute, bro. I figured I said go ahead and get these done real quick because I'm already here.
So it's only got 4 minutes here, so I'm gonna crack on.
Yeah, I know. Well, life is done. The storm is done. Yep. Kill him, first hit. Come on, kill him first hit. What do you want, Polar? You want to get outside? And Polar's still doing okay, Gruff. We haven't lost any cats. So I'm guessing the little vacuum must have got him. We lucked out. No, I didn't kill him first hit, man. Should have been late on him. Come on, hurry up, Killy. What do you want? I gotta get that Gruffalo as quick as I can. What do you want? I gotta get the Gruffalo as soon as I can. Yes, I do. What do you want? You don't want me to play with the Gruffalo? You want me to play with you? Gruffalo, I got a Polar. I got a spoiled doggy. What about you? You got a spoiled doggy?
Yeah. You're too far away.
Alright, I'm coming to you, bro. Let me do this. Quit biting my hand, okay? You keep bumping my hand. You're gonna push me away from the chair. Oh, I'm coming to you, bro. How much more time we got?
It's like a time stop.
I can't get on this one. Oh, I can get over here.
Captain, call me the chief. Navigating waters, my crew finds relief when the storm starts brewing. We stand as one, battle pirates forever. Our journey's just begun.
We got 2 minutes to kill these or we don't get credit.
lurking, in shadows they hide. With dreadnoughts and courage we turn the tide. Rising like legends in battles we fight. Kingdoms will tremble when we take to the night. Building our empire brick by brick. In this game of kings we're ready quick. I am the captain, 𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂. Navigating waters, my crew finds relief. When the storm storms through and we stand as one. Battle pirates forever, our journey's just begun.
I ain't got enough pips.
Sailing through the chaos, we won't back down. In the sea of adventure, together we crown. I am the songwriter with eyes, mighty hand. Black leather moan helping me across this digital land. With Templar's knowledge and a pirate's pride, will conquer the seas and never be denied. I am the knowledge, Templar's my name. Ruling the chat with my pirate fame. On the Battle Pirates platform we chat and play. I guide my crew through the digit.
That's almost cut in half. I don't like when they're cut like that. That is what it is.
Stay here, our voice.
No, I didn't get credit for that one, bro.
Pirates crew, our requests have just begun. Listen up, we got a list.
So I gotta go find out where they're at next. Are you there already?
No, find more.
We need it now.
Let's see.
Tokens don't make us bow.
You're doing what?
Ads built tokens too. We're counting on you.
Celestial.
See us through.
Celestial.
Battle pirates, the lead here, our voice, give us what we need. Make our gameplay choice. Upgrade
I said you were just saying goodbye to your wife.
See, I open the door.
Where's your wife going this time of morning?
Evolution kicks E9 to E10. Patsy kicks us
Survey
power
can.
on gates. C5.5 glacial launcher turret we adore. Battle pirates, the lead hero voice, give us what we need. Make our gameplay choice. Upgrade token skills.
Oh, the picture, the little crabs. You gotta go find the crabbies.
Six red line switch full throttle exhaust. Billy asked Tsunami kits and upgrade tokens too. Archangel request 213 defender armors. Tsunami's info cruiser will spin the employ. Battle pirates, the lead hero voice, give us what we need. Make our gameplay choice. Upgrade tokens, skins and more. We're waiting, Kit CA, open the door. Adam says Pathfinder build tokens. At border requests, countermeasure against rockets fight. TJ asked when they structure tokens face of horror at lower cannon unknown to upgraded favorite things. Battle
Right here. Drop down here.
I'm
there.
Upgrade tokens, skins and more. We're waiting, Kit CA, open the
I'm there.
door. Elise requests Agamemnon kits and Zach asked Dave
Yo-yo,
Pathfinder
I'm
build
there.
tokens.
Yo-yo.
Big man retire against the tri-skin
I'll let you feel
TLC.
it. I ain't got no
Please
map.
add. Battle
Oh, that's not a line.
Heroes, what we need, make our gameplay choice. Upgrade tokens, skins, and more. We're waiting, Kit CA, open the door. Alice requests Agamemnon kits, and Zach asked Dave Pathfinder build tokens.
I need to
Dave
do
Man
every card
retired
that
against
time.
the tri-skin TLC, except for double lord, please add. United we stand, united we play. Our requests are clear every single day. Listen up, kick, say we're counting on you. Give us what we need and our Lord. United we stand, united we play. Our requests are clear every single day. Listen up, kick, say we're counting on you. Give us what we need and our loyalty will shine through. United we stand, united we play. Our requests are clear every single day. Listen up, kick, say we're counting on you. Give us what we need and our loyalty will shine through. Battle we stand, united we play. Our requests are clear every single
I should be
day.
next.
Listen up, kick, say we're counting on you. Give us what we need and our loyalty will shine through. Kick, say hear our plea. We're waiting
I'll be right
for
back,
your
bro.
reply. Give us what we need and
Wait
we
for me.
will thrive. That pirates crew united alive. Enjoy Black Leather, mom.
Come on, jump up, Gruffalo. Balance will be next. Okay, Gruffin there.
Trump's the leader. Let's make that choice. With faith in our hearts, we'll pave the way.
You've got to wait on the
God bless America.
Yeah.
Come what may.
And then inauguration is in January, where he actually makes his life.
Let's seek the truth.
You know that, right?
Trump, this is our call. Lead us back, stand proud.
He's got already. He's got a lot of work to do between now and then. I can do it once. Let's hope he picks the right people this time.
Storm. Well, no matter who he picks, the left ain't gonna be happy with it because he's picking some whoppers this time.
Through trials and storms, we stand so tall.
Hopefully, God leads him the right way. You know what I'm saying? I'm there, bro. Just have to keep leaving it in God's hands, bro.
Trump, this is our call. Lead us back, stand proud and tall. God's hand at work, in unity we stand. With faith in our hearts, we'll heal this land.
So the law enforcement agencies are not too happy.
I don't know how they can say law enforcement aren't too happy. A lot of law enforcement are actually the ones that voted for him. A lot of them voted for Trump. So there's some fake news going on down there in the UK as they're saying law enforcement's not happy. A lot of law enforcement have voted for Trump. There's a couple of states that don't want Trump, don't want their law enforcement to help with the immigration resending back. But you know what? New York's already started. They're already loading up their illegal immigrants on buses and sending them back towards Texas. Yeah, so they're already started. They already know they're overfull. And something else has happened, which is good. You know all those credit cards they gave the illegals where they can have free money on the government. A lot of those credit cards are getting canceled. So now these illegals are going to go get some money and their cards are saying decline. Now they ain't got no money. So now a lot of them are just wanting to go back because they ain't got no money. You pinch them where it hurts and they're going to want to go back because they ain't got no money here in America. Huh? Yeah.
Will not want to look for it.
Right.
Same here.
So now they ain't got no money, so now they're going to have to go back. I'm there, bro. So America's already starting to cut off their funds, okay? You know, if America starts to do this, you know, the UK may follow suit. You know what I'm saying? They see America doing it, the UK may follow suit, which will give you guys some relief, right? Huh?
It's hard to stop them going over in the books. They're able to stop them.
Yeah, but if the UK sees how America's doing it, the UK is going to follow suit. They're going to you guys are going back home where you came from. Not the legal ones. Not the ones who filed legally to come into your country. It's the ones who didn't file legally. You know what I'm saying? The illegals.
Difficult to return them in a different country.
Yep. But it's going to cost you more to keep them than it is to send them back in the long run.
It's not as straightforward. It's just sending them back now. You're sending them back to a different country. It's not easy.
Oh, ours are going to all different countries too, but we're going to start with sending them to Texas first.
You're sending them back to Mexico.
Well, not all of them came from Mexico, though.
Even though they may not be from Mexico. That's the difficult part.
Secrets to hide, hurricanes and tempests, nations fight, yet hope arises like stars in the night. Weekends under skies, painted with grace, breath of the winds, our hearts in place. Hey,
alright, let me get over to the side. Let me take care of this.
Where faith meets the skies, we are free.
Fire is next. I'm gonna put you on fire, bro. I'm gonna burn your feet. Hopefully your country can figure something out. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but gotta be a way. Even if they only send 5,000 back a year, it'd be better than nothing, you know what I mean?
Nah, I'm trying to explain to you, Mom, it's not straightforward, is it?
Yeah.
And these people back to a country that doesn't help them. It's not the country that come from.
Well, as Trump said, the country's not going to want the ones we're sending them back to them either, but Trump said if they don't take them back, we're going to tariff them heavily. And they don't want heavy tariffs. The last time they tried to do that, they said, oh yeah, we'll take them back. Yeah, we'll take them back. Because Trump said that he was going to stop all money going to them. Well, I guess the money that's going to them is more important than being, oops, I got the wrong character. Give me a minute. I guess the money was more important than having the terrorists or the people stay here. So they wanted the money. I don't know what happened to people when they got back to their country. Now, we don't know about that, you know what I mean? They could have been, maybe they killed them. I don't know. We don't know. That'd be sad, but just, we don't know. A lot of them are killing our people, so in a way, it is what it is, I guess.
I don't know what you're standing up.
No, I got one more after this one. Are you done?
Yep, I'll wait on you.
I got one more. I got missed. Alright, I'll get this carrot out of the way, and let me bring them up. Give me a minute. Where's the bunny? There he is.
Michael Johansson says, OMG, for fuck's sake, it's drama here and there. George Smith replies, no drama once again. MJ in the center, go figure. Sunday J says, you blocked me first, so
alright, this is my last one.
all clowns, all they do is cry. Talking about drama till they say goodbye. Script and lady lawyer only claim the fame, but they can't handle the heat. They're just a shame. Poor clowns, all they do is cry. Talk about drama till they say goodbye. Script and lady boy, they only claim the fame, but they can't handle the heat. They're just a shame. Michael Johansson says, OMG, for fuck's sake, it's drama here and there. Drama here and there. Joel, they say goodbye. Script and lady boy, they're only claim to fame, but they can't handle.
That's it, Ruffalo.
They're just a shame. Just like Jack and Diane.
Thank you.
They're just a pair of clowns who can't handle the drama they share. They cry and they whine, but
Okay, right, well, I'm going to make breakfast now, so you have a wonderful day.
Alright, we'll have a good breakfast. We had chili tonight for supper.
Nice.
I made turkey chili. You have a good night.
Yeah.
Stop Christ complaining, talk Mr. Stew. If the commie's got a rant, if the only's got a what to do. I've got a problem, Ernst has got a grievance, but walk's the only sound that makes any sense. Walk never be apart. I'm dancing to the beat, feeling free and light. Walk, everything's alright. You missed, who's got a wine, egg, and then who's got a plea. Stop us talking loud, but all I hear is walk with glee. Watchman's got a warning, shipwreck's has got a sigh. Bill's got a solution, Templar's got a battle cry. Walk, never be apart. I'm dancing to the beat, feel free and light. Walk, everything's alright. You missed, he's got a drum, I'll stop, Christ's got a flare. Copy's got a tantrum, Piffy-Only's got a I don't care. Ivers got a crisis, Ernst has got a test. Sapphire's got a verdict, Billy's got a quest. Templar's got a declaration, I even know what she says. To the walk sound, he's got the perfect sway. Walk, never be apart. I'm dancing to the beat, feel free and light. Walk, everything's alright. See me say block, Crazy night with laughter and cheer, making our mark year after year. With sass and humor, we take our place in the gaming world. On our face. Walk, never be apart. I'm dancing to the beat, feel free and light. Walk, everything's alright. So come along and dance with me. Let the walk sound set our spirits free. We'll dance through the club up under the stars up high. Is that the fat bass that you sing? Walk. With the walk sound, our hearts will never die. Walk, never be apart. I'm dancing to the beat, feel free and light. Walk, everything's alright. When I hear my gamers tag, black leather mom, I love that sound. Walk. Black leather walk. When I hear my gamers tag, black leather mom, I love that sound. Walk. Black leather walk.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is looking pretty tired, Jim.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
know, yet they deny. But to those who believe, he gave new life. Faith in Jesus, the only way to escape the darkness into his light of day. Bread of life, good shepherd too. Jesus' love forever shines through. He gave his life to set us free from sin and death to eternity. The world may hate, but we'll overcome. Through Jesus' power, we'll stand as one. Unity in him, our hearts beating fast. In Jesus' love, forever to last. Glory to God, in Jesus' name. We'll share his glory in the heavenly frame. No more sorrow, no more pain. In Jesus' presence, forever we'll reign. The Holy Spirit, our guide and friend, leading us to Jesus till the very end. Convicting hearts of sin and pride, pointing to Jesus, our souls inside. Love one another as Jesus loves. Self-sacrifice sent from above. In Jesus' footsteps we'll find our way to eternal life, starting today. Jesus prayed for unity and might, that we be one in his shining light. No divisions, no more strife. In Jesus' name we'll live more life. Now we know the truth so grand. Jesus is Lord of this land. Believe in him and you'll be saved. In Jesus' name our hope is made. In Jesus' name we'll stand as one, forever united under the sun. Love will shine like the morning sun. In Jesus' name our hearts are one. In Jesus' name we'll forever adore the Messiah, our Savior and Lord. Eternal life in his loving care. In Jesus' name we'll forever share. Enjoy blackly thermal. In Jesus' name we'll forever adore the Messiah, our Savior and Lord. Eternal life in his loving care. In Jesus' name we'll forever share. Enjoy blackly thermal. In the beginning, God's good news. Jesus Christ, the Savior we choose. Mark's account, a story so grand of Jesus' life and his command. Jesus came, baptized by John. The Spirit descended like a dove, preaching repentance, forgiveness too. The kingdom of God is near to you. He healed the sick and fed the crowd. Miracles abound, his power avowed. Demons fled as he spoke his name. Authority in his holy claim. The disciples followed, learned and grew. Jesus taught with parables anew, of seeds and soil, of love and light. The mystery of God's kingdom inside. To Jerusalem he made his way, confronting darkness night and day, predicting his death and resurrection too. For the sins of all he'd see us through. Judas betrayed, Jesus was seized, trials and scorn his soul would John says to his disciples dear, commissioning them to spread the cheer. Follow Jesus, take up your cross, deny yourself and count the cost. Love and serve with humble heart. Follow Jesus, will never depart. Now the story's told of Jesus' might. Mark's account shines with delight. Follow Jesus in faith and love, and you'll find life sent from above. Enjoy black leather mug. Now the story's told of Jesus' might. Mark's account shines with delight. Follow Jesus in faith and love, and you'll find life sent from above. Enjoy black leather mug.
Everyone said I wouldn't find a quality teaching degree online. Everyone except WGU. Their School of Education offers over 30 respected education degrees and has the same accreditations as schools charging much more. Learn more and apply today.
lives. Tiger Fang shares tips to help the crew survive. 𝘁𝗵𝗁 thanks him with a cheerful grin. Heartless celebrates a base birthday win. Casper the friendly ghost appears. Dead parrot squawks a happy tune through the years. Stargate SGD shares secrets of the deep. In battle pirates, friendships forever keep. XL feels lost with too many S to see. Ram warns of deceit with a scrape his comments plea. G2GR joins in with a hearty hello. Mistress 𝘂𝗂 bids farewell with a see a heartless call. Casper the friendly ghost appears. Dead parrot squawks a happy tune through the years. Stargate SGD shares secrets of the deep. In battle pirates, friendships forever keep. Black Leather Mom thanks you all for the drama and fun. Your battles and banter have just begun. In battle pirates, camaraderie shines. Thanks for the memories that forever will be mine. 𝗔𝗜 said, hello Death, hello all. Death replied, hello G, hello Ram, standing tall. Casper mentioned the Greek and Dread are new raid ships. In battle pirates, new challenges await, with alliances to grip. Tiger Fang shared tips to help the crew. 𝘁𝗵𝗁 thanked him with a cheers or two. Mistress 𝘂𝗂 bid farewell with a see a heartless call. In battle pirates, camaraderie stands tall. Stargate SG said, not you marbles, but lost at sea. XL felt lost with too many S to see. Ren warned of deceit with a scrape his comments plea. In battle pirates, trust is key to victory. Tiger Fang shared tips to help the crew. 𝘁𝗵𝗁 thanked him with a cheers or two. Mistress 𝘂𝗂 bid farewell with a see a heartless call. In battle pirates, camaraderie stands tall. Heartless celebrated a base birthday win. Dead parrots squawked a happy tune to join in. In battle pirates, friendships are forged through thick and thin. Enjoy Black Clever Mom. So bright to guide me through the rate's darkest hour, and with each hit, my heart feels power. You light up my life with your lovely cries. You give me hope when the battles in my house. You light up my life with your precious gold, and with you by my side, my heart never grows old.
It's very unstable. It's about to explode. No, it's about to give me the time to go for it. The thing is, it could be tomorrow. It could be during this broadcast, and it would shine like a second sun in the sky. The James Webb Telescope has recently spotted a 250% increase in the brightness of Betelgeuse. The red star located at the shoulder of the boreal constellation. This peculiar behavior has sparked excitement for a rare spectacle. Some suggest the surge in brightness might indicate Betelgeuse is gearing up to orbit the Earth at the exact time remains uncertain. Experts speculate this could happen soon. Join us as we explore the depths of space and unravel the mysteries surrounding this celestial giant. Betelgeuse has the potential to reshape our understanding of the universe. Despite its name not being widely known, you've likely admired its brilliance. A radiant reddish glow, shining brightly at the shoulder of Orion, a well-known constellation. Betelgeuse's enormity is staggering. It placed at the heart of our solar system, its outer surface would extend Jupiter's orbit. This colossal star, easily observable, continues to captivate us. Unlike most stars, Betelgeuse changes visibly over time due to its proximity to our galaxy. Classified as a semi-regular variable star, its brightness fluctuates steadily, moving towards an eventual grand collapse and a supernova explosion. In recent years, Betelgeuse has become even more intriguing due to unexpected fluctuations in brightness. These fluctuations include a significant surge on May 20th, 2023. Scientists puzzled over it, and a Twitter account dedicated to tracking Betelgeuse reported a staggering 142% increase in brightness, followed by a more recent update indicating a 150% increase. Andrea 𝗔𝗜, an astrophysicist from the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, notes that Betelgeuse currently ranks as the 7th brightest star in the night sky, climbing 3 places from its usual 10th position. From the southern hemisphere, Betelgeuse shines brightly in the early evening sky, easily visible at the shoulder of the Orion constellation. Dr. Sarah Way, an astrophysicist from Swinburne University of Technology in Australia, highlights Betelgeuse's significance. It offers a rare opportunity to witness the final stages of a massive star's life, providing invaluable insights into red giants' behavior before they explode as supernovae. When Betelgeuse eventually explodes, it could become incredibly bright for about a week, possibly casting shadows. This prospect has both amateur stargazers and professional astronomers eagerly anticipating the event. Heidi Morris, a scientist at Los Alamos National Laboratory and president of the California Astronomers and Astronomy Club, notes the enduring fascination with Betelgeuse's brightness fluctuations, a phenomenon observed for centuries by various cultures. Currently, Betelgeuse's brightness cycle lasts around 130 days, significantly shorter than its typical 400-day cycle. These rapid changes offer astronomers a unique opportunity to study the stellar phenomena in detail, shedding light on the final stages of the star's life. The unusual behavior of Betelgeuse began in 2019 after it forcefully ejected a portion of its outer atmosphere. These fluctuations in brightness are atypical for Betelgeuse, raising questions about whether it will explode into a supernova. According to a paper authored by 𝗔𝗜 and other scientists,
Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come on, lay. Lord Jesus, we surrender to you. Fulfill the prerequisites in all we do. Grant us your spirit and guide our way, that we may live for your glory each day. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come on, lay. May our hearts be filled with the Holy Spirit's fire. May our lives reflect God's love and desire. May we walk in the Spirit every single day and bring glory to Jesus in every way.
My very first PhD student decided that this was so exciting, they were going to go start a company.
Within the first 2 years of the company, we had scaled the technology by 10 to almost 100 times.
Then the 2000
The excitement of the balloon of green tech in general was also deflated.
Stages and then will separate from one another. Then that single Merlin vacuum engine on the 7th stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 9 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth.
My
I
dog
love that
took
we
a
can all
bite,
come
just a
together
little
through
fun, but he didn't know the trouble had
Now we're in
begun.
countdown. The flight can
He met a Democrat, a laugh, and he yelled, licked his butt. Oh boy, what a crazy help, just a pop. Lost in a world so wide, trying to find peace, no reason to hide. Oh poppy, lost in the fray. Mighty through politics, come what may. A splash of whiskey, a dash of despair. If you see him coming, better beware. Then came the socialist, a bite to behold, licked his butt again. Story told
future of this country. It's important that they mention all of the details to truly understand what's going on. Now, luckily, more than any election in American history, this election wasn't on camera. TikToks being made, there were people going live all the time. Sometimes it was us, you know, backstage going live and showing you what was really happening. It was really neat to get the amount of access because there were some wild events. The assassination attempt, Joe Biden dropping out, the debates. There were some big time events. Trump and fries, Trump and the garbage truck. Iconic stuff, the RFK endorsement. Point is that it's great to be able to really jump on and capture moments like this. Moments like this, where at the DNC convention, Nancy Pelosi is chanting, "We love Joe." But does Nancy Pelosi really love Joe? You really love Lamp Brick? Nancy Pelosi awkwardly chants, "We love Joe," after leading the coup to knife him in the back. Does this really look like Nancy Pelosi loves Joe?
How dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with...
Yeah, it's more like Game of Thrones. Look at this face. Come on. Any human being that lives in the real world knows exactly what that face is. She hates Joe Biden. And she wanted him out. And she thought that she was going to usher in a new permanent Democrat majority by getting Kamala Harris into office, then naturalizing 30 million criminal aliens, then bringing 70 million more into the country, changing the country forever, and having permanent Democrat control so she would never be charged for her insider trading crimes. But, you know, the amazing thing about fraud and fraudulence, like Kamala Harris's entire campaign was actually fraud. She never won a primary. She never did an interview. Nobody ever voted for Kamala Harris. You end up with results like this. People can smell a liar. They can smell when they've been deceived. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's going to shake out. Kamala Harris lost by 5 million votes. Lost their vote. Donald Trump won 312 electoral votes. Kamala Harris's embarrassing result. And it's just going to get worse. You know, mandate federal voter ID for elections. When the census reallocation makes swing states like Texas and Florida so powerful that we don't even need Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan anymore. I love you, by the way, to those states. I hope you keep voting red. But what I'm saying is that Democrats have a very, very tough path ahead. And with, of course, deportations for criminal aliens that are here in this country, they're going to have a very, very tough shot at doing what they intend on doing, which was flipping swing states to hard blue states by obviously reducing demographics. Nancy Pelosi, teary-eyed that none of this worked out for her. You see here. A teary-eyed Nancy Pelosi at Kamala Harris's concession speech. Now, we finally have video from this actual moment. There may be something that made Kamala Harris more teary-eyed than anything. That was having the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, and the former DNC chairwoman, her name is Donald screaming at her before the event. There's no sound associated, there's no audio associated with the video. Nancy Pelosi at Kamala Harris's concession is literally getting berated in public. Imagine what's happening behind the scenes for what she did to knife Joe Biden. She wasn't too happy about it.
Leslie, how are you feeling today?
I feel so inspired by the Vice President's speech. She has so much strength throughout all of this, including today. Of course, I'm very disappointed.
And another 4 years of Donald Trump?
I don't want to even talk about him today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Democrats in disarray. Pelosi arguing with Johnsonville after Kamala Harris's defeat. Democrats are in disarray. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is arguing with former DNC chairwoman Donna Brazile. This is the person who snuck Hillary Clinton the question of the 2016 Kamala Harris delivered her concession speech. Kamala set out her campaign co-chair Steve Christian to tell people to go home on election night after hiding for nearly smoke for 12 minutes. Nancy Pelosi was in tears, and she was caught screaming at Dr. Jill and DC Mayor Bowser. That's nothing. The DC Mayor should be DC should go back to home. Rules by Congress. DC's a big place. It's a real place. I live there. I live in Chelsea. It would be better done by just an efficiency board in Congress, having people, be like, actually, you really shouldn't live in DC. This is not a real place. It doesn't have a senator. It's not a state. There will be a state. Nancy Pelosi. Just look at Pelosi. And this guy Nancy Pelosi had meltdown. And now Nancy Pelosi is stabbing Joe Biden in the back again. Pelosi Nancy Biden again, and she blames him for Democrat losses. And this is pretty interesting. So Pelosi, who is, was caught screaming and raging at the Kamala's concession speech. See here. Look at the old insider trader, 3-finger. Yeah. That must come out and have a real investigation. He's so excited. Pelosi, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi used the night further to Joe Biden, suggesting that Democrats should have gotten their opportunity to pick other candidates. The 84-year-old also said she the 84-year-old also said she looks at her bit. The 84-year-old said Biden had dropped out earlier. The party she led for decades would have had time to consider other options. Devastating comments from the California lawmakers. The New York Times erupted on landslide. Pelosi admission that she did not want Kamala Harris to automatically become after Joe Biden in July dropped out years to damage control of Democrat kingmaker because it's her fault that Kamala Harris lost, that Joe Biden lost. Veteran lawmaker admitted that she wanted the president's campaign cancellation, which she helped orchestrate to go a different way. Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race, Pelosi said. The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, there would be a primary. The primary would allow many Democrat candidates to throw their hats in the ring and make cases to delegates. An array of candidates appear to be the offerings. Some quoted Michelle Obama, Whitmer, Gavin Newsom. Yeah. And said you were stuck. Look at this. Oh, man. Everyone. Oh, by the way, remember, Nancy Pelosi said there was an open primary and Kamala won it.
Reportedly said you wanted a sort of an open primary if Joe Biden stepped down. Did you change your mind because you saw all the excitement around Kamala Harris?
No, I didn't change my mind. We had an open primary and she won it. Nobody else got in the race because she was politically astute.
Yeah. Look at Pelosi now. You reap what you sow. You're a fraud and a criminal. And I hope there is a full investigation into what you did during January 6th, your actions during January 6th. I hope there are criminal penalties. I hope there are criminal and civil penalties to your insider trading as well. I think this is why Pelosi looks like this. Wages are set. It's your boy Bennett. Like, share, and subscribe. Make Pelosi proud.
No peanuts in sight, just fudge galore. We're screaming for more and asking for more. Extra, extra fudge is the way to go. In our peanut buster parfait, don't you know? Yum, 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 it's a chocolate dream. Extra fudge, please make our hearts beam. Enjoy black leather long. Enjoy black leather rum. Enjoy black leather rum. peanut butter in the desert news. Peanut butter parfait fudge lovers cruise. No peanuts inside, just fudge galore. We're screaming for more and asking for more. Extra, extra fudge is the way to go. In our peanut butter parfait, don't you know? Yum, 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 it's a chocolate dream. Extra fudge, please make our hearts beam. Enjoy black leather love. Enjoy black leather love. Enjoy black leather love. Enjoy black leather love. Enjoy black leather love.
Absolutely not. If you look at
Enjoy black leather love.
why is he resonating with Hispanic families almost 50-50? Why with African American men? Because the economic policies of President Trump had blue-collar workers getting higher increases than white-collar workers, non-college graduates getting higher wage increases than college graduates in 2018 and 2019, with almost zero interest rates, almost zero inflation. Okay, that made more money in their pocket.
Where the yellow buses roll through the sunlit park, thick clouds hovering, darkening the spark. A naked man running, lost on the road, while the sirens wail. It's heavy like a load. Oh, the stress weighs down, my mind's in a bind, just looking for peace that I can't seem to find. Oh, these thick clouds won't rain down on me. Stuck in this moment, longing to be free. With bumpy roads leading nowhere I know. I'm tired of running, I just wanna go home. Horses in the barn, cows grazing real slow. Bumpy roads beckon, where do I go? Donna, she smiles, but I can't escape this restless feeling, this life I can't shake. Miles keep passing, my heart's in despair. Wish I was flying, free as the air. Oh, these thick clouds will rain down on me. Stuck in this moment, longing to be free. With bumpy roads leading nowhere I know. I'm tired of running, I just wanna go home. Horses in the barn, cows grazing real slow. Bumpy roads begging, where do I go? Donna, she smiles, but I can't escape this restless feeling, this life I can't reshape. Miles keep passing, my heart's in despair. Wish I was flying, free as the air. Oh, these thick clouds will rain down on me. Stuck in this moment, longing to be free. With bumpy roads leading nowhere I know. I'm tired of running, I just wanna go home. Underneath the weight, I settle inside. We'll find a way, just you wait, I'll try.
Right now, the thing that is most important for President Trump and his movement is to have his followers come together in an organized effort, right, to get at as many votes as absolutely possible. And that's the focus in the final 6 days. Remember, normally Thursday before the Tuesday election is when, you know, you get news stories, you get everything. So we have to have people motivated. We have to have people going door to door. All this polling and people talking about, oh, well, Trump always polls 3 points less. That's all feel brother. What we know is that what happens next Tuesday is
Underneath the weight, I settle inside. We'll find a way, just you wait, I'll try. Underneath the weight, I settle inside. We'll find a way, just you wait. try. Just you wait, I'll try.
In this country against their political opponents. And so if that continues on, right, you may see that. If that continues on, but like I said,
So falling dogs are barking loud.
but I went as a political
Kokomo's haven, our hearts proud.
I served my country on a Navy
In the digital light, we'll find our way.
in a federal prison in my 70s.
Cats are fighting,
If
but
you're
we'll
not
seize the
prepared
day.
to be thrown in prison
Simple's fighting it, it
by
seems
this
so bad.
weaponized rescue,
Billy's laughing the sound, making us glad.
I would never back down.
Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found. Squid breaks through, loading screens can't hide. Long shanks, expertise, our dreams abide. Don't be the cow's laughter, math's sweet delight. Rangers' patience guides us through the night. Templar's fighting and it seems so bad. Billy's laughing the sound, making us glad. Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found.
So we can move
Through digital storms, friendship
get to
shines
the
bright.
solid uplands.
Bugs and glitches, our bond ignites. Together we rise above the fray. In Kokomo's light, our hearts sway. Ideas, jokes, maths, puzzle unwinds. 𝗁𝗂𝗀𝗶𝗰 speeds, mock Jesus aligns. First person QR seeks, Billy's guiding light. Game over troubled waters, finds peaceful sight. Templar's fighting and it stinks so bad. Billy's laughing the sound, making us glad. Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found. Through digital storms, friendship shine bright.
And be even a bigger part
Bugs
of
and
the program.
glitches are
And
bonded
Stoltenberg said
nights.
this, there wouldn't be a nature today if it wasn't for the
Together we rise above the fray.
nature that actually stays
In
the case.
Kokomo's light, our hearts sway.
Of course they hate Trump. Because they understand
Cats are fighting, dogs are barking free. Templar's fighting, Billy's laughter echoes me. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In digital victory, we seize it all.
populist movements throughout the world who actually get off the dime and start winning elections and winning them good. Yes, sir.
In the barn where we used to be now, your stall is empty and it's hard to see. 31 years of memories of laughter and tears. My heart holds my dear friend through all the passing years. Magic man, you left this world behind, but in my heart your memory will forever shine. You were my best friend, my partner in every way. Forever in my heart, you'll never fade away. From the show ring to the pasture, you'll shone so bright, a true champion. In every sense of word, a guiding life. Your legacy lives on through the fold so dear. Testament to your spirit and the love we hold so clear. Magic man, you left this world behind, but in my heart your memory will forever shine. You stall is empty, a sight to see. 31 years of memories, laughter and tears. My hard horse, my dear friend, through all the passing years. Magic man, you left this world behind. But in my heart, your memory will forever shine. You were my best friend, my partner in every way. Forever in my heart, you never fade away. From the shore to the pasture, you shone so bright. A true champion in every sense of the word, a guiding light. Your legacy lives on through foes so dear. A testament to your spirit and the love we hold so clear. Magic man, you left this world behind. But in my heart, your memory will forever shine. You were my best friend, my partner in every way. Forever in my heart, you never fade away. Your presence surrounds me in every single way. In the beauty of your falls, I see you every day. Magic man, you left this world behind.
Introducing our most advanced full-size blender, the 𝗔𝗔 SmartSense Blender Combo, featuring a load-sensing auto cycle, which automatically adjusts blend settings based on the ingredients you put in.
Everyone is very welcome to our channel. Today, I bring you a story that will give you goosebumps. Hello people, today I want to share with you a very special story, something that really changed my life in a way I never imagined. It may not be easy for me to talk about this, but I feel it is important. So from now on I ask you to open your hearts and minds, because what I am about to tell you may seem unbelievable, but every word is true. It all started when I was 12 years old. I was an ordinary person, living in Houston, Texas, and my life revolved around the normal things any kid does. Going to school, playing with friends, spending time with my family. I was happy with no big worries, until my life took a 180-degree turn. Overnight, I was diagnosed with a rare disease, the kind that makes doctors frown, talking about complicated things that I honestly didn't understand very well. At first, I didn't know what was going on. I could only see the growing concern on the faces of my parents, Laura and Michael. The hospital visits started to become frequent, and before I knew it, I was spending more time in the hospital than at home. I was just a child, but I knew something was very wrong. Although my parents tried to hide the seriousness of the situation, I felt the weight of the problem in the air. As time went by, I realized that it was really serious. My health condition was getting worse, and the doctors were doing their best, but nothing seemed to improve. My parents' despair was visible. Although they always tried to smile at me and keep me hopeful, it was difficult, very difficult. I should be worried about school, about homework, and not about the possibility of dying. But there I was, lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines and tubes, feeling my body getting weaker and weaker. And it was in that scenario that something extraordinary happened, something that not only changed my life, but also the way I see the world, death, and everything beyond this existence. To this day I am moved to talk about it. It is not easy to put into words what I lived through, because it was something totally out of the ordinary, something supernatural, but I will try to tell in the best possible way. In that hospital in Houston, I lived a near-death experience, and what happened during that experience is something that still takes my breath away. I took a journey beyond this life, and what I found there completely transformed my view of the world. It may sound strange, hard to believe, but it is the truth. This is my story, the story of how I, 𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝘂𝗏, a 12-year-old girl, took a trip to heaven and came back to tell the tale. When I look back, it all seems like a distant dream. Those days in the hospital, lying in that bed, are as if they were part of another life. I felt weaker and weaker, and the days seemed the same, always full of tests and treatments. It was an exhausting routine, and many times I would look out the window and see the other children my age living their normal lives. going to school, playing in the park, and me there, fighting for every breath. Fear and sadness overcame me, but at the same time there was a certain acceptance, the sense that there wasn't much I could do but keep fighting. My parents were trying to be strong, but I knew they were suffering. My mother, Laura, would spend hours by my side, holding my hand. Sometimes, when I thought I was asleep, I would hear her quiet sobs. My father, Michael, was the strong, tough type, but even he showed signs of weakness. I noticed the trembling in his hands when he talked to the doctors. The doctors were dedicated. They did their best, but I could see in their eyes that the situation was not good. They spoke difficult words like terminal and no options. Even though I was young, I knew what that meant. Then came that day, a day that will forever be marked in my memory because it was the day everything changed. I felt weaker than ever. Breathing was an arduous task, and the pain in my body was intense. My parents were by my side as always, but there was something different that day. The atmosphere was charged. The silence was almost palpable. I remember looking at my mother's face and seeing tears falling silently. My father squeezed my hand so hard that it hurt a little. It was at that moment that something incredible happened. I didn't complain. I knew somehow that this could be our last moment together. The doctors were in and out of the room frequently. Nurses were adjusting equipment and changing floor bags. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. I remember thinking of all the things I would never do. Never go to high school, never have my first kiss, never drive a car. It was terrifying, but at the same time I felt strangely at peace, as if something inside me knew that somehow everything would be okay. Suddenly, my vision began to blur and the sounds around me began to distort, as if I were underwater. I could hear my mother screaming and crying, but my hand no longer felt her grip. And then something happened that I could never have imagined. Something that would change everything. It's hard to describe what happened next because it's beyond words, but I'll try because it's the most incredible part of my story. One moment, I was lying in the hospital bed, feeling my body weak and sore. In the next instant, everything changed. It was as if a switch had flipped inside me. Suddenly, all the pain, all the discomfort simply disappeared. I felt light, incredibly light, as if my body weighed nothing. Then the strangest thing happened. I saw myself floating on my own bed. Yes, you heard right. I was looking down, seeing my own body lying there. It was terrifying at first. I could see the doctors and nurses running around the bed, frantically working on my body. My parents were there, crying and screaming. I wanted to tell them I was fine, that they didn't need to worry. But when I tried to speak, no one heard me. I floated there, watching everything. It was like watching a movie. Only the movie was about me, about my own death, or, as I came to understand later, my near death. Then something even more incredible happened. In one corner of the room, a light began to appear. It was no ordinary light. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Bright, but in a way that didn't hurt the eyes. It was warm and welcoming. The light became stronger, more intense, and I was drawn to it, but not in a scary way. It was as if it was calling me, inviting me, and I wanted to go to it. I wanted it very much. As I approached that light, I began to feel an indescribable peace. All my fears, worries about illness, about death, about leaving my parents behind, all that just disappeared. It was replaced by a sense of love and security that I had never experienced before. And then I stepped into the light. It was like diving into an ocean of pure love. I felt enveloped, protected, as if nothing bad could happen to me there. As the light began to dissipate, I saw myself in a good place. It was no longer the hospital. It was a place I had never seen before, but somehow it seemed familiar, as if I was returning home after a long journey. The air there was different, lighter, purer. The colors around me were more vibrant than anything I had ever seen on earth. There was soft music in the background, as if the air itself was singing. I felt complete, as if all the pieces of the puzzle of my life had finally fallen into place. That's when it hit me. I was no longer in the world I knew. I had crossed some kind of border. I was in a new, wonderful place, a place many call heaven, and my journey there was just beginning. When the light around me dissipated completely, I saw myself in a garden. But to say it was beautiful would be an understatement. It was breathtaking. Imagine the most beautiful garden you've ever seen in your life and multiply it by 1,000. So it wouldn't come close to what I saw. The sky above me was such a deep, brilliant blue that it seemed almost unreal.
Finding a therapist doesn't have to feel overwhelming or impossible. BetterHelp is designed to help you take that first step in minutes. Just fill out a simple questionnaire that can help us match you with a therapist who truly understands your needs. Most people are matched with a therapist within 48 hours of signing up. After that, you'll be ready to schedule your first session. Therapy is super personal, and we understand that it can take a few tries to find a therapist you really connect with. So, if your first match doesn't feel quite right, you can always switch therapists anytime with no extra charge, just to make sure you find the right support. So, if you're ready to start your therapy journey, check out BetterHelp.com today.
Each note a reminder of what we can see in this tapestry woven.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, or even if you just have an idea, it will create the whole ebook for you, complete with the graphics, with the images, the fonts, layout. So within a few minutes, you end up with a stunning ebook that's ready to publish. Watch this. First, let's create the content. So in Designer, I create a new ebook, and I'm going to do it as a PDF. I can import from lots of different types of content, but for now I'm going to use WordGenie, our AI content creator. So what I need to do is give it an idea. So I'm going to say confidence, and then select a sub-niche. I'm going to target this towards entrepreneurs and choose a title. It comes back with the outline, which I can customize and add or remove chapters, sections, and then within a few moments it comes back with the full ebook, which I can customize and rewrite as I see fit. So let's move on to the next step. Now we're going to...
There was no visible sun, but everything was bathed in a soft, golden light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The flowers, the flowers were every color you can imagine, and some I didn't even know existed. Roses, lilies, orchids, and so many others I had never seen before, each one more beautiful than the other. The smell, my God, the smell was a sweet and soft perfume that filled the air, but without being cloying. Each breath filled me with life and energy. The grass under my feet was vibrant green and soft, like velvet. Every step I took seemed to be on clouds. There were majestic trees scattered throughout the garden, with leaves that looked like they were made of gold and silver. And the sound, there was a music in the air. It wasn't like any music I had ever heard before. It was as if thousands of angelic voices were singing in perfect harmony. The melody was so beautiful it almost hurt to listen to it. But at the same time, I never wanted it to stop. As I walked through the garden, marveling at everything around me, I noticed something strange. I was no longer wearing my hospital gown. In fact, I didn't even remember what it was like to be sick. My body felt light, strong, healthy. I was dressed in something that seemed to be made of pure light, clothes that glowed softly. The most incredible thing of all was how I felt. All the pain, all the fear, all the sadness I had felt during my illness, all had completely disappeared. In its place, there was a deep peace, a joy I had never experienced before. It was as if every cell in my body, if I still had a body, was singing with happiness. As I walked, I saw other people in the distance. They seemed as happy and at peace as I was. Some were alone, gazing at the flowers or looking up at the sky. Others were in small groups, chatting animatedly. They all had a soft glow around them, as if they were lit from within. I wondered if I knew any of these people, if they were people who had also died. I didn't know, but somehow it didn't matter. I felt connected to all of them, as if we were part of one big family. As I explored the garden further, I discovered small streams of water meandering through the flowers. The water sparkled as if it were made of liquid diamonds, and the gentle sound of the stream blended perfectly with the angelic music that filled the air. I don't know how long I spent there. It could have been minutes. It could have been centuries.
Buy on blue, sell on red. This new indicator gives extremely accurate trade signals. 8 out of 10 traders who have tried it say they are now profitable. No, that's not an exaggeration.
Time simply had no meaning in that place. I only knew that I had never felt so at peace, so complete. It was then that I heard soft footsteps approaching. When I looked, I saw a person dressed in white walking in my direction. Even before he came closer, I already knew who it was in my heart. If I still had looked, it felt like I was going to burst with joy and reverence. It was him. It was Jesus. I'll be honest with you, nothing could have prepared me for that moment. Seeing Jesus walking in my direction, well, it's something that words simply cannot adequately describe, but I'll try. He was slowly approaching, and each step he took seemed to make the garden around him glow even brighter. His robe was pure white that it almost hurt to look directly at him. But his face, the face of Jesus, how can I describe it? It was at once familiar and completely new. His eyes were deep, so dark brown they seemed almost black, and they shone with an inner light that made me feel completely exposed and at the same time completely loved. When he finally stopped in front of me, he said my name in a voice that sounded like music, like the sound of 1,000 waterfalls and the softest whisper all at the same time. And the way he said my name was as if he knew me better than I knew myself. I stood there paralyzed, not knowing what to say or do. Part of me wanted to drop to my knees. Another part wanted to run and hug him before I could decide. Jesus opened his arms and wrapped me in an embrace. In that moment, I felt all the love in the universe surround me. It was a love so pure, so strong, so unconditional, that it made me tremble. All the doubts, all the fears I had ever had in life simply disappeared. I felt completely safe, completely accepted, completely loved. When the hug ended, Jesus took my hands and looked deep into my eyes. "You've been through so much, little one," his voice full of understanding said, "but you have been so brave." Tears began to stream down my face. They were not tears of sadness, but of relief, of pure joy. I was so afraid, I confessed, my voice trembling. Jesus smiled kindly. "I know, my daughter. I was with you all the time, even when you could not see or feel me." We stood there for a moment in silence, but it was not an uncomfortable silence. It was a silence filled with peace and mutual understanding, as if in that instant all the questions I had had were being answered, even without words. Then Jesus let go of my hands and made a sweeping gesture indicating the garden around us. "Come, let's walk around a bit. There's a lot I want to show you," he said. As we walked side by side through the heavenly garden, I felt completely at ease. It was as if I was having a conversation with my best friend, someone who had known me forever, for all eternity. Jesus talked about the flowers, about the trees, about the music in the air. His every word seemed full of meaning, of ancient wisdom. At one point, we stopped near a crystal clear stream. Jesus reached down and touched the water with his fingertips, and waves of light spread across the surface. "See, my daughter," he said.
"After this video, your life is never going to be the same. So I need you to stop whatever you're doing and give me your undivided."
Just as this water reflects light, so every soul reflects the love of God. Sometimes the surface may be agitated, but the light always finds a way. I marveled at the depth of his words. Each thing he said seemed to touch my soul in a way I had never experienced before. As we continued our walk, I felt I was being renewed, transformed. Each step beside Jesus was like a lesson in love, compassion, understanding. I was beginning to see the world of life in a whole new way. It was then that we came to a tree different from all the others I had seen in the garden. Its fruit shone like pure gold, and a sweet, irresistible aroma emanated from it. Jesus stopped in front of the tree and turned to me with an enigmatic smile. I knew something important was about to happen. He approached the tree and, with a gentle movement, picked up one of the golden fruits. He held it in his hands for a moment, looking at it with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. It was a mixture of reverence, love, and something else, wisdom perhaps. Then he turned to me and held out the fruit. "This is the fruit of life," he said. I looked at the fruit in fascination. It glowed with a light of its own, as if made of liquid sunshine. "May I eat it?" I asked doubtfully. Jesus smiled. "That's what it exists for, my daughter." With trembling hands, I took the fruit. It was surprisingly light, almost as if it had no weight at all. I brought it to my mouth and took a bite. The taste, how can I describe it? It was sweet, yes, but not in a way I had ever experienced before. It was as if I was tasting the very essence of life. Each bite seemed to fill me with energy, with vitality. As I ate, I felt something awaken inside me, as if veils were being removed from my eyes and I was seeing the world, not the universe, clearly. For the first time, suddenly, all the questions I had about life, about heaven, about the future, came to the surface. It was as if the fruit had unlocked something inside me. Jesus, can I ask you a question? I said. He nodded, his eyes sparkling with what seemed to be amusement. Sure, Emily, what do you want to know? I hesitated for a moment. There were so many things I wanted to ask, but one question in particular stood out. When will the end of the world happen? What will it be like? Jesus didn't seem surprised by my question. He sat down on the soft grass and motioned for me to join him. When I sat down, he began to speak. The end of the world, Emery, is not exactly as people on earth imagine it to be, his calm, serene voice said. It will not be a time of total destruction, but of renewal. I listened to him in fascination as he continued. There will be a time when a new heaven and a new earth will arise, a place where there will be neither sorrow nor death, where all who love God will be together in perfect harmony. But when will that happen? I asked anxiously. Jesus smiled kindly. God's time is not like man's time, my daughter. It is not for us to know the day or the hour. The important thing is to live each day with love, with compassion, doing good and spreading God's message. I remained pensive for a moment, digesting his words. Then we should not be afraid of the end of the world, I asked.
Shutterstock, we know you have created too. A story, a campaign, something to impress your customers. You need the perfect image. Video, sound. Are you gonna go just anywhere? Nope. You're gonna do what pros.
No, Emery, Jesus answered, his voice full of certainty. Those who love God have nothing to fear. The end will only be the beginning of something much more beautiful. We sat there, sitting for a while in comfortable silence. I looked at the garden around us, the vibrant colors, the golden light that seemed to come from everywhere. I realized that if the new heaven and the new earth were anything like that, there was really nothing to fear. Jesus stood up and reached out his hand to me. Come on, he said. There's more I want to show you. As we walked, I felt a deep peace. Jesus' words about the end of the world, far from frightening me, filled me with hope. It was comforting to know that in the end, all would be well, that all the suffering, all the pain I had experienced on earth, would one day be just a distant memory. And so, hand in hand with Jesus, I continued my journey through heaven, eager to see what else he had to show me. As we walked through the heavenly garden, a question that had always intrigued me came to mind. I gathered my courage and decided to ask Jesus, Jesus, how do people get to heaven? I mean, what does it take to get in here? Jesus stopped and turned to me. His eyes were deep and full of understanding. He was silent for a moment, as if pondering how to respond. Emery, what I'm about to tell you may surprise you. It's something that few on earth truly understand. She nodded, eager to hear what he had to say. Only 1% of the people who make it to heaven do so because of fervent devotion to God, she revealed. I was shocked. Only 1%? But what about the other 99%? Jesus smiled kindly. Most people are welcome here because of divine mercy. It's not about following strict rules or having unwavering faith. It's about a person's heart, their goodness, their desire to commune with God, even if they don't consciously perceive it. I was silent for a moment, trying to process that information. It was so different from what I had always heard, but I continued. And people who don't believe in God or who follow other religions, Jesus put his hand on my shoulder. Emery, God's love is far greater than any religion or belief. He looks at the hearts of people, those who live with love, who treat others with kindness and passion, who seek to do good. Those are closer to God than they imagine, even if they don't call him by the name you know. I was amazed. It was such a broader vision, so much more inclusive than I had ever imagined. Then I said slowly, what really matters is how we live our lives, how we treat others, exactly. Jesus answered, his eyes shining. Love is the key. 𝗁𝗿. Love of God that manifests itself through love of neighbor. It's not about ritual or dogma. It's about living love in all its forms. We were silent for a moment as I absorbed it all. It was a revelation that completely changed my understanding of heaven and the judgment of souls. Jesus, finally this is amazing. But why do so few people on earth seem to understand this? He sighs softly. Often, humans complicate what is simple. They create rules and divisions where there should be only love and union.
Burnout. We all experience it at some point. It's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy. In fact,
but remember, 𝗁𝗿, every soul that comes here is a celebration, each one precious in the eyes of God. As we continued our walk, I felt light, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The idea that love and kindness were what really mattered, that God's mercy was so vast, was comforting. At the same time, I realized that I would have much to reflect on as I returned to the world. I knew I would see life in a completely different way. Jesus sensed my thoughts and said softly, every act of kindness, every gesture of love, no matter how small it may seem, has an eternal impact. This is how the road to heaven is built. With those words echoing in my mind, we continued our journey through paradise, and I felt closer than ever to understanding the true meaning of divine love. As we walked through the heavenly garden, I felt a subtle breeze in the air. It was as if a gentle breeze had begun to blow, carrying with it a sweet and comforting aroma. Jesus suddenly stopped and turned to me, his eyes full of love and earnestness, which made me pay close attention. 𝗁𝗿. His voice said softly but firmly, your time here is coming to an end. I felt my heart, or whatever I had in that state, clench. Yeah, I asked, unable to hide the sadness in my voice. But there is so much I still want to learn, so much I want to see. Jesus smiled kindly. I know, my daughter, but you have an important mission to accomplish. I was intrigued. A mission? He nodded. Yes, 𝗁𝗿, you are going back to Earth, and when you return, you will have a very special assignment. Do I listen carefully, anxious to know what that very important mission would be that would make me leave that wonderful place? I thought. Your mission is to share with others what you learned here, to tell them about God's love, about the importance of kindness and compassion. I felt a little scared of the responsibility, but what if people don't believe me, and what if I don't know what to say? Jesus put his hand on my shoulder, and I immediately felt a wave of comfort and courage wash over me. Don't worry about that, 𝗁𝗿. The words will come when you need them. The most important thing is that you live what you have learned here, Jesus said, continuing his voice full of wisdom and love. Your mission is not just to talk about what you have seen here, it is to live by it. Every day will be an opportunity to show others God's love through your actions, he added. How should I do that? I asked. He smiled, his eyes shining with approval. Live with kindness, 𝗁𝗿. Help those in need, even when no one is looking. Forgive those who hurt you, even when it's hard. Love others unconditionally, as God loves you. His words touched my heart deeply. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I felt it was something I needed to do. And remember, Jesus added, love is the greatest gift we can offer one another. You don't need great deeds to change the world. Sometimes a simple smile, a kind word, can make all the difference in someone's life. I absorbed every word, feeling the weight and importance of this mission. I'm going to try, Jesus. I promise I'll do my best. He felt his smile full of confidence in me. I know you will, my daughter. And remember, you will never be alone. I will always be with you, even when you can't see or feel me. Then Jesus knelt down to be at my level and looked into my eyes. There is one more thing, 𝗁𝗿. When you come back, many people will want to know about your experience here. Some will believe you, some won't. Don't worry about that. Just share your story with love and honesty. I nodded, feeling a mixture of anxiety and determination. What if I forget something? There's so much to remember, I asked. Don't worry, the most important memories will stay with you. And even if some details are lost, what really matters, the love you felt here, the peace you experienced, that will be engraved in your soul forever. Then he stood up and extended his hand to me. Come, there is one more place I want to show you before you return. a place that will give you strength in the difficult times to come. I took his hand, feeling a wave of courage and love wash over me. As we walked, I knew my life would never be the same. I had been given a purpose, a mission, and though it seemed scary, I was determined to fulfill it to the best of my ability. Jesus led me down a path that seemed to glow beneath our feet. As we moved forward, I could feel a growing energy in the air, as if we were approaching something truly extraordinary. I could hardly wait to see what Jesus wanted to show me next. As we walked, the scenery around us began to change. The heavenly garden, with all its beauty, gradually gave way to something even more impressive. On the horizon, I saw a bright light that seemed to grow brighter as we approached. "What is that?" I asked, my eyes barely able to absorb the spectacle before me. Jesus smiled, his eyes shining with a special kind of joy. "That, Emery, is the New Jerusalem." As we got closer, the details of the city began to reveal themselves. It was breathtaking. The walls of the city glowed with a light that seemed to come from within them. They were made of precious stones of every color imaginable: jasper, sapphire, emerald, and many others I couldn't even name. Oh, the streets seemed to be paved with pure gold, but a gold unlike anything I had ever seen. It was transparent, like glass, reflecting the light in a way that made the whole city seem alive. "It's amazing," I whispered, barely finding words to describe what I was seeing. Jesus nodded. "This is the city God prepared for those who love him."
"You're not a child, you're a man, so stop wearing so many layers to go outside. And get the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0, the 10-pocket tactical micro fleece hoodie that block."
One day, all those who believe will live here in perfect harmony. As we walked through the golden streets, I saw people, or would that be angels, moving through the city. They all seemed to radiate a light of their own, and their faces were filled with a joy I had never seen before. Jesus led me to a majestic building in the center of the city, larger and more impressive than any structure I had ever seen on earth. The doors opened on their own as we approached. Inside, there was a huge room, and in the center of it, on a pedestal, was a huge book that glowed with a light of its own. I could feel a power emanating from it. "This," Jesus said, his voice full of reverence, "is the book of life." I stared at the book in fascination. "What does it contain?" I asked. "In this book," Jesus explained, "are written the names of all those who love God and have chosen to follow him. Each name here represents a soul precious in the eyes of the Father." Jesus approached the book and opened it. The pages seemed to be made of a material he had never seen before. They were as thin as silk, but shone like pearls. "Come," Jesus called to me with a smile. I approached, my heart pounding. Jesus turned a few pages and then pointed to a name. My heart almost stopped when I saw it. It was my name, 𝘁𝗵𝘁, written in golden letters. "Your name is here, Emery," Jesus said softly. "It was written here before you were born." Tears of joy and gratitude filled my eyes. It was such a powerful confirmation, so personal, of God's love for me. Jesus closed the book gently and turned to me. "Remember this, Emery. In difficult times, your name is written in the book of life. Nothing can change that." Then Jesus pointed to the many blank pages of the book. "Look, there is room for many more names. Part of your mission is to help others find their way into this book." I stood there looking at the book of life, feeling the weight and honor of the mission I had been entrusted with. I knew that no matter what happened when I returned, that vision would give me the strength to go on. Jesus put his hand on my shoulder. "It's time, Emery. You need to go back now." I nodded, feeling a mixture of sadness at leaving that amazing place and determination to fulfill my mission. With one last look at the New Jerusalem and the Book of Life, I prepared to return to the world I knew. Jesus hugged me one last time, his embrace full of love and strength. "Remember, Emery," his soft but firm voice said.
Skunk really got it.
Yep.
You know your Chromebook Plus can get that a little shush.
Live each day as if it were your last. Love God and love others. This is the essence of everything you have seen and learned here. I nodded, feeling tears in my eyes. Part of me didn't want to leave, but I knew I had an important mission to accomplish. I will always be with you, Jesus promised. Even when you can't see or feel me, I will be there with you. With those words, Jesus touched my forehead gently. The moment his fingers touched my skin, I felt a wave of energy sweep through my entire body. The light around me became brighter and brighter until all I could see was whiteness. And then, suddenly, darkness. For a moment, I felt lost, disoriented. Where was I? What had happened? Slowly, I began to hear familiar sounds. The beeping of machines, muffled voices, the sound of hurried footsteps. Slowly, with great effort, I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was the face of my mother, Laura. Her eyes were red and puffy, but an incredulous smile was beginning to form on her lips. Emery, her trembling voice whispered. Next to her was my father, Michael. He was holding my hand, and I could feel him trembling. Princess, his husky voice said, "Mom, Dad, I made it." I mumbled my voice weak, but clear. The room exploded with activity. Doctors and nurses rushed to my bed, checking monitors, asking questions, looking completely flabbergasted. I heard one of the doctors say, "It's a miracle. There is no other explanation." Over the next few days, I underwent a series of examinations and tests. The doctors could not explain what had happened. All evidence of my terminal illness had disappeared. It was as if I had never been sick. My recovery was rapid and complete. Within days, I was on my feet, walking, eating normally. The doctors called this a miraculous recovery, but I knew it was much more than that. When I felt strong enough, I began to tell my parents about my experience. I talked about the heavenly garden, about Jesus, about the New Jerusalem, and the Book of Life. I talked about the mission I had been given. At first, they seemed confused, maybe even a little skeptical, but as I continued to talk, sharing details that a 12-year-old couldn't make up, I saw understanding and admiration grow in their eyes. "Oh, Emery," my mother said, tears streaming down her face. "What an amazing experience you had." My father, always the most skeptical, seemed to be about to understand, but he hugged me tight and said, "I don't know exactly what happened, Princess, but I know it was something extraordinary, and I'm so happy you're back with us." In the months and years that followed, I kept my promise to Jesus. I began to live each day with purpose, spreading love and kindness wherever I went. It wasn't always easy. There were days when I felt discouraged, days when memories of heaven seemed far away. But in those moments, I remembered the Book of Life, my name written in it, and found the strength to keep going. I shared my story with anyone who would listen. Some believed, some didn't, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the message of love and hope I could share. Today, years after that extraordinary experience, I still feel the impact of those moments in heaven. Every time I help someone, every time I show love to a stranger, I feel I am fulfilling the mission I was given. And in the quiet moments when I close my eyes, sometimes I can almost hear the heavenly music, feel the loving embrace of Jesus, see the glow of the New Jerusalem, and know, with a certainty beyond any doubt, that one day I will return there. But until then, I have a job to do here on earth, a labor of love.
And speak out about horrific mob attack in Amsterdam, what Kristallnacht would have looked like. Kristallnacht was 86 years ago.
30-day ban, my words confined. Democrat kicks, stripped in a line. Dark mistress asks what's going on. Unanswered questions, our voices gone. Stop crying, seeking answers, a hidden face. Reported for what we can't know. Frustration grows, our voices low. Dark mistress. Stop crying, seeking answers, a hidden face. Reported for what we can't know. Frustration grows, our voices low. Dark mistress. WTF happened, no warning sign. Blues and I are words divine. No hate speech, just a friendly fight. Banned for what? Day and night. Panicked. Means wisdom we must hear. Tickets submitted, truth draws near. Banned for reasons unknown to me. Seeking justice wild and free. Everyone chat, ban, silence falls. Unseen hands, mysterious calls. Reported for what we can't define. Chat ban, our voices entwined. Facebook echoes empty space. Seeking answers, a hidden face. Reported for what we can't know. Chat banned, our voices low. Sound and the static noise fade. Enjoy Black Leather.
And while the presidency is decided, control of the House remains in limbo as voters in several critical races and their votes are not being tallied right now. They're working on it, though. The Associated Press has Democrats at 203 seats and Republicans at 213, with just 19 races still to be called, including the race in Iowa's 1st district between GOP incumbent Marionette Miller Meeks and Democratic challenger Christina Bohannon. The party needs 218 seats in order to have the majority in the House of Representatives. Republicans have also gained control of the Senate, flipping party control of the upper chamber. Well, back here at home, Iowa Democrats have decided to keep their minority leader of the House, re-electing Windsor Heights Representative Jennifer Converse. Converse released a statement yesterday saying, in part, while Tuesday's election results were disappointing and there is a lot of uncertainty ahead, our caucus will never stop fighting for values we share as Iowans. In Iowa Senate, Democrats will still need a new leader since Dubuque Representative Pam Yocum retired. This comes as multiple Senate races from Tuesday are within a few dozen votes and may end up facing recounts. And to stay up to date on all the latest election results, both nationally and locally, be sure to download your Iowa Plus streaming channel. It's available on your Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV, and getting set up is super easy. Text WATCH to the number on your screen. That's 515-457-1026. And follow those steps to get access to our election coverage.
Facebook echoes empty space. Seeking answers, a hidden face. Reported for what we can't know. Chat and our voices low. Sound and computer beats. Noise faded. Enjoy.
Yeah, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that?
No tax on overtime, that's Donald's reign. Says so agrees, it's a beautiful sight. No tax on hard work, day and night. No tax on overtime, tips and Social Security too. Donald's got a plan to see us through. No tax for me, no tax for you. A brighter future for me and you. Tammy's husband worked hard every day. Overtime pay, the taxes took it away. Johnny says the choice is clear. No tax on overtime, year after year. No tax on overtime, tips and Social Security too. Donald's got a plan to see us through. No tax for me, no tax for you. A brighter future for me and you. Ruth says promises made, promises kept. Donald's the one who'll make it happen while we sleep. Deb says let's cut taxes for the middle class. No tax on wages, that's a fact. No tax on overtime, tips and Social Security too. Donald's got a plan to see us through. No tax for me, no tax for you. A brighter future for me and you. Bill wants spending cuts to make it real. Mike says no income tax, that's the way to feel. Karen recalls Clinton's lower interest rates. But Donald's plan is what she awaits. No tax on overtime, tips and Social Security too. Donald's got a plan to see us through. No tax for me, no tax for you. A brighter future for me and you. secondary homes. Vacation too will be taxed, but not your primary view. No tax on overtime, tips and social security too. Donald's got a plan to see us through. No tax for me, no tax for you. A brighter future for me and you. Let's rally round and make it loud. No tax on overtime, tips and social security proud. Donald's got a plan to make it real. No tax for hard work, that's the way we feel. Enjoy work like a mom. Enjoy like clever mom.
To 6 go, 4. All these boastful pilots think they're the best. Can't they just fly casual?
I've got a bad feeling about this. PvP and PV are different. We must respect the distinction.
I'll give 50 space credits to anyone who reveals 4Q Black Hole's true identity.
Mr. Guy, I'm struggling to keep up with the Rebel Alliance's demands. PvP and PV are draining my resources.
To get retired again, I seek a challenge. Where can I find a worthy opponent? Be careful, young one. Some alliances are as treacherous as a Sarlacc pit. Avoid PDA, seek at all costs.
I sense a great opportunity. Will you consider forming an alliance for Q Black Hole?
The force is strong with me, but I must focus on my own journey. Perhaps one day I'll form my own alliance.
May the space credits be ever in your favor. May the space credits be ever in your favor.
They say we're deplorable Nazis and garbage to irredeemable haters, racist and bigots, it's true. They label us with names, trying to bring us down. But we won't be silenced, we'll wear our crowns. We are the ones they say we are. But in God's eyes, we're beautiful as stars. We won't be tamed, we won't be shamed. We'll stand tall and proud, what Trump 2024 will claim. They call us fascist, bigot, xenophobe, and more. Homophobic, Islamophobic, and extremists, we're not sure. But we know what we believe, we know we stand. For freedom, faith, and country, we'll take our stand. We are the ones they say we are. But in God's eyes, we're beautiful as stars. We won't be tamed, we won't be shamed. We'll stand tall and proud, what Trump 2024 will claim. If call will let it be, we'll make our voices heard. We'll rise up and take our stand. Our nation will be reborn. We'll stand with Trump, we'll stand with pride. We'll take our country back and let our freedom fly. We are the ones they say we are. But in God's eyes, we're beautiful as stars. We won't be tamed, we won't be shamed. We'll stand tall and proud, what Trump 2024 will claim. So let them call us names, don't try to bring us down. We'll stand together, united, and wear our crowns. We'll rise up, we'll make our voices heard. The Trump 2024 will be the ones who are proud and loud. Enjoy Black Clothing Mom.
In times of sorrow, in times of pain, remember God's promise, His joy remains. a strength that's holy, a love so true. The joy of the Lord forever shines through. The joy of the Lord is my strength. My heart rejoices, my soul takes length. In His presence I am made new. The joy of the Lord forever true. Nehemiah's words still let go today. Go and enjoy, sing the song on your way. Share with the needy, spread love and cheer. The joy of the Lord is drawing near. The joy of the Lord is my strength. My heart rejoices, my soul takes length. In His presence I am made new. The joy of the Lord forever true. The psalmist declared, you make known the way to path of life where joy never fades away. Eternal pleasures at God's right hand. The joy of the Lord in this promised land. The joy of the Lord is my strength. My heart rejoices, my soul takes length. In His presence I am made new. The joy of the Lord forever true. Though grief may come and tears may fall, Jesus' promise stands, I will see through it all. Believe and rejoice with joy untold. The joy of the Lord forever to hold. The joy of the Lord is my strength. My heart rejoices, my soul takes length. In His presence I am made new. The joy of the Lord forever true. So let us rise with hearts full of cheer. The joy of the Lord is always near. In every trial, in every test, the joy of the Lord is our eternal best. The joy of the Lord is my strength. My heart rejoices, my soul takes length. In His presence I am made new. The joy of the Lord forever true. Enjoy the 𝗁𝗁. Lord, we come before you humble and true, yearning for your presence in all we do. Pour out your Spirit upon us today. Fill us with your power, show us your way. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your presence somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. We confess our sins and repent anew, seeking your guidance in all we pursue. Avoid evil plans and all untruth. Lead us in your righteousness, your youth.
Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your presence somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. We confess our sins and repent anew, seeking your guidance in all we pursue. Avoid evil plans and all untruth. Lead us in your righteousness, your youth. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your presence somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. Jesus, you promised to give the Spirit to those who ask with a humble heart and merit. We ask for the Spirit to guide and to lead, that we may walk in your will and deed. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your presence somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, our hearts release. Lord, we surrender to your divine will. Pour out your Spirit and make us still. In your presence we'll find our peace. Holy Spirit, our hearts release. Enjoy Black Leatherman Game Over Troubled Waters. Speaks, what's your move? 2 fingers up, come tell me prove. Lay low, but still in play. Honey, yes, she says on this pirate day. You also wait, upgrade your might. Just about the times of threat tonight. Battle on a strategy, forever key. Players of death, forever free. Listen up, me hearties, gather round. Be true sailing, dark mistress, where's the crown? Neary, I say, with a winking grin. Gels all around, battle pirates kin. How's it going, mateys? 2 years of fence. Our house is not money gold, our spirits bent. Battle upon his sails, forever told. Players unite, young and old. Dark mistress speaks, what's your move? 2 fingers up, come tell me prove. Lay low, but still in play. Honey, yes, she says on this pirate day. New holes await, upgrade your might. Sets abound, but times are threat tonight. Battle on a strategy, forever key. Players adapt, forever free. Demo, higher worlds await. 2 fingers up, come tell me proof. Lay low, but still in play. Honey, yes, she says on this pirate day. New holes await, upgrade your might. Sets abound, but times are threat tonight. Sets abound, but times are threat tonight. One pirate day. Free demo. Higher worlds await. You want your skills and thorough, no need to hesitate. New halls, guns and armor, zoo. 101, time to zoo. We are pirate crew. With the grin so wide, did 101, leaving others to hide. Sorry, start off, but she's on top. Offense free, but time's to stop. How's it going, mateys? 2 years of fence.
As laughter echoes, battle pirates cruise. Enjoy Black Leather Month.
Black Leather won't reply. Kinda sleepy as that, don't you know? Now you less asking how to upgrade. Use Mistress of Pain, Snap BLM, minus normal guild day, token tie working on music. Players unite in this pirate's life, sharing tips and strategies day and night. From Tiger Fang to Black Leather Monk 2, they're all here to see this battle through. Cranky pops, Joe kicks, and appointed at your convenience. Adventure asked, where can I get the divergence of Cattergun? Uncle Pennybags replied, only on upgraded Archer. Heartless said you don't have to pay to play. Have patience, my dear. Players unite in this pirate's life, sharing tips and strategies day and night. From Mistress of Pain to Uncle Pennybags too, they're all here to see this battle through. Black Leather Mom said, laxly, you're poking the bear. Mistress of Pain replied, I am BLM Quill. Heartless said, does regularly, I suppose. Black Leather Mom asked, they Kai, I'm supposed to be happy and in time, no. Players unite in this pirate's life, sharing tips and strategies day and night. From Tiger Fang to Black Leather Mom 2, they're all here to see this battle through. Black Leather Monk said, black sleep, you're poking there. Mistress of Pain replied, via BLM, Glill. Heartless said, does regularly, I suppose. Black Leather Monk asked, they Kai, I'm supposed to be happy and in time, no. Players unite in this pirate's life, sharing tips and strategies day and night. From Tiger Fang to Black